we are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novice Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel. MMORPG Rebirth as an Alchemist. Part 1. Chapter 1, Ren. Ren blinked, and his eyes zeroed on his father. Did you hear what I said? Ren was definitely dreaming. One moment, men were chasing him, and the next thing he knew, he was jumping off a building. And when he blinked, he was facing his father, who was supposed to be dead. Stop daydreaming. Troy then looked at his wife, Helen. He is always like this. His head is always in the clouds. Helen rubbed her husband's hands and forced a smile before she faced her son. Ren, dear. Your father is asking you where you want to go to college. Ren gasped at the sight of her mom, who was supposed to be suffering from stroke and bedridden when his father died. If this was heaven, then he was glad that he jumped off that building. Ren's eyes watered, and he choked, Mom. Ren, what's wrong? Helen was worried when her son suddenly started crying out of nowhere. She then cut Troy a sharp glare. Troy was taken aback. He was just asking his son where to go to college. Did Ren didn't want to go to college that much? Enough to make him cry? Ren, there's no pressure. You can go to college anytime you want. Think it through, Helen consoled and rubbed Ren's back while squeezing her son's hand. Ren lowered his face and gritted his teeth. As much as he wanted to stop the tears, they just kept coming and coming. The feeling of her mother's warmth spread to his back, and the pressure from her hands released all frustrations he had. He buckled and wept his heart out. It had been so long since the last time he saw them. So long. Troy didn't know where to put his eyes. He was never good at consoling, nor was he a man of comfort. He cleared his throat and said, well, you still have a month to decide. I just want to let you know that your mother and I have already saved some money for your college, so you don't have to worry if you want to enter that famous university you always spoke about. Ren's shoulders shook. How could he stop crying now that his father said the exact same words years ago? $400. That was his father's pay per month as a janitor while doing multiple jobs at the side. In comparison, his mother was a housewife doing buy and sell in her free time. With a family of 3, bills alone were about $100 per month. The house rent was another $100. Not to mention the food and other expenses. And yet, they still managed to scrape his $100,000 university tuition, and Ren knew how exactly they did it. While he was eating fried eggs and chicken, his parents often ate rice with soy sauce after he went to bed. And who knew what elsewhere they were doing to save money behind his back? Mom? Dad? If he really was back in time then. Later that night, due to Ren's incapacity to hold a proper conversation, the rare dinner where his mother and father were present was cut short. Ren's eyes were red and sore as he laid on his mattress and watched his ceiling in a daze while the ceiling fan twirled in a buzzing sound. He was back. He was really back in time. Ren pinched himself and found the sting delightful. Closing his eyes, he grinned and fisted his fingers. He didn't care why or how he turned back in the past, but this time, he would change everything. Ren got up and scrambled to get his outdated smartphone. The year was 4 Zox, and in just a few days, the hit FACEBOKK Covenant would be released. Skimming through his memory in the past, he didn't enter the game when it was the first release. He entered it when it became popular and at the time when his father died due to pneumonia from working so hard even when he should be retired while his mother was bedridden from the stroke of the sudden death of his father. She stopped college and entered the game because he needed the money to help his mother at that time. Covenant used real-time in-game currency, and most players instantly became a millionaire overnight. But since he was mediocre at best, he was mostly put in a supporting role. It would change this time. Ren thought of a plan. He would enter the game in its first release. He'll apply for a college loan while he'll use his parents' money to buy the game pod. After the game boomed, it would start to make updates and use in-game currency after a few months due to flocks of investors. Ren was confident that he'd already accumulated thousands of dollars by the time, so paying his loan would be a piece of cake. Though he didn't really want to go to college like what he felt in the past, he wanted to make his parents happy since they both didn't even finish high school. But first, for his parents to give him the money and play the game undisrupted, he needed to move out. And the perfect excuse for that was by moving near Fate Academy. Fate Academy is one of the top universities in Zone A on Earth. The countries were now segregated based on world status. Zone A was the wealthiest country and mostly were billionaires resides, while Zone B was for the middle class and Zone C was for the poor who rented on government lands. Meanwhile, the infrastructures and commercial establishments were segregated in these zones to make jobs accessible and easier for the people. But the main reason was so the people would disperse and wouldn't congregate on a single spot. They were currently in Zone C, and it was a day by plane from Zone A, where Fate Academy was located. Ren's eyes twinkled. First things first, he had to get the game pod, and all would start from there. Chapter 2, Going to Zone A after 2 days. Are you sure that you're going to be alright by yourself? Helen didn't know what to do when Ren suddenly said that he wanted to move out to live closer to Fate Academy. She and Troy somehow expected it, but coming from their son's mouth was a different thing entirely. She cried at night after hearing the news. Ren was with them in his 19 years, and now, he would live alone. She was both proud, happy, and sad at the same time. Ren nodded. It's easier for me, he said as he packed his clothes while being aware of his mother's burning gaze on his back. Does it really have to be a university in Zone A? And why so sudden? Classes wouldn't open until 2 months. Helen, Troy reprimanded his wife. We already discussed this and said that we will support Ren's decision. And besides, graduates in the universities in Zone A have a much higher chance of being accepted in big companies. Dad's right, Mom. Ren zipped his bag and faced his parents. When did his parents look old? Why did he only notice now the flocks of grey hairs and wrinkly skin? The hunches of their backs and the difficulty of their breathing. Ren blinked away the tears in his eyes and forced a smile. He wasn't emotional, and most even said that he was unsympathetic and cold. But anyone would shed tears at the sight of their parents getting old and weak. I have to go to Zone A as early as possible to find a dorm and to apply to Fate Academy. Ren flung his badge over his shoulder. I'll call every day. Helen pressed her lips and didn't say any more while Troy patted his son's shoulder. I've wired the money into your account. Don't spend it all and be careful in the big city. Don't go out partying all night. Avoid bad crowds and eat healthy foods, exercise, and study hard so you can get a decent job after you graduate, buy a house and marry a kind girl, Helen chimed in. Ren smiled. I will. Though he doubted about the marrying part, he was sure as hell would buy them a house. Not just a house, a mansion in one of Zone A's most prestigious neighborhoods with top-notch security and views. And his parents would live like king and queens surrounded by servants. It was his promise to himself, and he would fulfill it this time, no matter what. Upon reaching Zone A, Ren was instantly hit with the sight of flying cars, train pods in the sky, towering buildings that projected 3D images, and fresh air that was made possible by multiple filters from every establishment. The scenery was very different compared to Zone C, where it took in the architecture of the old. Everything in Zone A looked new and futuristic. Ren walked out of the airport and rode a bus to his destination. He was familiar with every zones because of his past life. And out of habit, every time he rode a vehicle, he took the window seat and stared down at the sights below as roads for public transportation were now weaving the skyline while the ground took space for landscapes, bicycles, and other forms of non-vehicle transport. The people looked like ants from above as they went about their daily activities, and the sight of the open spaces, fountains, plants, and trees was breathtaking as always. After his stop, he proceeded into an all-male dorm called Ravens near Fate Academy. It was also the same dorm he used in the past. It was the cheapest dorm out of the many dormitories and apartments near the academy. Upon completing the papers and checking in, Ren fixed his things and called his parents before he took a bath and finally had the chance to rest on his bed. Dorms and apartments in Zone A were high class. The one he was staying in was a wide 10 by 10 meter space complete with a foyer, toilet and bath, a mini kitchen, a single bed, a student's desk, a filter, and an air conditioner. But of course, the price per month reached from $500 to $10,000 depending on the quality of the room. In the past, aside from his school workloads, he had to juggle multiple jobs to pay the rent and his living expenses. Ren chose the cheapest dorm, like where he was staying in the past. He had no use for carpeted floors, granite walls, leather sofas, chandeliers, and jacuzzis anyway. He had lived with a faucet and a cup and a ceiling fan his whole life. So he could get by without the luxury. He closed his eyes. He'd apply for a student loan in Fate Academy and process all the paperwork tomorrow. Once he confirms his enrollment, he'll immediately buy the gaming pod in the city. It was of the utmost importance that he was among the players who made it in the first opening of the game Covenant. Exactly 7 months from now, due to the popular game, private establishments, millionaires and billionaires would invest in guilds, and these guilds needed a base of operations. Their tiny plot of lands that they were renting from the government would be sold to these uprising of mass construction. Because of the influx of rising demands on lands, the rent skyrocketed, and his parents were left with no choice but to live in the slums with a makeshift house from scraps of wood and discarded metal sheets to save money just so he could live in comfort in Zone A. It was also the time when his father's health deteriorated because the house couldn't even protect them from the rain and cold. A blazing desire hit Ren's stomach, driving him to achieve his goal faster. Knock. Knock. Ren opened his eyes and groaned. He thinks he knew who was at his door at 6 in the evening. Ren? Ren took a deep breath and calmed his nerves as he opened the door. A boy his age with semi-bald brown hair and muddy-colored skin was grinning at him from ear to ear. But Ren knew that behind his smile hid an opportunistic character. Ronnie. The son of Ren's neighborhood. Chapter 3, Ren and Ronnie were having their dinner in a restaurant inside a luxury mall. Ren didn't really want to go, but since he was hungry and it looked like that Ronnie wasn't going to leave his front door if he didn't come to dinner with him, he agreed. Ren wanted to eat on his favorite kebab near Fate Academy. It was a small stall on the side of the street, and they had the best hot pot in the country. This luxury mall was Ronnie's favorite hangout place together with his rich friends in the future. Ren didn't like the food in here. Though it was indeed delicious, the price tag was too expensive, plastered on a fancy, hard-to-read name. But it was just a regular burger served in colorful dishes and seasonings that he could get in a regular burger joint. Man. I couldn't believe that you also entered Fate Academy. And the soonest I heard from my mom that you're staying in Raven's dorm, I know I just had to go see you. It has to be fate since I'm also staying there. Ren munched his burger as an excuse not to engage in their conversation. As Ronnie was talking, Ren seized the guy's information from his memory. Ronnie came early to Zone A than him, and he was from another class. They were just neighbors who had the same poor background. They weren't even close. Ronnie's mother would often brag about him to their neighbors and Ren's mother, saying that her son was a genius and was going to an academy in Zone A. In truth, it was because of Ronnie's aunt and uncles who helped. That was why he could afford to go to college in Zone A. But Ronnie hated his low-income family and often lied about his upbringing from their fellow schoolmates. When the mass construction took place, both their families were forced to evacuate. Ronnie and his parents were safe because their relatives took them in. But for Ren's parents, they weren't so lucky. They didn't have any relatives who were willing to take in another mouth to feed. And to make matters worse, due to Ren's looks, which he took up from his mother of mixed descent, he was popular with the ladies, which got Ronnie and some men jealous. And maybe due to that or what started out with a harmless prank, Ronnie spread rumors that Ren's parents lived in the slums. Since then, everyone started calling Ren a rat while the ladies avoided him like the plague. What was so good about looks without money and power? Ren didn't mind Ronnie and the others, though. He even forgets about Ronnie in the past years. However, He was devastated by the news that his parents were indeed living in the slums. But this time, Ren looked over at Ronnie. He would make sure that he'll collect the debt with interest. Ren's school life was a living hell because of the rumors he spread. No one wanted to be associated with him, and everyone looked down upon him just because he was poor. "I'm sorry that you have to pay, man." Ronnie wiped the sauce from his lips and grinned. "I was too excited to finally have someone I know here that I forgot my wallet in my room. I promised to pay you back." "Oh, you will, all right," Ren mused to himself. "Don't worry about it. By the way, there's a popular game coming, and I heard they used virtual reality like you're really inside the world as a character." "Covenant," Ren replied and offered no ongoing conversation. He was blatant about his dislike for Ronnie, but the guy couldn't take the hint. Ren couldn't blame him. Ronnie was indeed thick-skinned. "Yes? That's the one. Man, I really wanted to play it." Ronnie entered the game earlier than Ren. Even without money, Ronnie used his flattering and leech-like skills to get to the good side of his rich classmates until someone actually gave him an old game pod. Oh, he gave while Ren couldn't even afford one in the past. Not even when he graduated. He had to register in a guild before he was lent one. Man, rich kids have it easy, how? Ronnie was thick with envy as he eyed the passing teenagers in their designer clothes and latest gadgets. "If I'm rich, I'm going to buy a mansion and surround myself with beautiful maids." Ronnie laughed and looked at Ren. "What about you?" Ren thought for a second. He didn't want to entertain Ronnie, but his mind was still geared to his parents. "I just want to give my parents a good life." Ronnie's expression dropped. "You're really a filial kid." He then leaned on his chair and spat with pouting lips. "I mean, what good are my parents? They can't even give me a good life. But they still had the guts to reproduce like there was no tomorrow. Do you know how many annoying siblings I have? I'm glad I'm out from that hellhole." Ren didn't comment. He was an only child. His mother had a miscarriage, and his little sister was gone before she was even born. The accident left damage to his mother's body, and she never got pregnant after that. "Hey, look at that. That girl is a beauty." Ronnie's eyes shone at the sight of a beautiful girl with long blonde hair and striking blue eyes complete with an alluring frame. She was donned in the finest designer's dress that showcased her ample breasts and long snow-white shapely legs. Her skin was adorned with the latest bijoux jewelry, the most expensive jewelry brand in the whole world. Owning a set of this jewelry was a staple for the rich. You wouldn't belong in their circle if you didn't have one in your collection. And her bag and boots were custom-made in the most expensive leather. She was accompanied by her bodyguards in finely dressed suits and ties, carrying loads of paper bags in their hands. Ren was surprised because it was Sylvia, the daughter of a tycoon in this country. She was also the guild leader of Golden Phoenix and a top beauty in the game. Though her guild was mediocre at best, she had access to rare items, terms, and secret information due to her parents' money, placing her group in the top guilds in Covenant. Ronnie sighed in disappointment. Guys like us could only look at those rich, beautiful girls from afar. They would never look our way. It was true. Ren never even met Sylvia in his entire existence in the past, and they even attend the same school. Funny how he got to see her in person now. Though it was from afar. Every eye looked her way, and even in real life, Sylvia attracted attention by simply standing and breathing. In the past, many top players were wooing her and even leaders of top guilds. But Sylvia remained indifferent to them all. She only used them to strengthen her guild's position further. Not that Ren was ridiculing her. He indeed admired her, for she was using everything in her resources to reach the top. She was competitive and goal-driven, which also contributed to why the Golden Phoenix position remained unshakable even if it was an all-female guild. Ren drank his coffee. He had a few crushes in the past, but because he was always busy with school and work, he didn't have time to insert a woman into his life. Though there was an exception, but Ren didn't consider her as a girlfriend because she was just using him for information, and because of that, he was kicked from his first guild. Ren sighed. Why was his past life so miserable? And why did he let himself be surrounded by opportunistic people? Ren himself didn't know. Maybe because he was naive and didn't have many friends due to his lifestyle? Ren's eyes flashed with determination. This time, he'd be more careful whom to trust. He wouldn't have a problem with the department now that he knew most people's colors both in-game and out. Chapter 4, the first step after days of processing his papers and finalizing his enrollment, Ren finally bought the gaming pod for Covenant. It was the cheapest version, unlike those deluxe gaming pods like the pros and rich people bought with custom design and high-quality materials. But it would have to do. After finalizing the payment, the store delivered it to his dorm, and Ren shuffled one foot and another as he watched the staff set up his pod. The game would officially start tonight, just in time that his gaming pod arrived. He didn't have to worry about sleep because the game operated when a person was asleep. Time in the game was different in the real world. 1 day in-game was equivalent to an hour in the real world to accommodate the many features and adventures in the world of Covenant. Ren sprawled his fingers on the sleek design of the pod. Once inside, it induces a sleeping agent, and you could even set a timer if you want to wake up. It was safe, and Ren didn't know any pod issues causing death in the past like the conservative older people proclaimed. Even after the installers left his room, Ren stared blankly at his pod. It was his very own pod. His own. Ren chuckled. It was the first expensive item he bought for himself, and he promised that it wouldn't be the last. Money couldn't bring true happiness, they said. And they were right, but Ren still preferred to cry inside his Bugatti than in the streets. He used to think that working hard and playing fair would lead to success in the past. Wrong. It was a joke to keep the likes of the poor while the rich used any means and resources to reach the top with lesser to no effort. To reach the pinnacle of success, Ren would cheat and play dirty using his past knowledge, and no one would stop him from attaining riches and changing his life for the better. He was not asking for fame. What he wanted was money. After all, the world revolves around that piece of paper. After taking a bath and eating dinner, Ren waited for the clock to strike 8 in the evening. His heart thudded with each tick and tock. The developer of the game was kept secret for the assurance of fairness. So the big folks couldn't bribe them and influence the game. But they were shrewd as fuck. They only advertised the game but never announced the exact date of its opening, and everyone was caught by surprise one morning when all people talked about was Covenant. Because of it, only a few players logged in the first opening and achieved many first bloods and godlike characters later. Yosh. Ren laid inside the gaming pod and closed its glass door. Fingers shaking, he pressed his palm on the glass, and a hologram screen appeared before him with the robotic voice of a woman filling the space. Welcome player Ren, do you want to enter the Word of Covenant? Yes, no. The interface was simple at the moment, but in the later version, you could even change the robotic voice of some of the voices of your favorite artist, singer, or voice actors. As Ren pressed yes, and a cloud of white-scented smoke filled the cabin. It was cool and minty, and Ren was lulled into sleep within seconds. Downloading, 70%, 90%, 100% welcome to Covenant. When Ren's consciousness was back, he found himself in a white room with only a large screen and a hologram of himself in front of him. Everyone was given options to change the color of their hair and eyes as well as add some props depending on their chosen race. But they could never alter their appearance. Covenant wanted to retain the facial features of its players to enhance the feel of living in its world like you're just living in the real world. This also prevented players from doing anything since their real face was exposed. Looks weren't important in the game. You could be like a monster for all to care. As long as you were a top player, everybody would want you, including the women. Though the game would have many pieces of equipment to hide your appearance if you really wanted to remain unanimous to everyone. And after a month in the game where towns became accessible, you could change your hair, skin, eye colors and add some props in parlors and shops. This mostly catered for the female players. Ren wiggled his fingers and pinched his cheek. Everything was working like he was just in his real body on Earth. The only thing that changed was the intensity of pain. It was set to 10% to avoid overloading the brain. Please choose your race: human, elf, sprite, dwarf, beast, orc. They were the primary race, and the guidebook only explained the bare minimum of it. But Ren knew that they were hidden races in the latter part of the game, and depending on your race, you could unlock rare or world quests. He remembered a popular thread before that many players regretted that they didn't put any consideration about their race. They could have access to rare quests or even rarer races if they did. Some even recreated their account. Let's see. Once you chose your race, that was it. You were set for life. In Covenant, there was no changing your race or creating multiple accounts. The pod was like a scanner and knew even your blood type and DNA. That was why it was impossible to create another account using the same body. All you could do was delete your account and make a new one. But all your hard-earned items and gills would be deleted, and you were back to the newbie village. Many players did this option in the past, all to acquire rare races and quests in the mid and later games. That was also one of the reasons why many players lamented when they didn't put any special consideration about their race. But since the developers were shrewd as fact, they didn't put much information on the guidebook or their website. Ren recalled that the humans were balanced in terms of attributes. Elves excelled in speed and stealth. Beasts and orcs had the most strength in the early game. Dwarfs have the most defense, while sprites have the most magic damage and magic points. The race that had the most quests were the humans. Ren didn't know if the developers decided it like so as an honor to humanity. But he chose the sprite race, and he watched as his ears turned pointy while his skin glowed like a luminous moon. Do you want to add wings? Yes, no, hell no. Who would want that? Ren thought and shook his head. He skipped the props like wings, horns, and other stuff. The pointy ears and glowing skin were enough. Sprites had the weakest defense in the early game but had the strongest magic power and magic points. This race also offered the fewest class options. Typically, most females chose this race because of their pretty appearance and the many props that accompanied it, but Ren didn't choose it for those reasons. He chose it because of the next question. Please choose your class. Mage. Ren smirked. He chose this race precisely because of the mage class that was only exclusive to the sprite race. In Covenant, classes were restricted by race. Like the human race, the only class available was the swordsman and thief. Elves only had the archer class. Sprites had the mage class. Dwarfs had the guard class. Beasts had the animist and monk class. Orcs had the brute class. But of course, some of these classes were further categorized into subclasses. Please choose a subclass: dark mage, white mage, green mage, blue mage, red mage. Cancel. Ren pressed cancel. Warning. Once cancelled, the subclasses wouldn't be available again. Are you sure you want to cancel? Yes, no. Ren pressed a decisive yes, then the screen returned to normal. There was a reason why he didn't choose a subclass. That was because he was aiming for the hidden mage subclass later. Since the developers were shrewd as fuck and didn't tell anyone about this information, everyone chose a subclass at the start. Almost all of the players lamented in the mid and later game when they found out that you could only have access to some of the rarer subclasses if you didn't choose a subclass in the first place. These prompted some of the players to recreate their accounts. These rare subclasses could only be triggered if you didn't choose a subclass at the start and you talked to the right NPCs in the game. They were usually in the form of a hidden quest. Time Mage, Necromage, Arcanist, and Seer were all hidden rare subclasses belonging to the Mage. Ren was aiming for the Alchemist, the final evolved class of an Arcanist. So he needed to become an Arcanist first. Recalling the information of an Arcanist, it was unremarkable. It used their spell books and scrolls as a means to attack and defend. Unlike the other mage subclass where you could evolve into a chrono-mage or later have the chance to be an elementalist, summoner, or necromancer, the Arcanist only evolved to a scholar. Also, most of its skills and spells were useless and hard to level up. It was the reason why not many chose it as a class. But what the majority didn't know, the Arcanist skill was among the OP, overpowered, in the game. It allows you to use any spell skill books and scrolls without the restriction of race and class, though for only more than half of its power and for a certain amount of time. but it was still considered an OP skill. Imagine casting spells that only a blue mage could do, or even summon a beast exclusive to the summoner's class. And if you evolve it into a scholar, its passive allows you to identify every item in the game that was otherwise marked as. You wouldn't also be cheated because of counterfeit and faked items when doing business, which became a trend when the in-game currency was introduced. And since Ren's goal was to accumulate money, it was the perfect class for him. It might not sound remarkable, but it was the only prerequisite to becoming an alchemist. The hidden and final class of an alchemist. Ren didn't know of anyone who achieved the title of an alchemist in his past life. But there were NPCs who have that hidden class, and the items and equipment they crafted were god tier or even legendary artifacts. What's more, an alchemist could produce anything with the right materials and tools. Be it weapons, armors, accessories, or potions. And Ren could sell or auction it for a high price. It was indeed the perfect class for him. Chapter 5, Player Status. After choosing his race and class, Ren looked at his information again, ensuring that nothing was wrong and everything was perfect. He had black hair and silver eyes, pale skin, and pointy ears in this world. Nothing much changed from his actual appearance except the luminosity of his skin and his pointed ears. He wasn't worried if someone noticed him since it was still the beginning of the game. Also, the game had its own countermeasures to protect the privacy of its players in real life. In Covenant, every avatar is unique because they're an exact copy of you. However, you could still hide your appearance by equipping certain armors and accessories. Once you set your avatar, you could no longer alter its face and body in the future except for the hair, eyes, skin, and adding some props like wings and horns, which would become accessible once towns were open. In the beginning, everything was set in the newbie village and beginner's forest, grinding until your ATP, attributes, reached the specific amount to enter towns. Dungeons, bosses, some quests, and most towns required a specific ATP as well as equipping armors and weapons. Ren then happily pressed his player status. Status name, Ren. Age 19. Race, Sprite class, Mage, eye color, silver hair color, black. Attributes, health points, 40 magic points, mana points, 70 physical strength, 2 defense, 2 magical defense, 2 intelligence, intelligent, 10 agility, 2 luck, 4 skills, none, spells, heal LV, 1 life skills, cooking, beginner fishing, beginner foraging, 5 beginner experience points, 0 plus 1000 bonus money, 0 plus 100 gil bonus items. Newbie Gub's Covenant's map END. Since he didn't choose a subclass, he didn't get the additional bonus ATP points and the skill and spells associated with that subclass. The default heal spell was common to all mages and other classes as well. It was a generic basic spell to aid everyone at the start of the game. Classes could be evolved when specific attributes were met. Aside from that, there were also hidden classes and races. ATP could all be leveled up using experience. Health points and magic points could have an additional +5 for 100 experience, while the rest would increase +1 in exchange for 100 experience. While skills, spells, and life skills could only be increased through the amount of using the said skill. Skills had the maximum LV 10 before they could evolve to a much advanced version of the spell. In contrast, life skills have the category of beginner, intermediate, master, and grandmaster. The life skill category determined whether your cooking would be a success or pig's food. It dictates the quality and rarity of the fish you catch when you fish and dictate the amount of materials you gather when you're foraging. There were also hidden life skills later in the game, but those were the basics. Aside from the usual common skills and spells that could be bought from any shop, there were also rare and hidden skills and spells from missions and drop items. But of course, the chances of dropping these rare items was only 4% of probability. However, if your luck were high, the percentage would also increase. There were no restrictions to your ATP, so there was no limit even if your ATP reached thousands. Pro players and godlike characters have this much attributes later in the game. But of course, the more you advance, the lesser the experience you gain, except maybe if you encounter bosses. Ren didn't waste time and immediately distributed his plus 1000 experience to his ATP. Attributes: health points 45, magic points 75, physical strength 2, defense 5, magical defense 4, intelligence 11, agility 3, luck 5, END. Physical strength was useless with his race and class, so Ren didn't bother with it. He would rather allocate his experience to defense, magical defense, intelligence, and luck. The common mistake that most players made was, they wanted everything to be balanced and wanted every of their ATP to increase without considering their class. This mistake caused their character to fall behind from the others. A mage couldn't wield weapons since most of it has class restrictions, so it was impossible to use them as a means of physical attack. At the same time, mages' spells and skills heavily rely on mana and magic. They didn't have spells and skills that use physical attacks, so physical strength was really useless to level in a mage. Likewise, if you have a class that heavily focuses on physical attacks, then intelligence was useless to level up. Experience was generous in the early game since your ATP was low. But in the mid and later part, experience was so scarce that only dungeon raids, PvP, players versus players, battles, rare quests, and boss fights gave enough experience to level up your ATP. Equipped with that knowledge, Ren must allocate his experience to ATPs that would greatly benefit him from the start. Hence, he couldn't afford to even waste a single experience to ATPs that he wouldn't use. His physical strength could stay at 2, for all he cared, as long as his intelligence and defenses reached thousands. Satisfied, he looked at his skills and spells. Skill S, none, ENDSPELLS heal LV, 1, cost 5 magic points, single target, 10% replenish health points, 1 minute cooldown END. Ren almost forgot how mediocre the stats were at the beginning of the game. In a fast-phase fight, a minute cooldown was disastrous. The penalty was experience if you died, and you'd respawn in the nearest village or town or a save crystal that was usually present near dungeons. And there was no save in a boss fight. To make matters worse, if your experience reached 0 and you keep dying, your hard-earned ATP would go down in exchange for your experience. There were even players whose characters' ATPs reached 0. Needless to say, they quit the game. Such was the shrewdness of the developers. And thus, many players opted to buy potions to make sure that their health points and magic points remained at optimum during unexpected encounters. It would be disastrous if you accidentally encountered a rare beast and your health points was low. Just imagining the rare items from that loot turned to dust just because you didn't bring any potions sent a shudder in Ren's spine. More than once, it happened to him when he was still new to the game. And no matter how many times he triggered that encounter again, it never came. The rare items that came from that rare beast were gone. Such was the life in the world of Covenant. Ren looked at his empty skill and shrugged the matter off. He didn't have any skill or spells to attack his enemies at this point in time. Ren wasn't worried, though. In the early game, PvP wasn't introduced yet. It'll come later when the guild features open in the game, so he didn't have to rush to acquire and level up his skills and spells. He could just buy a basic spell book in the newbie village later in preparation for the upcoming quests. He needed to complete First Blood, acquire rare items, and raise his attribute points. And besides, he already had something planned to compensate for his lack of combat ability. Chapter 6, First Blood. Ren opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a flash of vertical light before he found himself inside a newbie village. There was only him in the current village he was brought in, since only hundreds knew the exact time of Covenant's opening, and the other players were mostly distributed across hundreds of newbie villages as well. And by this time, everyone was still entangled by those damn races and classes. Even though there was an endless stream of promotions about the game, there was little to no information about races and classes as well as spells and skills. Crucial information was shrouded in mysteries like the developers' dark, twisted hearts. The game's name was Covenant because the developers intended the game to be guild and multiplayers driven. But the world in this game is called Arcadia, a paradise for players. Ren glided his fingers on thin air, and a hologram screen appeared. He was the only one who could see the details on his screen, and it was one of the game's many privacy perks. Aside from that, players could only see your ID name, health points and magic points bar, and nothing else. Ren equipped his newbie garbs. An EWBIEGARBS robe, common health points plus 5 defense plus 2 magical defense plus 2 staff, common intelligence plus 2 END. Ren pressed the map button. Do you want to view the map while walking? Yes. No. Ren pressed yes, and the map popped and shrunk in size beside the upper right corner of his view, while his health points and magic points were displayed to his upper left. Both were lowered in opacity so as not to hinder his vision. Depending on your taste, you can customize the display, but Ren preferred it like this. It was the same setting as his past life, and he was used to it. Another advantage to him was that he was already familiar with his new environment and viewing screen, while others still had to adjust. That would speed his goal of getting first blood. Besides that, Ren knew the game inside and out. Though not everything, but certainly a lot. He knew of NPCs, which had links to side quests, hidden quests, world quests, and epic quest, as well as the location of hidden treasure chests, event triggers, and bugs. Ren rubbed off the sweat in his shaking hands against his robe. He felt like he would pee from the sheer excitement alone as he approached a traveling merchant. Cyrillic letter Jaeger, a halfling merchant. Another race in the game that would be accessible later on. Ager's half-body was human with 2 horns twirling beside his head, while his waist down was the body of a goat. Ager greeted Ren with a silly smile that shook his red goatee. Yo? Interested in anything? Take a look at my wares. Ren wasn't interested in Ager's wares since they contained mostly basic items. He did, however, buy the common fire spell book for 100 gil, spending all his money in one go. Ren then checked his spells. SPELLSHEALV, 1, cost 5 magic points, single target, 10% replenish health points, 1 minute cooldown. Fire LV, 1, cost 10 magic points, single enemy target, 2 seconds cooldown. END spells and skills were dependent on your ATP. The greater your ATP, the higher the damage. Since Ren's intelligence was high, it was the perfect setup for him. He then went to the village mayor before the others could arrive. It was of the utmost importance that he gets the very first blood. Ah, my dear young sprite. My name is Murkov, Euclid's village mayor. My family has been in charge of this village since blah, blah, blah. Ren restrained a twitch of his eyebrow as he faked a smile. His fingers were itching to skip and fast-forward the dialogue, but decided against it. It would only cause a drop in his relationship level with Murkov. In Covenant, NPCs should be treated as real people like on Earth. There were 4 relationship levels with NPCs, starting from being strangers, to friends, and finally, intimate. And if your relationship level fell from strangers, then you became a ruffian. If you skip the dialogues, your relationship level with that NPC will drop, affecting the number of quests and rewards you'd get. And sometimes, NPCs wouldn't even talk to you if your relationship level fell from strangers, and you became a ruffian. It was the reason why most players in the past treated NPCs as real-life people and not just a character plastered on a game. Ren didn't have a choice but to endure the long talk with faked enthusiasm. It seemed like minutes had passed before the old man finally decided to make a request. We have been experiencing goblin attacks recently. Our animals were stolen and eaten, and our livelihood suffered tremendously. I can only ask you, young adventurers, to help put a stop to these accursed goblins and bring back peace in our village. Mission: Goblin Extermination. Description: help Euclid Village exterminate goblins. X5 in Euclid Forest. Rewards: Potion X5, Cooking Recipe X1, 1000 gil. Accept. Decline. Ren accepted the mission and went straight into the back of the barn. There were 10 goblins in that area, enough to fill the requirements. It was also within the village, so he cut almost 5 minutes of traveling into Euclid Forest. Not many knew of this information since the goblins' location was hidden behind a secluded area in the barn, and their respawn time was random to non-existent once you defeated them the first time. The goblins were LV, 1 like Ren, and their damage was about -5 to -10 health points. Ren wasn't an expert in fighting. He was an information gatherer in his past life, and his reflexes weren't good, to begin with. However, the game didn't mind your physical combat abilities in real life since you mostly attack with skills and spells anyway. Ren's greatest strength lies in his knowledge. LV-1 goblins only have pummel as their skill, and they weren't fast and could easily be avoided if your agility was faster than theirs. They don't attack in groups either, unlike the savage goblins in Euclid Forest. The goblins in Euclid Forest were stronger than the goblins in the barn. The goblins in the forest were wild and attacked in groups. It was also the reason why most newbie players had a hard time defeating them. Some even died and lost ATP, while others had to form groups to defeat those LV-1 goblins. But there was a shortcut that only Ren knew. And that was the goblin in the back of the barn. They were weaker and easy to defeat. And once defeated, they provided a greater amount of experience and rewards than those goblins in the forest. The developer purposely placed them there to reward those players who searched every nook and cranny of a place in the game. However, once defeated the first time, it would take great luck and re-entering to trigger them again inside the village. Ren cast fire, and the goblin evaporated into light particles before they had any chance to pummel him with their makeshift hammer. And within 1 minute, Ren had already defeated the goblins x10. Congratulations on defeating goblins x10 rewards, Goblin Tooth x7 Wooden Stick x5 1000 experience 1000 gil. Ren almost lamented at how basic the rewards were in the early game. The only consolation he had was the 1000 experience and gil. The rest were garbage at this point. There was no use in holding them in his inventory as they would only take up space. He would sell them later to Ada. Everyone's inventory had limits up to x 999 items only, regardless if it was a repetitive item. It was not stackable. Like for example, Ren's loot just now took a total of x 12 space in his inventory. Though if the towns were already accessible, you could have access to banks where you could store anything without limit, for a monthly fee, of course. The bank's icon would also appear on your screen, and you could access it anytime. Another advantage of storing in the bank was the safety perks, which required a passcode when you wanted to retrieve your items. This also prevented the steal from pilfering your items, unlike if you put them in your inventory. However, these perks required a hefty 100,000 gil monthly, and oftentimes, only the rich and the guilds could afford it. Ren sighed and reported back to Murkov. His loot wasn't important. What's important was the next step. Ren listened to Murkov with unabated attention. His heart was pounding crazy as he waited for the notification. Thank you for a job well done, adventurer. You have saved our village from those vile creatures. Accept this small reward as a token of our appreciation. Received, Potion X5 Cooking Recipe X1 1000 gil. Murkov's affection went up. Your level of relationship is now friends. Congratulations on getting first blood for the quest, Goblin Extermination. Rewards, Crystal Chest X1 10,000 experience 1000 gil. You want to announce your achievement to the world? Yes. No. Ren jumped with joy. He really attained first blood. Chapter 7, Skill Book. Congratulations on getting first blood for the quest, Goblin Extermination. Rewards, Crystal Chest 10,000 experience 1000 gil. You want to announce your achievement to the world? Yes. No. Ren jumped with joy. He really attained first blood. Ren composed himself after seconds, and he pressed no while a grin never left his face. Announcing his achievements would only get him in trouble in the future. He wasn't after the fame. He was after the money. The reward chest appeared together with fireworks booming in the sky, accompanied by a melodic voice of a female, together with the appearance of a large screen that said, "Congratulations to player XXXX for being the first to complete the quest, Goblin Extermination." The next thing that exploded was the world chat box. WORLDCHAT. Not a virgin, who? Clueless, I just arrived in the newbie village. Second motion, me too. Not jealous, who is this guy? How did he manage to acquire first blood so early? envy with greed, and I thought I would acquire first blood. Hosea Daddy. 10,000 experience. Impor, PLZ. Jib experience, oh great lord I am beautiful, I am beautiful. Emperor of newbies, everyone, bow before me. Expires life, I am experience. Experience is me. Experience is life. Impor, PLZ. Jib experience, multiple persons are typing. ENDIN, world chat, you have to make an account to send a message and you have the privilege of entering a different username and even had the choice to change it, for a price, of course. Teren ignored the chatter. His attention was on the rewards. Covenant made a special spell or skill exclusive only to that one person who managed to get the very first blood, and the spell skill was usually dependent on your race and class. Ren remembered a thread once about the lucky guy who attained the very first blood. He said that it was the reason why he had a godlike character. He was top 2 in rankings of strongest solo players. Ren's stomach churned, and he felt like pooping. He rubbed his sweaty hands against his clothes and opened the one-of-a-kind, crystal chest. Whatever was inside a crystal chest meant that it was the only item that existed in the entire game. It was so valuable that Ren would instantly become a millionaire if he sold it later in the game. But he'd rather use it now because whatever was inside that chest would surely land him even more money in the long run. Opening the chest, a notification popped up. Obtained, Skill Book X1, do you want to use the skill book? Yes. No. Ren pressed yes, and there were particles of white light glowed in his entire body. He then checked his skills. Skill S Mana Conversion LV, 1, passive, 10% replenish mana upon a successful hit. END Mana Conversion? Ren didn't know about that kind of spell even within the years he gathered information about the game. But a 10% mana replenish upon successful attack meant that as long as he hit his target, his magic points would regenerate. Such an OP skill. And it could be leveled up too. Mana was essential to cast spells and skills. And for Ren's class that relied heavily on spells skills, it was abso-fucking-lutely perfect for him. With this, he didn't have to buy many potions and mana potions in the future, saving him tons of money. No. That was not even the most important. The important thing was, he could use skills and spells non-stop without worrying about his magic points. In Covenant, you can recover your health points and magic points by certain spells, consuming potions and foods, or resting in inns. Ren was ecstatic. It was definitely worth it to get the very first blood. But it was not the time to bask in his happiness, for the other players would appear soon. Ren didn't care about getting the first blood on other quests anymore. Though their rewards were great, he could get or buy them later in the game, unlike when he attained the very first blood in Covenant, where the spell book was one of a kind that you could only get one time. For now, his priority was the hidden chests inside this newbie village. One beside a giant tree near the barn, and another was hidden beside the mayor's house. They contained health potions X5, and mana potions X5. They weren't remarkable, but now Ren didn't have to buy those potions in the shops, saving him hundreds of gills. Every strategy to save money was one step away from being a millionaire. Ren thought. Health potions and mana potions cost 25 gil and 50 gil, respectively. When the in-game conversion was introduced, that would be $25 and $50. Not much, but 10 of them would already be $500. Ren picked up the pace when he noticed that other players were already present. He only spared the others the barest glance when he passed by them and proceeded to his next quest. The others ignored him entirely as they skipped and jogged towards the NPCs hoping to acquire their first quest. Ren blended perfectly well in the crowds, and everyone didn't suspect that he was the one who acquired first blood. And it was not like the others could ask the NPCs around on who acquired the first blood. The NPCs were programmed not to disclose any information regarding the players, another privacy perk of the game. Chapter 8, Spells and Skills. Ren didn't care about the other players anymore. He needed to distribute his experience to his ATP. Since he acquired a whopping 12,000 experience points, his ATP would be way higher than the rest unless they managed to kill a boss this early on. However, Ren doubted that would happen since the low-level boss at this point in time had an ATP in the plus 20 to plus 40. It would take at least a week of non-stop grinding to reach that amount. In this early game, the maximum experience you could get even if you grind the whole day was probably around 1000 to 2000 experience. That's because the more you level your ATP, the lesser the experience you'd get. What's more, the monsters in this newbie village were low levels and provided only around 50 experience at best. But if you did manage to defeat a group of monsters alone, then you might get a whopping 500 experience in one go. There was a player who achieved that feat. He used a simple trick that no one even thought about. He bought all his bonus plus 100 gil to buy health potions, while others bought gears and equipment. He repeated that process over and over. He bought nothing but health potions with his rewards and defeated a group of monsters until he leveled his ATP enough for him to solo group monsters at the beginning of the game without using any more health potions, while others still had a hard time defeating a single monster. The only mistake he made was announcing his strategy in the world chat for fame or out of the goodness in his heart. Thus, many players caught up to him. If he didn't, he might be one of the strongest solo players in Covenant. Getting ahead of the others was important in the beginning because the stronger your character was early on, the easier for you to grind, achieve first blood and win in PvP later on. Some even dedicated their lives to the world of Covenant that they only logged out of the game to eat and go to the toilet, just so they could get ahead of the others. Ren wasn't worried about that, though. He could always catch up since he knew the best grinding spots, hidden quests, chests, and bugs. Unfairness? Yes. It was indeed unfair. But the world doesn't care about your feelings at all. Ren knew that hard truth in the past, and he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. He would cheat his way up, and nothing could stop him. With Ren's 2000 gills, it was enough to buy the other spells like water, air, and earth. But without having chosen a subclass, he could only max them to LV 10. He could not evolve them to higher tier spells if he didn't meet the correct subclass. There were particular classes where some of your spells skills would be deleted from your list once you level up. Like when you become a fire mage, you could no longer perform any other spell except fire. In exchange, you could now have access to higher level fire spells. Everyone knew that it was useless to exert effort and money in leveling spells and skills that they couldn't evolve due to class restrictions. For example, Ren had Heal LV 1 and Fire LV 1 in his lists of spells, but he couldn't evolve them after they reached max LV 10 since he wasn't a white or a red mage. Later, when he acquired the Alchemist subclass, he would erase those spells in his list since, by that time, they were already considered weaker spells and wouldn't be much of help during his battles. It was better to focus on skills and spells that were useful to him. And that was when the Alchemist, Grimoire, skill became OP. Disregarding race and class, he could perform any type of spell skill with more than half its power for a certain time. And the only disadvantage was the restrictions. It had to be a skill spell book, and the book dissolved after being used. But if Ren levels his Grimoire skill, then he could perform Grimoire at least 5 or even more in a single day. And with the Scholar passive skill, Ren could convert any skill spell into a book as well as any food he tasted into recipes. He could then sell them for tons of money. Ren couldn't contain his grin. He couldn't wait to get the Scholar and Alchemist class. However, it was still weeks into the future. That was why most didn't know that the Alchemist, Grimoire, skill was too OP until the time came. And by the time, it was already too late to recreate your account because you were already heavily invested in your character. Ren had to hoard all kinds of spell skill books in preparation, though, so he could spam Grimoire by the time. Paired with his skill, mana conversion, he could quickly level it up in no time nowhere. In this early game, Ren didn't have to worry about his name showing above his health points and magic points bar or if someone recognized him since everyone was still low in level. But Ren still wanted to hide his face even though it was just his avatar, and he had a piece of perfect equipment for that together with the ideal weapon for him. When Ren converted his experience to ATP, he had 120 ATP points to distribute to his stats. That was like weeks of grinding without rest. At this point, Ren was way ahead of everyone else. So even if the others log in more than him, he wouldn't fall behind. Without even batting an eyelid, Ren distributed all his 120 ATP points to his luck and nothing else. Attributes: health points, 50 magic points, mana points, 75 physical strength, 2 defense, 7 magical defense, 6 intelligence, 13 agility, 3 luck, 125 END. It might be a foolish move to increase just his luck, but Ren needed his luck to reach this high if he wanted to trigger that hidden grinding spot later successfully. And since it was still daytime in the game, Ren opted to do some quest while he was here. The rewards from that quest were mediocre at best, but Ren needed a specific item that he could only have from a quest here. Chapter 9, First Hidden Quest. Ren went to a shabby old house by the edge of the village located on a tiny hill. An old lady there named Emily would trade cooking recipes for actual food of that recipe. Since Ren didn't have the necessary tools for cooking yet, it was better to trade his recipe for an actual food since he needed it later. What do you have there? Emily's opaque eyes shone with delight. Despite her liquid eyes and old bones, she could see and smell a recipe from miles away. Hello, my name's Ren, Ren greeted and added, I have a recipe here that I would like to trade for food. Say no more. Give me that piece of scroll, and I'll whip you something good. Ren gave Emily the recipe, and the old woman immediately went inside her hut. There was a sound of clattering metals and fire in the old lady's home, and Ren's neck couldn't help but stretch to see beyond the window glass of her house. Though it was useless since Ren couldn't see anything beyond the exterior of the old woman's home. In Covenant, they couldn't just enter the NPCs' houses. They needed to at least be at the level of friends before they could ask for permission to enter their home. After a few minutes, Emily went out with a smoking hot onigiri in her hand. I haven't made this one in the longest time. Thanks, youngster. If you have any more recipes in the future, this old woman would be happy if you'd trade them for her food. Received, onigiri x10, restore 10% health points, thank you. And I'd be sure to give you more recipes in the future. Your relationship level with Emily increased to friends. Ren knew that he only achieved friends status with Emily and the village chief because he was the first player to accept the request. In truth, it was a little challenging to increase your relationship level with NPCs. Since Ren didn't have any more business with Emily and there was nothing inside her house for him to see and get, he made his way to another quest. Ren headed towards a sprite woman with butterfly wings next. She was humming a lovely tune as she watered her garden in front of her house. Hi. The 30-year-old woman raised her head and looked at Ren before her smile widened, illuminating her face. Oh my, visitor? My name is Ann. How may I help you? Ren nodded over the lush flowers in front of Ann's house. My name's Ren, and I can't help but notice that you have a wonderful garden. This was actually a hidden quest, and once the keyword, garden, came out of the player's mouth, the quest would be triggered. It was a good thing that the system allowed secrecy in the conversation between NPCs and players. To outsiders, Ren appeared to be talking to Ann but couldn't exactly hear their conversation. What was more, quest announcement privately appeared on the player's home screen so only they could see their upcoming quests, another privacy perk of the game. No other players didn't find it suspicious since they had already talked to that same woman and hadn't received any kind of quest at all. In their eyes, Ren was simply wasting his time. The others didn't mind Ren anymore and resumed talking to the other NPC. They were competing with each other, racing to get the first blood of a quest. Ann glanced at her garden and then smiled. This time her smile wasn't forced, unlike the first time, and it reached her eyes. Yes, I'm quite proud of it. Then she sighed and placed her palm on her chubby cheek. If only I had a moonlight flower, my garden would shine even more. Hidden quest, Find the Moonlight Flower description. Anne of Euclid Village wanted a moonlight flower for her garden. Bring her a moonlight flower x10 rewards. As expected of a hidden quest, even the flower's location and rewards were hidden. Ren thought. But of course, he already knew where the moonlight flower was and the item he would get. If not for Ren's past knowledge of the game, he wouldn't know what to do and would pass this hidden quest until he found a moonlight flower by chance. Fortunately, Ren already knew all information regarding this quest. Ren left Anne alone after saying goodbye and went in the direction of the small stall that sells weapons and armor. A beautiful sprite lady with short green hair and horns greeted Ren. She beamed her brightest and said, "Welcome to Sunny's smithy. Have something in your mind?" Ren only nodded and proceeded to look at the selection of items in the shop. He didn't have to look much since the items were common and basic. Ren bought a long staff, providing +2 to his intelligence, and an accessory, protection ring, that added +1 to his defense, and a monocle x10. He also used all his remaining 1,150 gil to buy health potions x46. He needed those for his first boss fight later. Ren could only sigh from the poor selection of items at this stage, but it would have to do for now. Ren left the shop and headed towards the village gate and activated the teleportation crystal so he could teleport instantly in Euclid Village later. However, before he could step foot outside, sudden messages exploded in the sky. Congratulations to player John for being the first to complete the quest. Lucky charm. Congratulations to player Kyle for being the first to complete the quest. A seamstress dress. Congratulations to player Sylvia for being the first to complete the quest. Herbs gathering. Ren blinked. The quest, Lucky Charm, A seamstress dress, and Herbs gathering were basic quests that provided basic rewards. Being first blood meant that players who finish Lucky Charm would get an additional rabbit foot that added +4 to luck on top of the basic rewards of experience and gold. The first blood reward for A seamstress dress was an armor depending on your class that added +4 to defense, while the last, Herbs Gathering, had an additional first blood reward of health potion x10. Ren didn't need those. Although those equipment provided additional ATP boost and a heads up to others, Ren was already way ahead. What he needed to do was to get to the grinding spot as soon as possible. He was on edge, and that was all he could think about. After all, he didn't see firsthand that there was a grinding spot in Euclid Village. He purely relies on the information he gathered. And it was not like that grinding spot had a respawn. Once triggered, it couldn't be triggered again. Meaning it only appeared one time. He was a little unsure, and he became anxious. He needed to see it firsthand to know that it was true. Along the way, a name caught Ren's attention on the world announcement before. So Sylvia was among the people who knew the official start of Covenant. Ren thought. He was sure that the Sylvia broadcasted in the sky was the same Sylvia he had in mind, the leader of the guild's Golden Phoenix. After all, at this point, only beta testers, sons, and daughters of the rich had access to the inside information of the game. Recalling Sylvia's information, Ren knew that the woman only entered the game on a whim. She said so in an interview once. She wasn't a hardcore gamer, nor was she a fan of MMORPG games. She was an achiever. She had excellent grades, good at sports and academics. She could almost do anything in the real world, be it arts, music, or sports. And this got her bored, and she entered the game. Unfortunately or fortunately, Sylvia was pulled down from her high throne when she realized that she was just a mediocre player in Covenant. But instead of being disheartened, she was ecstatic to finally found something that was a challenge to her. She formed Golden Phoenix, so that she could prove to herself that even in the game, she was still the best. Her goal was always the top, whether in real life or in-game. Ren smirked. He only saw her as another customer later. A wealthy customer that would pay him hundreds of dollars for information. Chapter 10, Foraging and grinding spot like fireworks, multiple messages boomed in the sky, but Ren no longer cared about them. The others could compete with First Blood for simple quests for all he cares. He knew the rewards of those First Blood weren't great at this point in time. The only noteworthy of obtaining first blood now were the rare quests, defeating bosses, and clearing dungeons. With it in mind, Ren took his time and enjoyed the game for once. Unlike in the past, where there was a sense of urgency in everything he did, that he no longer enjoyed playing the game. While the others were busy finishing quests in the newbie village here and there and grinding for experience like their life depended on it, Ren was busy picking flowers and herbs in the meadows. Just across Euclid Forest and beside the dirt road going to Euclid Village was a vast expanse of tall grass and flowers with a pool of water at the center, coming from a reservoir from below. Ren was there, foraging what he could. Though he could only forage a spot once a day before the items respawned the next day. Acquired, Bluegrass X7 Earth X4 Rock X10 Twig X3 Freshwater X5, they were mediocre items at best because Ren foraged using his hands. Later, there would be tools available in the market to up his forage items. Like if he had an axe, he could get lumber. And depending on the quality of his tool, he could get rare materials. The quality of foraging tools depended on their color. Like for example, a bronze pickaxe would get him rocks. A silver pickaxe would get him basic ores. A gold pickaxe would mine him precious stones. But a platinum blue pickaxe, it would let him acquire rare ores and stones. As an alchemist who relied on his materials to craft, Ren needed those tools. When Ren had already foraged every spot there was to forage, he snatched the onigiri from his inventory and placed it near the pool of water at the center of a small dirt area. It didn't take a minute, and a tiny little piglet with a streak of black and white lining its brown furs appeared. Pelka information, appeared one time in Euclid Meadows if luck plus 100, 70% chance of appearance if any cooked dishes are placed near the pool of water, 40% chance of appearance. Ren crossed his hands and grinned in delight. His eyes were glinting evilly at those little plump pigs. These little piglets were called Pelka, and their meat was the most delicious and sought after in Covenant. The taste of its meat, when cooked by a Grand Master Chef, was so delicious and out of this realm that even the conservative people who were against the game ate their words and entered Covenant so that they could taste it once in their life. It was also why the nouveau rich and royalty entered the game so that they could eat Pelka meat every day. And Covenant became a tourist destination for those who didn't want to play and only wanted to sightsee and experience the awesome scenery and delicious food. A piece of the Pelka meat could fetch from 10,000 gil to 100,000 gil when auctioned right. And if cooked and served as food by a Grand Master Chef, its price doubled. But the rich didn't care. They earned that amount of money every few hours even without working. However, in return for the expensive meat and out-of-this-world taste, Pelkas were rare. Very rare. They required a specific ATP and items to trigger in each location. And once activated, they would no longer appear again. They could only be triggered once, and each location had its own requirements. In Euclid Meadow, the condition was above plus 100 luck and any kind of food. It was the reason why Ren allocated all his ATP to luck. He couldn't afford to miss it, so he poured all his acquired experience to luck just in case. When all the Pelkas in that area appeared and munched on Ren's food, the latter threw the rock he acquired at them. Used rock X1 number of rock left. 9, the Pelkas were startled, and they stopped munching. They looked at Ren with angry eyes before all of them charged at Ren with their snout ramming Ren's leg. -1 -1 -1 -1 Ren's health points decreased by 1 each time a Pelka hit him with its snout. Ren stifled a laugh. There was also another reason why Ren wanted to trigger these rare Pelkas. It was because Ren poked his long staff over the Pelka's head. But since his physical strength was only 2, the amount of damage he made on the little piglet was only -1. But it was enough to kill the piglet. Acquired, Pelka meat X10 1000 experience. Pelkas were actually beasts that offered a huge and fixed amount of experience no matter how high your ATP had become. It was indeed the best grinding spot. It was the reason why many players in the past went gaga in search of them. However, they were quite fast. But of course, their level of agility was still based on the player's ATP. And the moment one of them was killed, the others would run away immediately. Ren was prepared, though. He waited and gathered every Pelka and let them attack him so all of them would get close to him since he wasn't confident with his agility. Needless to say, with just a thwack of his long staff and a throw of a stone to those who were fleeing, he managed to kill all the Pelka and raked a whopping 10,000 experience and Pelka meat x 144. The amount of Pelka meat you can acquire depends on your luck, and that was another reason why Ren only increased his luck. Another thing to note about this elusive piglet was that you couldn't use magic-related attacks on them. If you did, you wouldn't be able to acquire its meat. That was why Ren opted to buy a longer staff that he could equip so it would be easier to attack them. Satisfied, Ren sighed in bliss. It was really a good time to be alive. He could only view others eating the meat in the past since it was so expensive. But now, he actually had x 144 of them. With these he didn't have to worry about his student loan anymore. Ren immediately allocated half of his 10,000 experience to his defense and intelligence in preparation for his first boss fight later. But first, Ren roasted a Pelka meat using his fire spell and munched that tender meat in one go. Acquired, roasted Pelka meat x1, Rengar sped when fireworks of flavors exploded in his mouth. The meat was so soft, melting on his tongue, and with it came different flavors that were more delicious than anything he had tasted in his entire life. All ATP increased +1, if the meat was already this delicious at his level of cooking, then what's more if a Grandmaster Chef cooked it? No wonder the rich and royalties all came to the game just to eat it. Ren found it hilarious in the past, but now that he got to taste the meat for the first time in his life, he finally understood the hype. It was like a strong addicting drug that Ren was having a hard time resisting to take another bite from his inventory. He was starting to regret that he even ate one. No wonder everyone who ate it in the past said that they couldn't stop eating it once they tasted it. There were even instances where many people went bankrupt because of the valuable meat. It felt like a voice inside Ren's head was constantly whispering for him to taste another bite. It was like a cursed item. Ren mused, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Thinking about his parent and buying them a mansion on the best spot in Zone A's exclusive neighborhood helped him resist the powerful calling inside his head. Ren lay on the grass and closed his eyes. Maybe if he slept, he would forget about the taste. Maybe. Smash that vote button and leave reviews to support the story and win WPC 270 and have regular updates. Chapter 11, Bosses in Covenant. When Ren opened his eyes, it was already midnight. His health points and magic points bar was set in full too. Ren could happily sleep wherever he wanted in this early game since PvP wasn't introduced yet. Later, Ren couldn't even rest outside even if he wanted to due to fear of a player challenging him in his sleep. It was a massive problem in the game before. Players could challenge everyone in their sleep. Even though they couldn't see the other player's screen, using the player's hand to swipe in the air, they could successfully hit confirm. And the winner of the PvP game could choose his enemy's list of items made available to him once he won. It won't be a global scale problem if the developers fix it. But they didn't. In fact, they admitted that Covenant was designed that way to torture the players. They even laughed in their announcement, saying that they enjoyed the players' frustrating faces the best. Such shrewdness. But since Covenant was such an addicting game, and they were already invested in it, everyone swallowed their indignation and adjusted to the game system. Ren looked over at his surroundings. He was actually surprised to find that there wasn't anyone around. The others must have stayed in the inn since it was already dark. Some players were actually scared of adventuring in the dark in this early part of the game, while the others might have gone to the forest since most of the newbie quests locations were there. Ren stretched his arms and groaned to the sky. The twin moons in Covenant looked lovely tonight, as well as the moonlight flower that glowed in the center of the pool of waters. Ren went to wade the shallow waters and grabbed some moonlight flowers. Acquired, Moonlight Flowers X12, now the hidden quest for Ren was finished. But instead of returning to the village, Ren crossed the dirt road and entered Euclid Forest. Ren looked at his long staff. Its durability remaining was 20/30 since he mostly used it to whack those Pelkas. Weapons and armors have durability gauge, and once the gauge empties, they would break. It was common knowledge to have it fixed in the blacksmith shop before heading out to battle or buy grinding stones to refill its durability. However, grinding stones were only available in large towns and cities, so they weren't introduced yet in the new bee village. Ren thought it was because he used his staff to strike those pelkas that was why the durability of his weapon went down fast. No matter. For his next opponent, his ATP and equipment were already enough to defeat it. Ren continued his way deeper into the forest. The deeper he went, the more ferocious the monsters were. But they were no match to Ren since his ATP was already way above for the beasts in the forest to match. Some even turned tail upon the sight of him. Ren's goal was not to fight every enemy he encountered, so if he could avoid them, he would. They don't provide any experience anymore, and the gil they dropped was minuscule, so Ren preferred to conserve his weapon's durability and health bar. He aimed to get to the hidden boss as quickly as possible while only a few players were still logging into the game. When he finally arrived at the deeper part of the forest where paths forked, he made his way towards a small hidden encampment and rested there. There was no one at the moment, and the forest was peaceful, unlike in the past when he entered late in the game. He remembered how crowded it was, and it seemed like there was a fiesta all the time from the noise and sheer numbers of players. So far, the hidden treasure chest he opened and materials he foraged were mediocre at best, things that were common to beginners like potions, grass, twigs, and rocks, but he still stored them in his inventory anyway. Ren would sell it later to the shops back in the village. There was no point in storing them in his inventory if he couldn't use them yet. As he was resting in the small clearing, Ren's mind drifted to that pelka meat once more. Its enticing smell, juicy flesh, and explosive flavors lulled him to take another bite. Ren shook his head and gritted his teeth. He snatched a rabbit meat in his inventory and roasted it with his fire spell. His cooking proficiency wasn't moving the slightest, and Ren expected that much since he was mostly cooking with just a basic fire. In order for him to increase his cooking proficiency faster, he needed to cook complex food with kitchen tools using cooking recipes. Acquired, roasted rabbit meat X2, Ren waited until he heard a rustle in the leaves. Pair of amber eyes glowed like the moon, only magnified by the night. Ren couldn't see the full image of the beast since it was dark. Yosh! The time had come to face his first boss. Ren immediately used Monocle X1 to gather the Midnight's phantom information, storing it in his library. Later, if he evolved his Arcanist subclass into a Scholar, his passive would allow him to automatically acquire information of everything he scanned, without needing the monocle anymore. Midnight Phantom Location, Euclid Forest Description: the Tyrant of Euclid Forest only appeared at midnight when the twin moons shone the brightest. If luck plus 20, 40% chance of appearance. If defense plus 20, 20% chance of appearance. If any cooked meat dishes are in inventory, 40% chance of appearance. Attribute health points: 470 magic points, 100 strength, 25 plus 2 defense, 22 plus 2 magical defense, 12 plus 2 intelligence, 10 plus 2 agility, 30 plus 2 luck, 14 plus 2 skill. Passive skill: Moonlight Boost, every full moon, physical strength plus 2, defense plus 2, magical defense plus 2, intelligence plus 2, agility plus 2, luck plus 2. Active skill: Moonlight Gift, magic points, 40, strength plus 2, defense plus 2, magical defense plus 2, intelligence plus 2, agility plus 2, luck plus 2 for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 seconds. Weakness, fire and water. Ren stored the Midnight's phantom information in his library, thinking of selling the information later. Hidden bosses had a respawn time of 24 hours, while dungeon bosses respawn immediately if there was a challenger. It was harder to trigger a hidden boss because you had to wait the next day if someone had triggered it before you. What's more, those who didn't know thought there was something wrong with the triggering event if these bosses didn't appear and passed it completely. In the past, kill steal, KS, was rampant among players. Unlike dungeon bosses, which the challenger could only kill because they were isolated inside the boss room, hidden and world epic bosses could be stolen from the one who triggered it because they mostly appeared in the field. However, the stronger bosses in Covenant, the epic world boss, could only be defeated one time. There was no respawn once they were killed, and their drops contained gold items and platinum equipment, mostly an artifact weapon or armor, and tons of experience and gills. Hence everyone was fighting over them. Ren then quickly looked at his own stats to compare. Attributes: health points, 55 magic points, 80 physical strength, 3 defense, 59 magical defense, 7 intelligence, 66 agility, 4 luck, 126 END. This would take longer, Ren thought. Even though the ATP of the Midnight Phantom was low, for a player that was just starting out, it was a nightmarish beast to defeat. And usually, a mage wouldn't even think of soloing it this early on. Ren was confident that he could defeat the Midnight Phantom even though he was a mage, since his defense and intelligence were higher than the beast twice-fold. Though it would take some time since there was only fire in his list of spells. In truth, it would take at least a week of grinding non-stop in Covenant to defeat the Midnight Phantom, but since Ren acquired experience that was worth more than 2 weeks of grinding non-stop, he was way ahead from the others. It would be a long fight. He could land plus 100 points of fire damage at most with a 100% chance of a critical hit, since his luck was high and the beast's weakness was fire. However, since the Midnight Phantom's agility was so high, it could land at least 4 or even 7 times more damage against him, whose agility was only 3. But Ren already fortified his defense for that, and he bought a lot of health potions strictly for this battle. Yosh. Doing mental preparation in his mind, the Midnight Phantom came to light. Chapter 12, Midnight Phantom. The Midnight Phantom landed almost soundlessly on the ground covered by patches of grass. When Ren laid eyes on it, the corner of his mouth twitched in a grimace, and his heart thudded hard against his chest. The beast was a black panther and stood 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters wide. Its body was so dark, giving it justice to be called the Midnight Phantom. It was almost undetectable with all the shrouding darkness, with only the faint light of the twin moons as a source of illumination. It's quite beautiful, actually. And right now, its cold amber glowing slit eyes were currently locked on Ren with curiosity. It began to slowly move towards him in elegant steps. Its graceful stride was indeed eye-catching. Ren drew his long staff, eyes staring at the Midnight Phantom intently. The Midnight Phantom's sleek glossy fur rose in anger upon sensing hostility. Rule. Come. Ren didn't move from his position at all. It was useless anyway. His agility was low, and he couldn't run from the beast's speed. If he did, the beast might land a critical hit if he showed his back. The Midnight Phantom's body crouched down, fangs baring and fur raising. It was gathering power and momentum to launch and attack. Whoosh! With a leap, the Midnight Phantom charged at an incredible speed that made Ren's heart tremble. Ren quickly cast fire against the Midnight Phantom. Minus 142 critical hit. Midnight Phantom suffered from burn, 5% health points every minute, 20, burn. Ren smiled when the burn status appeared next to the health points bar of the Midnight Phantom. There was also a high chance of critical hit, an status effect, if you attacked your enemy's weakness. It was the reason why Ren chose the fire spell early on, since most beasts were weak to fire earlier in the game. However, his smile fell right off his face when the beast just shook off his fur, and the burn status was removed. Leaping from where it stood, the beast swiped its sharp claws against Ren. Minus 6, 5, 7, 7. Ugh. Ren watched helplessly as his health points bar was depleting and flashed red in alarm when it half. Even though his defense was high, the beast's multiple attacks were a problem. Ren immediately consumed health potions to recover his health points. Consumed health potion x5. Remaining number of health potions 56. When the cooldown of his fire spell was over, Ren cast it once more against the beast. Minus 122 critical hit. Midnight Phantom suffered from burn, 5% health points every minute, 20, burn. Again, the Midnight Phantom just shook his fur, and the burn status was gone from the side of its health points bar. The Midnight Phantom attacked once more, and again Ren just healed his health points by consuming potions. They keep going at it until the Midnight Phantom's health points bar drastically went down to just 2 digits. Ren's face brightened. He could really win against it. But just as he was about to bask in his glory, the Midnight Phantom's whole body glowed red, and its eyes turned bloodshot. The Midnight Phantom entered Berserk mode. Health points: 74 magic points, 100 strength, 27 plus 5 defense, 24 plus 2 magical defense, 14 minus 5 intelligence, 12 minus 5 agility, 32 plus 4 luck, 16 minus 5. The Midnight Phantom activated its skill Moonlight Gift. Health points: 74 magic points, 60 strength, 32 plus 2 defense, 26 plus 2 magical defense, 9 plus 2 intelligence, 8 plus 2 agility, 36 plus 2 luck, 11 plus 2. The Midnight Phantom attacked once more, and Ren watched in horror when his health points bar flashed red before his eyes. Minus 12, 15, 10, 7, 5 shit. Ren's face was white when he was left with just 1 health points. If the beast's last hit were any higher, he would surely find himself respawning in Euclid Village with an experience penalty. The amount of experience penalty he'd received was equivalent to the amount of experience he'd get from the Midnight Phantom, which meant around minus 5,000 experience give and take, because of Ren's high ATP. It was the game system that calculated the experience rewards and penalties. It considers the time a player defeats his enemy and the player's ATP. Since his ATP was high, and it took longer for him to defeat the Midnight Phantom, the amount of experience he'd get from the beast was only, more or less, 5,000 experience. Ren thought. The player in the past who got the very first blood from the Midnight Phantom achieved a plus 7,000 experience. However, Ren wasn't after the experience. He was after the first blood rewards for being the first to defeat the very first boss in the game. However, Ren didn't expect that the Midnight Phantom would be this strong early in the game, even when his defense was very high at this point in time. It was his fault for thinking that he could take it head on this early with little preparations. But he was already here, and it was too late for regrets. Ren immediately consumed health potions. Consumed health potion x 10 remaining number of health potions. 27. Ren wiped the sweat off the side of his face and grinned. No matter. His next attack would surely end it. Ren cast fire, with great enthusiasm for receiving his rewards of being the very first to kill a boss. His fire hit the Midnight Phantom, and the beast howled in rage. Minus 177 critical hit. Yes. Ren beamed and almost jumped in joy when the Midnight Phantom health points bar went down fast. However, his smile left his face when the Midnight Phantom's health points gauge stood still at 1. The Midnight Phantom entered Last Stance mode. Acquired skill, Moonlight Rage, land critical damage regardless of enemy's ATP and position, cost, 50 MP, single enemy target, fuck. Ren forgot about the Last Stance mode. It was a boss's final mode, and usually, they acquire a new skill or spell in this mode. However, Ren didn't expect that the Midnight Phantom could also enter it. This mode was only available to high-level bosses, and the Midnight Phantom was just a newbie boss. There was also no record that it could enter Last Stance mode. Was it because it was his very first boss? Or was it a bug that he didn't know? Whatever it was too late. The Midnight Phantom was about to attack, and Ren closed his eyes, already thinking of what to do once he was back in Euclid Village. The death penalty from a boss and dungeon fight was an experience reduction equal to the amount of experience he'd get from the fight. Such was the shrewdness of the developer. There were a lot of instances where players' ATP automatically went zero from a boss fight or dungeon raid no matter how the experience penalty was distributed within the group when they died. And most gave up playing because of frustration or recreated their account entirely since their ATP was reduced to zero. A newly created avatar had more ATP than that. It was also one of the reasons why a lot of players preferred to stock their experience in case something happened. And it was also one of the reasons that guilds only wanted the best of the best within their group, because they didn't want to suffer from the enormous experience penalty that was enough to make all their hard-earned ATP to zero in a boss fight and dungeon raid. And since Ren all used his experience, he was sure to suffer an ATP reduction based on the Midnight Phantom's experience rewards calculation. Ren could only sigh in helplessness because of his own mistake of underestimating the first boss. DINGG. A notification prompted Ren's eyes to open. Midnight Phantom suffered from burn, 5% health points every minute, 20, burn, the remaining 1 health points of the Midnight Phantom went 0, and the beast howled and dropped dead from burn while it dissolved into white particles and vanished from thin air. Congratulations on getting first blood from defeating the hidden boss, Midnight Phantom. Rewards: 5,000 experience, 5,000 gil crystal chest, x1 platinum chest, x1 gold chest, x2. Do you want to announce your achievement to the world? Yes, no. Chapter 13, Weapon? Ren couldn't react. He was still stunned by the sudden turn of events. He sure didn't expect that the Midnight Phantom would die because of burn. Ren's shoulders shook when it sunk into his brain until he doubled over in laughter. Ahaha. He thought of all possible outcomes from this fight, and he indeed wasn't expecting this. His luck was really good. Ren smiled and wiped the tears in his eyes before he pressed no. Congratulations to player XXXX on getting first blood from defeating the hidden boss, Midnight Phantom. WORLDCHAT clueless, there's a hidden boss? Daoist Yun, at Daoist YUU, I told you there's a hidden boss sharing ice living, can someone share the hidden boss info, please? Rich guy Rick, who's the guy who cleared it? I'll pay you $10,000 real money for the info. I can buy you, I'll double it. Send me a private message. Hosea Daddy, wow. I wish I were rich. Impor, PLZ. Jib money, oh great lord, I am beautiful, I am beautiful. Daoist YUU, at Daoist Yun, then tell me where it is located. Xpi's life, I am experience. Experience is me. Experience is life. Impor, PLZ Jib experience, multiple persons are typing. Ren was too busy inspecting his loot to actually take notice of the exploding messages in the world chat. Obtained, 5,000 experience, 5,000 gil crystal chest, x1 platinum chest, x1 gold chest, x2, fire spell LV, 1 LV, 2, FIRE 2, cost 10 magic points, inflict 10% fire damage based on intelligence, single enemy target, 2 seconds cooldown. Ren was ecstatic to find yet another crystal chest. Was it because of the unexpected, last stance mode, or was it because he acquired first blood from the very first hidden boss? But there was nothing like a crystal chest in the forums and the information he gathered before. He was just aiming for the platinum chest that contained the Phantom Cloak, the first blood reward from defeating the Midnight Phantom. But he ended up with much more than he expected. Was it because of his high luck? Ren couldn't think of anything but this. Whatever it was, Ren decided to check the chests later because another notification appeared right before his eyes, and it was the second thing that he came out here to do. A mysterious creature appeared after the tyrannical Midnight Phantom was killed. Once it reaches the exit of Euclid Forest, it will disappear forever. Ren's smile couldn't be contained. His weapon had finally arrived. From what information he gathered in the past, no one actually acquired nor saw this mysterious creature, because it was so fast that the player who got first blood from defeating the Midnight Phantom was unable to get it. This mysterious creature could only be triggered once, and that was when the Midnight Phantom was defeated the first time. And if this mysterious creature reached the exit of Euclid Forest, it had be gone forever, as the description said, and no amount of re-entering or defeating the Midnight Phantom could make it come back. The players and the one who got first blood for the Midnight Phantom forgot the whole thing and didn't think of it anymore as time went on and the game progressed, but since the developers love to torment its players, they announced later in the game that the mysterious creature was actually a powerful pet. In fact, the most powerful pet in Covenant that one could acquire. What's more, anyone could have it regardless of race or class. It was everyone's chance to get a pet that otherwise was exclusive only to the Hunter and Animist subclasses, and thus the player's agony and curses. As for the one who actually acquired First Blood from the Midnight Phantom and had the highest chance to acquire this pet, well, he was still cursing and begging the developers to give him that pet in the past, even after Rain jumped off a building. That guy kept saying it was impossible to catch that creature since their ATP was low because they were just starting out. He was shouting injustice and that the developers should just give him the pet since he was the one who acquired his First Blood from the Midnight Phantom. And that guy was correct. It was indeed impossible to catch that mysterious creature. And even the developers thought that, too. That was why they were confident to place that powerful creature at the start of the game, because they thought no one would be able to catch it. That mysterious creature was placed there as a tool for the developers to torment and make fun of its players. Or so they thought. Ren grinned so wide it stretched his face. All 5000 experience he acquired, he put it on his agility. Attributes: health points, 55 magic points, 80 physical strength, 3 defense, 59 magical defense, 7 intelligence, 66 agility, 54 luck, 126 END, acquired spell. Teleportation LV, 1, TELEPORTATION LV 1, cost 50 magic points, teleport within 1000 meters distance, 1x a day END. When a mage agility reaches plus 40, they acquire the teleportation spell regarding a subclass. At the same time, the melee class received blink. In fact, if your ATP reached certain milestones, you could acquire a spell skill depending on your subclass. But since Ren didn't choose a subclass yet, he could only acquire the generic spell skill available to all mage class. The guy who acquired First Blood from the Midnight Phantom didn't think about it since he didn't know. But Ren knew. He knew, if not everything, then most information about the game. Using teleportation, Ren was instantly near the forest's exit just in time that a black creature was zooming towards him in all haste. The little creature didn't seem to notice Ren with all its hurriedness to get out of the forest until it was too late when it smacked directly against Ren's palm. -7 Ren suffered an health points reduction from the impact, but he still didn't let go. Acquired, mystical creature, MYSTICALCREADURE type, pet owner, Ren personality, docile, loyal relationship. 70%, END. Chapter 14, Pet A. Ren blinked and looked at the little thing in his hand as it looked back at him with its round misty doe-like eyes, full of curiosity and adoration. It was like a combination of a fox and bird. It was midnight black in color that its shadows turned gray in comparison. Streaks of blue like lightning scattered around its fur. It had an odd bird-like ear, eyes, and mouth. Its eyes were so mesmerizingly beautiful, like pearly sapphires, and its body was long and small, just about an arm's length. And it has wings. So cute. Ren mused and rubbed the little creature's head with the pad of his finger while the latter rubbed its head against his hand in delight. Pie. Pie. Ren released the creature and stared at its eyes. What's your name? Pie. Pie. Yosh. From now on, I'll call you Pie. Pie. Pie chimed joyfully, and it curled along Ren's neck, making itself comfortable before rubbing its little head against Ren's chin. Ren chuckled and patted its head. He already likes his pet. He pressed his home screen and accessed the newly added pet icon on his screen. Do you want to give a name to your pet? Yes. No. Ren pressed yes, and he typed his pet's name. Name, Pi type, pet owner, Ren personality, docile, loyal relationship. 90%, wow. Ren's relationship with Pi rose 20% from just giving it a name and patting its head. Ren then looked at Pi's stats in excitement. Pi health points, 400 magic points, 70 physical strength, 7 defense, 4 magical defense, 4 intelligence, 7 agility, 10 luck, 7 passive skill, Wings, grants the ability to fly and ignore all terrain restrictions. Spell, Evolution LV1, automatically activates once health points reaches 1%, last 1 minute. 1x a day. Ren blinked. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cursed the developers in his head like there was no tomorrow. What did they mean by the most powerful pet? Its stat was nowhere near the level of a regular, horned rabbit, in Euclid Forest. Ren didn't know what to do. He was expecting high-level ATP and OP skills from the most powerful pet in Covenant, but he was given a mediocre stat and a vague spell. Ren sighed. It was a good thing that he didn't put all his coins in this weapon of his. Ren looked at Pi once more while the little one tilted its head, eyes melting and begging. It seemed to sense his disappointments, and Ren's heart took a dive. Ren stifled a laugh and scratched little Pi's chin. No problem at all. Even if your stats are low, I still like you the best. Pi. Little red hearts bubbled out from above Pi's head as it chirped joyfully. Red hearts would appear on top of a pet's head when its relationship level increased. That meant Ren's relationship with Pi was already maxed. And once a pet's relationship level was max, they would do everything you tell them to do, and they will help you with everything they had. Ren didn't mind little Pi's low stats since he had ways to increase them. Like buying accessories for it or those expensive rare vitamins that could permanently raise a pet's stats. Though Ren was hesitant to raise Pi's ATP since it was too low and it was a waste of time and resources, it was not like those items could be found with just a snap of a finger. And those hella expensive, vitamins, and hard to acquire, pet foods, would only raise a pet's ATP to 1. It would take a tremendous amount of money, time, and resources to raise Pi's stats, and by the time Ren doubted that Pi would be useful in a battle because of its still very low ATP compared to the other beasts and monsters. Pi didn't even have a single spell or skill that was useful in a battle. Pets could aid you in battles in various ways. The only downside for having a pet was that they couldn't be leveled up, and their ATPs could only be raised through vitamins and pet food. The former was expensive as hell, and the latter was hard to find and acquire. That was why most hunters and animists preferred high-level beasts because their ATPs were already high. Regretfully, there were no skill and spell books for pets, and a pet could only use its given inborn skill and spell in combat. That was why a lot were picky with their pets. Ren shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the fellow who was being comfortable curling on his neck. It didn't matter. Pi was still useful to him in other ways. And he kinda likes how docile and affectionate it was to him. Ren knew and saw many hunters and animists in his past life whose pets were wild and untamed even if their relationship level with their pets were already high. It was the downside of having a strong beast converted to being a pet. Sometimes, they wouldn't follow you and would even act hostile against you. Ren chose to travel together with Pi on his shoulder. He could also choose not to by just a press of a button on the pet section, and Pi would instantly disappear. It would reaper once he called it out, though. But for Ren, he chose to travel with his newly found pet since every time he looked at it, his mood would immediately lighten. Besides from that, there were two reasons why Ren chose to travel with Pi. Since he was confident that he acquired Phantom Cloak, he could hide his appearance, and with Pi accompanying him, others would think that he was a hunter or animist. Thus, he shall be known as such when he trades information and items for money. 2. Having your pet travel with you not only increases your relationship level but also, a pet could find rare items, spot hidden objects and traps, and help track the right paths. That was why a hunter or animist was a must in every team, especially if going on a dungeon raid. Ren didn't have anything he deemed worthwhile in Euclid Forest anymore and decided to finally check his chests before returning to Euclid Village and resting in the inn. However, before he could, a notification popped on his screen that paralyzed him on the spot. Lionel is calling you. Answer ignore. Chapter 15, Lionel is calling you. Answer ignore. Ren couldn't react for a moment. He forgot that the outside world could still call you even if you're inside Covenant. Ren's heart thumped widely as he stared at the name that was flashing on his screen. Once upon a time, He and Lionel were the best of friends together with Cy and Mike. The four of them were inseparable during their high school years, and they even promised to go to the same university together. Ren even liked Cy in the past but gave way to Mike since he'd rather keep their friendship than lose it on a girl with who he knew he wouldn't end up in the end. Cy's parents owned a chain of restaurants, and they were actually wealthy, while Mike's family owned a real estate company. So Cy's parents preferred Mike over Ren. The only reason why they were in Zone C in the first place was because of their parents' business. It was not like Ren wanted to compete in the first place. There was nothing to compete with. Ren couldn't bring her to those Michelin-awarded restaurants that she frequented and buy her pieces of jewelry and makeup which she loved to do. But Mike could. Ren gave way to their love while maintaining their friendship, and it worked out in the end. It was Lionel who supported him through those heartbreak days, and it was thanks to him that Ren managed to get over from Cy's charms. Even when in college, Lionel didn't stop communicating and going out with him even though Lionel was admitted to Zephyr Academy because he didn't make the entrance exam cut-off in Fate. It was a 30 minutes train ride from his school to Ren's, and Lionel always made time to meet and catch up with everyone. While in comparison, Cy and Mike, who were at the same school as Ren, started to distance themselves from him. Their reason was that they were in different departments, and it was hard to match their schedules. But in truth, Ren knew it was because Cy and Mike were embarrassed about him since he had nothing in his name. It was okay in high school because they were the only few rich students, and they could do whatever they wanted. It was a different matter in college, and in Fate Academy, where most students belonged to the rich and powerful, everything changed. And when the nickname Ren the Rat circulated on campus, Cy and Mike stayed away from him completely. Ren understood, and he didn't feel bad about it since Cy and Mike needed to stick to their fellow rich cliques because of connections and benefits. After all, they needed to think of their future, and sticking with the rich and powerful was a sure way to success. Contrary to everyone's beliefs, the rich didn't hate the poor. No. They simply didn't care. Ren thought that it was better for them to hate him than be invincible in their eyes. At least they felt something towards him and knew that he was still human in their eyes. Since he had nothing to offer, everyone treated him like he wasn't there. No one wanted to do anything with him. He was that one guy at the side that could disappear, and no one would care. When Ren's father died, it was Lionel who stayed by his side. Ren even forgot how many times Lionel helped him both financially and emotionally, even though he wasn't that well off either. However, when Ren entered the game, he became even busier, and he forgot about Lionel and the others. How long had it been? 10 years? More than 10 years? Ren pressed answer, and his surrounding froze. Since there was time difference in game and the outside, if someone was calling from the real world, time in Covenant froze for that player. However, a call would only go through in the game once you're alone. If you're not alone, a notification would still pop saying of an incoming call and that you could only answer once you're alone. This was because you'd be temporarily logged out from the game as you received the call. Hey, Ren. Remember that VR game we talked about? Its opening is today. We have been duped. You have to go to the nearest cafe and rent a pod now. Ren swallowed the lump in his throat. He opened his mouth, but no words left his lips. He had forgotten Lionel's deep and slow voice that it felt foreign to him now. Ren? Are you listening? Lionel said, huffing as he did. He was running to the nearest cafe at his place to log into the game while the others were still unaware and blissfully sleeping. Why yeah. Ren could only manage that much without his voice breaking. Ren was always a cold and detached person, so Lionel didn't find anything wrong with his voice. Do you have access to a cafe right now? You have to go there before others got wind of the information, and they jammed every cafe. Ren remembered that Lionel had asked him the same question in the past, but he just brushed him off and ended the call saying that he was sleepy and needed to find a part-time job tomorrow. Ren was actually annoyed in the past when Lionel called because he had disturbed his sleep. I'm going to finally become a dwarf and experience being small for once. Lionel continued talking on the other side while panting to catch his breath. Ren blinked. Lionel was over 6 feet in height. He was tall and lanky and bad at sports. Many people teased him because of it, saying that his height was useless if he was so clumsy and couldn't use it to his advantage. In people's eyes, if you're tall, then you have to be good in sports, or your height is useless. This made Lionel feel conscious about his height. And the only reason why he entered the game was that he wanted to become smaller. Lionel was also playing as a dwarf defender in his past life. But since he wasn't playing seriously like the rest, he was easily overtaken. He didn't know any strategy, and his equipment was always inferior. Besides that, he was always dying. Hence his ATP was still in the 2 digits even in the mid part of the game. No one would party with him, and no one wanted to take him into their guilds. Pressed with the only option of playing solo, his quests were limited, he couldn't enter dungeons or fight bosses, and his ATP suffered tremendously. Lionel often asked for Ren's help in the past since he had so much information about the game. However, Ren was busy working for a guild and juggling his part-time to actually bother about Lionel. He even blocked him in the past. And he lost all communication with him. Ren sighed and shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. He lent a hand to those people who only used him and didn't help the only person who stayed true to him and helped him during his difficult times. He was such an asshole. Ren, I'm already here at a cafe and going to enter a pod. Where are you right now? Ren thought for a moment. Lionel was still in Zone C, and he didn't know that he had just bought a pod. It would be troublesome if he asked about the pod and reported it to his parents. Ren decided to hide things for now. But of course, he wouldn't tell Lionel about him being revived into the past. Ren answered without blinking, I'm changing right now. I'm already here at Zone A, and it'll probably take me at least 15 minutes to reach the nearest cafe. That's great. I'll wait for you in the newbie village. Ren sighed. Lionel didn't even know that players were distributed across hundreds of newbie villages. All these newbie villages provided the same quests and hidden bosses at the start of the game. Even PI could be acquired at some other newbie village if someone else acquired First Blood with the Midnight Phantom. There was Midnight Phantom as well on the other newbie forest. It was the first newbie hidden boss. It was to make sure that everyone was given the same chance at the start of the game. And after that, everything would start from there. However, once the mysterious creature was caught or gone, it wouldn't appear anymore across the hundreds of newbie villages. Pi was a unique pet. A one-of-a-kind. And only a single player could have a chance of acquiring him. The same with World Epic Quest, which could only be triggered one time. It was a race on who could find them first. Leo, Ren called. Yeah? Ren pressed his lips tight before he said, nothing. Meet you at the village. Lionel stifled a laugh. Weirdo. I'll call Sai and Mike too so the 4 of us can play together. The call ended, and time resumed in the game. The call didn't even last 10 minutes, but time in game had already moved to an hour. Ren just stared at his screen for a while. Sai and Mike. Ren was in a daze. He wasn't even sure if he wanted to meet those two. Sai became a sprite white mage to support Mike, who was a human swordsman. Both of them were mediocre players who wanted to enter the top guilds. Sai even approached Ren and asked for his help in the past. And since Ren still had lingering feelings for her, he offered to help them acquire rare equipment and items, which was against his contract. And when he was found out and was kicked out of the guild because of it, Sai and Mike pretended that they didn't know him once more. No guild was willing to take him in for months because of his tainted record of giving out information. Feeling lost and dejected and without a job, Ren was tempted to end his life. But it was Lionel who helped him again with just an envelope of cash in his mailbox. And because Ren's record was tainted with the history of giving out information. It was the reason why a top guild that he managed to enter later on and climb to a higher position in the information gathering department feared that he would sell the world quest data he acquired to the other guilds, and thus assassinated him. Ren's eyes burned ablaze. Ren acknowledged hard work and perseverance the most. However, he was well aware that others simply climbed the ladder of success by just using their resources and connections. But if Lionel wanted to be a dwarf defender, then Ren promised to make him the strongest tank class in the entire Covenant, and every top guild would prostrate before his feet. That's a promise. Chapter 16, Rewards. Ren looked at the time. Since there was a time difference between the game and the real world, he made a guess that Lionel would be in the world of Arcadia within an hour or two. So instead of going back to the Interest, Ren thought of waiting for Lionel in Euclid Village and hoped that he would be transported there. But first, Ren checked his loots in excitement. Gold chest, Midnight Fur X5 Premium Meat X7 High Potion X5 Tools, Gold Pickaxe, Foraging, Gold Knife, Cooking, Recipes, Chocolate Cookie, Cooking, Chocolate Cake, Cooking, Cat Suit, Crafting, Cat Ears, Crafting, Cat Tail, Crafting, Lolita Headdress, Crafting, Black Cloak, Forging, Phantom Claw, Forging. Ren was ecstatic. He didn't expect that his luck would be this good and gave him 2 gold tools that were quite hard to get. With this, he could skip strenuous quests just to acquire the Gold Pickaxe and Gold Knife. Ren didn't pay any attention to the recipes as he didn't have the necessary tools and materials to make them, yet. His shining eyes remained glued on his equipment, the reason why he wanted to get First Blood in the first place. Platinum Chest, Phantom Cloak X1 Black Ribbon X1 Phantom's Revenger X1, Phantom Cloak, Legendary, a simple black cloak made from the Midnight Phantom's fur. A legendary grade accessory that hides its wearer's face when worn. Plus 10 health points, plus 5 defense, plus 2 MDEF, class, or, black ribbon, rare, a cute black ribbon made from the Midnight Phantom's fur. A rare grade accessory that grants its wearer an enormous amount of luck. Plus 10 luck, sorry, men, only females could wear it. Phantom's Revenger, rare, a scary all-black dagger made from the Midnight Phantom's sharp talons and fangs. Plus 10 physical strength, plus 5 agility, class, swordsman, thief, hunter. Ren was feeling good at his loot. 2 rare and a legendary pieces of equipment at the start of the game. He would surely get rich if he sold Black Ribbon and Phantom's Revenger, as he couldn't equip these 2 anyway, and he couldn't convert them to recipes yet, so it was better to sell them now. Equipment that granted 2 digits on ATP is a must-have this early on. The good thing about being an alchemist was, Ren could disassemble anything and turn it into recipes so he could make it again and again with the right ingredients. Just imagining that he could make legendary items and god-tier equipment made his fine hairs stand on end. Of course, given if he had the right materials for it. Anyway, there would be better rare and legendary equipment as he progressed in the game. Ren checked his last chest. The unexpected, crystal chest. Ren's hands were all sweaty, and he held his breath as he opened his last chest with great expectation. Crystal chest, spell book, X1 skill book, X1 yes. It was a spell and skill book with a question mark tag just as he expected. That meant whatever the spell skill would align to the player's class. What's more, tag indicated that the spell skill was unique in the world of Arcadia. It was one of a kind. Ren was contemplating whether to use it or reserve it for later when he got to his class. He could also sell it if ever he needed the cash. Since he didn't expect that he would get another crystal chest, he was kind of at a loss on what to do with it. Ren decided to store it for now. At least he had something to snatch from his inventory in case there was an emergency. Pressing his home screen, Ren equipped Phantom Cloak, and with the protection ring he had equipped earlier, his 2 slots for accessory was already full. It was another reason why Ren wanted to acquire Phantom Cloak. It was an accessory and not an armor. His slot for accessories were 2, and the slot for armor was only 1. He could equip Phantom Cloak with this until later in the game. A black cloak appeared and enveloped Ren's half-body. He equipped the hood, and his appearance was hidden. If someone were to see him, they would only see a haze of darkness inside the hood. What's more, the ATP it gave was a great boost to his defense. Satisfied, Ren nodded to himself. Yosh. It was time to meet Lionel. Ren was more nervous about meeting his best friend again than getting first blood. If he was going to be honest. Ren took a large intake of air and pushed himself forward. He was given a second chance, and he would not make the same mistake twice. He would amend his relationship with Lionel and cherish his friendship this time. Ren was near the forest's exit, and he might as well wait for Lionel inside Euclid's village. He didn't have any more motivation to do the other quests in the village since they were mostly errand quests that provided little experience and basic items. Ren was thinking about his next move as he walked towards the exit when his attention flicked to the noise near him. Just 20 meters right from the dirt path leading out of the Euclid forest, sounds of battle caught Ren's attention. It was dark and quiet, and the sound stood out from the noise of the insects and beasts. Ren was curious as to who could be the brave player who ventured out at this time in the forest and was grinding till midnight. And Ren was shocked to find that it was actually a woman. A beautiful woman with ample breasts, a dainty waist, and long sets of legs. Her wavy golden hair was tied in a high ponytail, giving way to a strict yet languid pair of ocean blue eyes. Ren knew her. It was the leader of Golden Phoenix, no less. Sylvia? Ren was surprised that Sylvia was at Euclid Village too. And he was even more surprised when the woman was soloing a group of horned rabbits. If Ren remembered correctly, horned rabbits could be soloed by newbie players, but a group of them required for the players at least 2-digit ATP to defat. In Covenant, as long as it wasn't a boss, the players had the option to flee before a beast. But that option was only available before the start of the fight. Once engaged, you could no longer run away. Ren thought that Sylvia was too confident and arrogant enough to solo the group of horned rabbits this early in the game. Ren bet that most of Sylvia's ATP didn't even reach 2 digits yet. If he recalled, Sylvia was a human fencer with a subclass of duelist. A balance in both physical and magical attacks. It was also one of the classes that had the most subclass evolution. That is, if you could guess right what class evolution to choose in the latter part of the game. For now, a human fencer duelist was weak in the early games until she could evolve her subclass duelist into a Espel Blade Master, and gained magical attacks. A fencer duelist had little and a weak set of skills, and the only reason why Sylvia managed to get by was because of her parents' money. She bought the best equipment, the rarest items, and the elusive information as soon as the in-game currency was introduced. All for the sake of proving that she could do anything, be it in the real world or in-game. And Ren admired her for that. A woman who was not afraid to use everything that was available to her to reach the top. However, for now, she was surely going to die? Ren thought. Chapter 17, Sylvia Covenant. Sylvia rolled the letters on the tip of her tongue. She looked over at the twin moons peeking above the orange sky. It was going to be dark soon, and Pamela was still nowhere to be seen. Sylvia was inside Euclid Village and was waiting for Pamela, who was still setting up her pod. They were supposed to meet early on, but Pamela got delayed, and Sylvia couldn't wait for her friend and played the game without her. However, Sylvia didn't have the heart to leave her friend behind and decided to just finish all the quests in Euclid Village and wait for her after. Anyway, when Pamela arrives in Euclid Village, she'll help her with her quests, and they could grind together in Euclid Forest after that. Sylvia has already spoken to all NPCs inside Euclid Village and finished all available quests, but there was still no sign of her best friend. She knew of the time difference between the game and the real world, and there was nothing she could do but wait. She was also worried about Pamela because she read in the game's limited guide that players were distributed across hundreds of newbie villages. If Pamela happened to be in another newbie village, Sylvia would just go to her using the teleportation save crystal, stationed at each entrance of a village, town, city, and dungeons. These crystals would automatically teleport you to places that you have already visited. As long as you entered a place first, it would be available as a choice when you touched the crystal at every entrance of a place. However, the hundreds of newbie villages were accessible in the list of choices in the teleportation save crystal even if you hadn't entered the place. It was to make sure that players could play together with their friends at the start of the game even if they were transported to other villages. There was no point in playing if they weren't together enjoying the game. It was true that Covenant was a unique and exciting game. A fantasy world came out of a dream. But after doing errand quests after guests, Sylvia was already bored. She really wanted to venture outside of the newbie village and into the great unknown. And the only thing that was hindering her was her best friend, Pamela, who was still nowhere to be seen. Shifting one foot to another, Sylvia clicked her tongue in annoyance when she started attracting and wanted attention. The only thing keeping the group of guys from approaching her was her intimidating glares. She cursed the game for not having the option to change her appearance. Though she was grateful, she was gifted with godly looks and physiques, but it was a bother most of the time. She had already forgotten how many times her face got her into trouble. Was there some kind of an item that could hide her appearance? Sylvia thought to herself. Sylvia decided to wait for Pamela in an area that was secluded and had lesser players. Thank the heavens that there weren't many players yet, and Sylvia didn't have to worry about the crowd. However, she was bored. Not even 5 minutes that, she was standing and waiting for Pamela, and she was already bored. Sylvia was not used to just standing and waiting. She needed to do something, or she'd feel every tick of the clock. Sylvia released a large breath into the sky and decided to grind in the forest. It was dark, and not many players were adventuring outside at this time, but what else would she do? Stand here and wait? Sylvia shook her head and marched towards Euclid Forest. She entered the forest and began to grind with whatever beast she saw, making sure that she didn't go too deep inside so she could return to the village as soon as Pamela arrived. Congratulations on defeating Horned Rabbit X1 rewards, 5 experience 10 Gill Rabbit's Foot X1. Congratulations on defeating Crazed Wolf X1 rewards, 7 experience 15 Gill Wolf's Fang X1. Notifications popped on Sylvia's screen when she defeated beast after beast. She didn't care, though, since the rewards were so poor it hurt her eyes. It would take forever for all her ATP to reach 2 digits at this rate. Sylvia went still and wiped off the sweat from her face. This game was too realistic that she felt like everything was real. She even felt like logging out and taking a long hot bath. She took a moment to breathe and looked at her player status. STADUS name, Sylvia. Age, 19. Race, human. Class, fencer. Subclass, duelist. Eye color, blue. Hair color, gold. Attributes, health points, 70 magic points, 40 physical strength, 12 defense, 7 magical defense, 5 intelligence, 4 agility, 7 luck, 4 skills, stab LV, 1 spells, heal LV, 1 life skills. Cooking, beginner. Fishing, beginner. Foraging, beginner. Experience, 70 money, 120 gills. Items, newbie garbs, equip, beginner's rapier, equip, protection ring, equip, Arcadia's map. Health potions. X7 Rabbit's Foot, X3 Wolf's Fangs, X2 END. Sylvia sighed. She was here for hours, but her ATP didn't even reach 2 digits. And Sylvia knew why. The amount of experience in the newbie village was so minuscule to non-existent, and the amount of experience to level their ATP was huge. It didn't add up. The only time that she received an enormous experience was attaining first blood on the quest, Herbs Gathering, and she poured it to her physical strength, and it only went up by that much. She thought that grinding the forest would rake her tons of experience, but it turned out that the experience lessened, the more she accumulated experience and raised her ATP. Some beasts didn't even provide any more experience rewards. Accumulating experience and not distributing it to her ATP to maintain it low so she could rake experience when defeating beasts also didn't work. The system even calculated the accumulated experience in her home screen when giving rewards. Sylvia didn't have time to waste on lower-level beasts anymore. In the world chat, she read that some players encountered a group of beasts that were impossible to defeat in this early game. Sylvia thought that would surely rake her enough experience to level all her ATP into 2 digits. Sylvia picked her thumb. Was her ATP enough to solo this group of monsters, though? After consideration, the only way for her to be ahead of the others was to take risks. And besides, she wasn't used to just staying in her comfort zone. Let's do this. Sylvia's eyes shone, and excitement racked her veins for the second time. The first time was when she entered Covenant, and she almost forgot how it was to be excited once more. The real life was dull to her because she could get whatever she wanted and could do many things if she set her mind to it. Being number one was effortless to her, and this got her bored. A good thing that this game came at the perfect time. Sylvia's eyes glowed, and her tongue wiped her bottom lips. "Don't disappoint me." She went into the area where the players said they had spotted a group of horned rabbits. She would test the waters first since horned rabbits were the weakest beasts in Euclid Forest. She didn't have to go far because the group of rabbits was located under the giant tree at the center of a wide clearing of patches of grass. Sylvia made some mental preparations in her mind. Her ATP could take care of every single one of them before, and she was confident that she could win even if there were 4 of them now. She was confident in her skill with the sword since she was practicing fencing in real life. She also knew self-defense. A fencer was the perfect class for her. The skill, stab, inflicted true damage, and had a high chance of critical attack if she pierced her weapon against her opponent's weakness. It was also the reason why she was ahead of the others in the game. While others squirmed and were still getting used to the battle system, Sylvia felt right at home. Sylvia readied her weapon. At the sight of the approaching woman, the peaceful bunnies, who were minding their own business of eating grass and collecting food, all turned hostile and immediately circled Sylvia. Chapter 18, A persistent woman. Sylvia drew her weapon and was about to use her skill when all 4 horned rabbits attacked her all at once, and she was completely caught off guard. -10, 17 critical hit. -10, 15 critical hit. Sylvia was surprised that the horned rabbits were faster than the normal ones. Bigger too. They were about knee in height, and their large buck tooth was sharper than it appeared. What's more, 2 of the rabbits managed to circle her and attacked her on the back, landing critical hits in return. Sylvia immediately took a step back, creating distance between the rabbits and her. She was about to consume her potions when the horned rabbits attacked again. -10, 9, 9, 7. Sylvia was stunned and didn't expect that she wouldn't even get the chance to attack before her health points bar quickly flashed red and emptied. "You have died." And when she came to, she was nothing but a WSP on top of her body that was laying on the hard cold ground, which felt strange to her. There was a notification on her screen saying that she had to pay the death penalty with ATP since her experience was insufficient. The notification wouldn't leave her screen, and there was no exit. She had no choice but to pay the death penalty. Gritting her teeth, Sylvia paid 5 ATP points from her magic points, physical strength, intelligence, a total of 500 experience that she should have otherwise gotten as a reward if she defeated the horned rabbits. After which, her body burst into particles, and Sylvia found herself back at the entrance of Euclid Village near the teleportation save crystal. Sylvia's heart was heavy. Those were 5 ATP points. 5. Such a minuscule number, but it had a great impact on the game. Her advantage over the others was now reduced, and she couldn't sleep knowing that she had lost 5 of her hard-earned ATP. But despite her frustration, there was a hint of a smile on Sylvia's lips. It was her fault for underestimating the horned rabbits. This time, she wouldn't make the same mistake twice. She lacked the information about the group of horned rabbits, and the world chat didn't provide any information either except that they were strong or a lot of players were killed when they attempted to kill those beasts. After they suffered tremendous ATP loss, they thoroughly gave up on the group of horned rabbits after just a single try. But Sylvia was different. The more she suffered defeat, the more motivated she'd become. She wouldn't stop until she got what she wanted. And her eyes were locked on those group of horned rabbits. Through her parents' money, Sylvia acquired information about the game. Not much but still useful than the limited information and guide the developers posted on their website. There was supposed to be an item that would let her see the stats of the beasts and monsters she encountered. Due to her confidence, she made the mistake of not checking the information of her foes. A newbie mistake that could have been prevented if she hadn't underestimated her enemy. It won't happen again, Sylvia thought. She went to the shop and bought Monocle X1. In the real world, Sylvia didn't have to check the prices of what she bought. But in here, she made it twice over in case that her gil got depleted without her knowing. She wasn't used to it, but it felt nice for once. The challenge was always welcomed. Sylvia thought to herself before she went back to where the group of horned rabbits was. Sylvia didn't know what happened back there and why she died before she had the chance to attack, but she was determined to find out, even at the cost of another death and experience penalty. Sacrifices had to be made for her advancement. At this moment, all Sylvia thought was defeating the group of horned rabbits and nothing else. Even Pamela was left out of her mind. Sylvia approached the rabbits with careful steps, though the beasts heard her footstep, and loud screeching noises escaped from their wide mouths. They surrounded Sylvia once more, and the four beasts attacked her from all sides the moment Sylvia pressed engaged. This time, Sylvia was ready and anticipated their attacks. She jumped to the side and avoided a bite from the rabbits' mouths. Miss. 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 Sylvia smiled at the words flashing in her view. As long as she knew the pattern of their attacks, she could easily avoid them with her agility. However, her smile fell right off her face when the rabbits thumped their big foot against the ground in a blink and easily jumped towards her with their buck-tooth on wide display. Since Sylvia was still in the air, she couldn't avoid the rabbits' attacks, and her health points flashed red in alarm. -19 critical hit. -15 critical hit. -17 critical hit. -16 critical hit. When the rabbits all paused for a second, Sylvia used her monocle instead of attacking them. Used monocle x1 remaining number of monocle 0, HORDESOFHORNEDRABBITS location, Euclid Forest description, a family of horned rabbits living in Euclid Forest. Do not engage if ATPs are below 2 digits. Attribute health points 75 magic points, 20 strength, 7 defense, 6 magical defense, 5 intelligence, 5 agility, 10 luck, 12 skill. Passive skill, rabbit's luck, 100% chance of double attack when the enemy's agility and luck are lower. Active skill, rabbit's screech LV2, magic points, 20, 50% chance of calling for reinforcement. Weakness fire END. Sylvia was surprised because the group of horned rabbits had different skills than the individual rabbits running rampant in the forest. She thought that they were the same. That was why she was confident that she could kill them even if most of her ATPs were in the single digit. What's more, their ATPs were high. So high, higher than her, that Sylvia was even thinking of giving up. Sylvia shook her head. No. She would not give up until this group of midgets were nothing but rabbit meats and feet. Such horrid and savage thoughts for someone so beautiful, but Sylvia didn't care, for the rabbits were now going to attack her. Sylvia closed her eyes, bracing for impact, and before she knew it, a notification appeared on her screen. You have died. Penalty 600 experience. Insufficient experience. Proceed to pay 6 ATP for lack of experience. Proceed. Sylvia blinked. It was 500 before, but now a 600 experience penalty? How? Why? What? Sylvia forced herself to calm down and thought things through. The system was calculating the penalties based on the amount of experience she gets from defeating her enemy. And the amount of experience she gets from killing her enemy was based on her ATP and the amount of time for her to defeat her foes. Then that meant it was because her ATP was reduced by 5 a while ago. That was why her amount of experience, should she have defeated the group of horned rabbits, was increased to 600 experience. Damn. Then that meant that the more she was killed, the higher the experience reduction. Sylvia began to panic now. 600 experience was no joke. She would definitely feel the burn of it. Her ATP was surely going to suffer from this second loss. Her advantage over the other players would be null as well. Calm down. Sylvia repeated the mantra over her head. It also meant that if she defeated the hordes of horned rabbits, she could get back most of her lost ATP points. Sylvia took a large intake of air and planned her next move. she needed to increase her agility to 10, so the group of horned rabbits' skills wouldn't work against her, and they couldn't perform double attacks. And with her fighting experience, she could avoid most of their attacks and finish them one by one. Sylvia nodded to herself. What she needed was to grind until she had 300 experience. And by then, Sylvia's WSP form locked on the group of horned rabbits who resumed their daily lives of eating grass and collecting food. Their innocent eyes looked happy and content. Sylvia didn't know why, but she was pissed looking at them. She would surely kill those rabbits even if it were the last thing she did. Paying for the death penalty, Sylvia once again found herself inside the entrance of Euclid Village. Instead of wallowing in her frustration and annoyance, Sylvia marched towards the forest once more and grind like her life depended on it. She totally forgot about her best friend Pamela at this point. Some players were also doing their daily grind. Upon seeing the beautiful lady marching with dark mist shrouding her entire aura, eyes glinting dangerously, everyone gave way almost immediately. Their fantasy of saving a damsel in distress and showing off to attract her vanished in thin air like the crazed wolf she slew with her sword in a single strike. Chapter 19, an NPC? The orange dusk swept the sky, and within hours, it was total darkness. When Sylvia came to, it was midnight, and the amount of experience she got from grinding non-stop was exactly 300 experience. It was because her ATP was reduced, and now she could farm up to 30 experience from the stronger beast in the forest. Sylvia returned immediately to Euclid Village and poured all 300 experience into her agility. With this, she didn't have to worry about those little creatures' passive skill anymore. Sylvia stayed in the inn and paid 50 gil, so her health points and magic points bar was full once more. She also fixed her weapon in the weapon and armor shop and resupplied her health potions for her upcoming fight. By this time, her gil was almost 0. This was the only time that Sylvia found herself without money in all her life. It felt horrible. After her preparations were done, she went into the group of horned rabbits' nest, and this time, they would pay dearly for killing her, twice. Returning to the horde of horned rabbits' den, Sylvia was prepared to kill every last one rabbit on sight. She was burning with rage and killing intent that the rabbits' fur even shook upon seeing her. They were enraged at Sylvia for trespassing into their territory, and they attacked swiftly without warning. A horde of horned rabbits has spotted you. Engaged Flea. Sylvia was prepared and pressed engaged once more. She avoided their attacks like the one she did before. However, she wasn't as lucky as the first time, and some of them managed to bite her. Miss. -10, miss. -7. Since Sylvia's health points bar was still high, she didn't bother to take health potions. She used her skill, stab, to attack one of the rabbits. Sylvia's physical strength was high at this point, and the rabbit's defense was low, so needless to say that her damaged output against them would be enormous. What's more, her stab skill had a 50% chance of landing a critical attack if she attacked her enemy's weak spot. It was a piercing attack that dealt true damage too. And 45 critical hit. Sylvia grinned with glee. She could actually win this if she could keep this up. Her eyes glinted dangerously while the evil smile on her face widened. It's time to make them as nothing more than rabbit meat and foot. The rabbits attacked again, and Sylvia avoided them once more while activating stab again. Since it was a skill, the amount of magic points it required was only -10, hence Sylvia could activate her skill at least 4 times. Enough to reduce the number of rabbits to 2 and finish them off completely. There was no magic points potion available yet, so Sylvia couldn't replenish her magic points. She wasn't worried, though. She was confident that she could kill the hordes of horned rabbits and maybe acquired first blood from killing them. Sylvia felt the excitement racking her veins, and this caused her to miss a step and fail to avoid the remaining 3 rabbits' attack. -16 critical hit. -17 critical hit. -9. Sylvia immediately consumed her health potions, consumed health potions x2, number of health potions left 5. Sylvia and the horned rabbits kept going at it until she managed to reduce their numbers to 1. By this time, she only had 2 health potions, left, and her weapon's durability was reduced to half. In contrast, her magic points was nothing but a glaring 0. Sylvia wasn't worried. She was smiling from ear to ear. She was sure of herself that she could kill the remaining rabbit with just her basic attacks. Only one horned rabbit left, and she could finally taste her sweet revenge and those high experience points. This horde of horned rabbits was in the bag. Sylvia thought and smirked. The horned rabbit successfully activated its skill, Screech. Sylvia was confused when a notification popped on her screen, and before she knew it, a giant horned rabbit jumped beside the remaining last one. What the? Before Sylvia could react, a large shock wave went out from the giant rabbit's mouth. The horned rabbit queen activated its skill, Angry Screech. It was too late to dodge, and Sylvia was hit right on by the loud vibration. The shock wave rang her eardrums, and she got dizzy from the ringing in her ears. She was stunned, and her body couldn't move in place. -57. You have suffered a status effect, Paralyze. Shit. Surprised was an understatement when Sylvia's health points bar went down fast right before her eyes. She didn't know what had happened, but one thing was for sure. She was going to die, again. The skill, Screech, of the horned rabbit successfully managed to activate despite the low percentage of success. What were the odds? Sylvia thought. She wanted to curse out loud. The horned rabbit queen that appeared out of nowhere was surely stronger than the rest of the puny rabbits. The title queen gave away to how strong it was. Sylvia didn't have to use a monocle to know. Just that single shock wave alone almost depleted her health points in a single strike. What's more, she only had 2 remaining health potions, enough to full her health points once. But she didn't have any potions to combat the paralyzing effect on her. She was doomed. Sylvia contemplated whether to delay the inevitable and continue to struggle and try her luck if she could defeat that thing that appeared out of nowhere, hoping that the paralyzation would disappear soon before it could launch another attack. It must be their mother or something. Sylvia mused to herself. She couldn't even laugh at her predicament. If she died now, the experience penalty was surely going to be enormous because of the appearance of another strong beast. She couldn't afford another huge ATP loss. Sylvia's advantage over the others would disappear, and it was like she was back from square one. Maybe it was even better if she deleted her account and recreated a new one. A new avatar's ATP might be higher than the one she had if she died again. Sylvia bit her lips when the horned rabbit queen moved together with the last remaining smaller rabbit. She could only watch helplessly as her death was fast approaching in the form of 2 pairs of large saliva-coated buck teeth. Whoosh! The sound of gushing winds and the smell of burned fur and flesh awoke Sylvia from a bad dream. And when she opened her eyes, the broad back of a man dominated her view. Who? Sylvia was taller than most women, but the man in front of her was taller than her by inches, donned in robes and face hidden by a black cloak. He had a pet that was exclusive only to the hunter and animist class, but he could cast fire like a mage. Sylvia was confused. There was nothing like that from the information she had gathered. And definitely not something she read from the developer's lacking guide on their website. Then it could only mean one thing. Are you? Sylvia pried for the stranger's eyes, but she still couldn't see amidst his dark hood. An NPC? Sylvia's eyes shone. Did she trigger an event or what? Chapter 20, The Stranger in the Hood. A horned rabbit queen. Ren was surprised that the last remaining rabbit that would have otherwise granted Sylvia her sought-after victory had successfully summoned the queen of all horned rabbits. Ren didn't expect Sylvia to last this long, facing the hordes of horned rabbits alone. If he had to be honest. And she proved him wrong when she was about to defeat them without anyone's help, if only the horned rabbit queen didn't appear. What were the odds that the low percentage skill, Screech, of the horned rabbit would be activated successfully at the last minute? And actually, summoned the queen of horned rabbits no less? The horned rabbit queen was a rare beast at this point in time, but a common beast in the latter part of the game that could only be encountered if its children successfully activated their skill, Screech. By that time, the horned rabbit's skill, Screech would already reach LV 7, so naturally, the success rate of summoning their Queen Mother would also increase. In this early game, killing a Horned Rabbit Queen would surely give huge experience and gil. What's more, its meat was ingredients in many cooking recipes and fetched a high price when sold. But killing it with only a single digit's ATP was impossible. Ren didn't know if Sylvia's luck was good or bad. At this rate, she was surely going to die. Yep. She was going to die. Ren thought when Sylvia was afflicted with the paralyzing status. Ren immensely enjoyed seeing Sylvia's usual calm and arrogant face crack. It made her human and reachable. Anyway, Ren was contemplating whether to help Sylvia or not. But at the appearance of the Horned Rabbit Queen, he decided to help her. There were advantages if he did help her. The meat of the Horned Rabbit Queen would surely fetch an excellent additional 5000 gil to his money. Sylvia would owe him a debt which she would surely pay in cash. The only disadvantage Ren had was that she would know that he could cast fire and would surely doubt his class even if he portrayed himself as a hunter or animist because of PI. Ren pondered some more, but he quickly decided upon seeing that the Horned Rabbits were going to attack again. Ren entered the fighting range and pressed engaged to join in the fray before he cast fire over the Horned Rabbit Queen. Ren's intelligence was way higher than the rest, enough to reduce the Horned Rabbit Queen's health points bar to more than half with a single critical hit. Minus 574 critical hit. Horned Rabbit Queen suffered from burn, 5% health points every minute, 40, burn. Sylvia was surprised by the amount of damage that the stranger inflicted on the Horned Rabbit Queen. He appeared to be in the hunter or animist class based on the beast-like pet on his shoulder. But he cast magic damage like he was a mage. As no player was capable of that unless... Are you an NPC? Ren faced Sylvia with a serious expression, though all the woman saw was hazy foggy darkness inside his hood. That's not important. Do you want to live and gain an enormous amount of experience? Sylvia was confused at the NPC's words. Was this an event? Did she trigger something? But where's the option that should have popped on her screen? Or was it voice-operated? Hurry up. Sylvia was still confused and nodded without thinking. She was still trying to guess Ren's class and whether he was an NPC or not. She was straining her neck if she could see inside the hood of his cloak to no success. Ren wasn't bothered and asked, how much? How? Sylvia became even more confused. Ren grinned and extended a hand. How much for your life? Sylvia's jaw dropped. What was he talking about? Was he talking about gil? Is that the payment for his help? Or was it part of an event? And in case you're wondering, I'm talking about real money, Ren said and avoided the attack of the Horned Rabbits. With his agility, it was a breeze. Since Ren's attacks were higher than Sylvia's, the aggro of the enemies were on him, and he became the priority target of the two Horned Rabbits. Ren didn't flinch, though, since his defense and agility were high. He could cast fire multiple times if he wanted to and finish the fight before the Horned Rabbits could move again, but he decided against it. He wanted to talk to Sylvia first and make a deal with her. Hurry up. I don't have all day. Sylvia was jolted awake from her confused state by Ren's monotone and cold voice. It was the first time that a man had spoken that way to her. She was used to everyone's attention and affection. All men she knew turned docile and idiotic upon facing her. Their hard voice melted mellow, and their cold facades cracked upon laying eyes on her beautiful face. She didn't have to make an effort. Her charms were enough to make all men bow before her. He was definitely an NPC. Sylvia thought. Are you an NPC? Ren's eyelid twitched. Ask me that again, and I'll kill those beasts myself and take all their experience and loot. Sylvia's eye rounded, and she restrained a gasp from escaping her lips. He was a player. A beta tester, then? That would explain the high damage and the weird-looking beast coiling on his neck. Beta testers had an unfair advantage over regular players. They already knew half the game before it was even launched. It was where Sylvia got some of her information, too, by paying a huge amount of money so she could acquire the Beta Tester's Guidebook of Covenant. It wasn't much, but it had more information than the guide on the developer's website. If so, then Sylvia's luck hadn't run out. She could still get out of this predicament. "How much do you want?" Sylvia immediately offered. If this was going to be resolved with money, then it wasn't a problem for her. Ren's smile stretched. "How much can you give?" With an arrogant and overbearing woman like Sylvia, she would surely not accept anything less. And with her fortune, money wasn't a problem. And Ren wouldn't have Sylvia in any other way. Rich, arrogant, prideful customer who wouldn't allow anyone to question her capabilities and power. It was the reason why Ren loved rich and overbearing people the best. Ren's grin widened when Sylvia's cold facade cracked. She bit her lip and glared at him with rosy cheeks and a flushed face. She was indeed beautiful, and Ren was one of those men who had a secret crush on her. Too bad that Ren's one true love is money. Sylvia gritted her teeth and hissed through the gap of her clenching teeth. "How about 10,000 real money?" "I'm sure that's more than enough." Ren didn't flinch and said in a monotone voice, "The experience reward for the hordes of horned rabbits is about 700. But since one of them successfully called the Horned Rabbit Queen, then what experience you'll receive would double. But if you died, then your ATP would surely suffer a tremendous blow enough for you to consider recreating your account. Are you willing to forfeit your advantage and start all over again?" Sylvia's face darkened. Ren's lips twitched at the side. He had her. Surely the daughter of a billionaire could offer more than that. "If not, then I'll just let them kill you before I defeat them and take all their experience and loot." Is he serious? Chapter 21, A Despicable Man. Ren's lips twitched at the side. Surely the daughter of a billionaire could offer more than that. "If not, then I'll just let them kill you before I defeat them and take all their experience and loot." Is he serious? How? How despicable. Sylvia thought and added in her head. And ungentlemanly. Sylvia didn't mind that the stranger knew who she was. Everyone knew who she was. It was a given as long as you live in the real world and the internet was a thing. Ren tilted his head to the side. A horned rabbit queen is rare and hard to find in this newbie forest. You might not get the same chance again even if you re-enter again and again. While their aggro is still on me, I'm giving you a chance to last hit them and take all the experience for yourself, and all of this for just a cash in your pocket. Ren shrugged. Your choice. Sylvia's smile dropped from her face. The man was clearly taunting her with the rewards and her family's money. Never in her life was she pressed like this, and by a man no less. He'd surely steal her kill if she refused, and she was left with nothing but the death penalty. However, if she agreed, she had to offer money that was befitting of her identity. She knew that he was merely baiting her, but her pride refused to pay anything less than she deserved. Though it was merely death in the game, Sylvia refused to pay cheap for her life. She knew her worth both in game and out. Sylvia composed herself and offered with a skewed smile on her lips. He wanted to challenge her wealth. Then, so be it. Then how about 100,000 real money? Said Sylvia with an overbearing tone, looking down at Ren through the gap of her nose. It was a huge amount of money, and she was sure that it was more than enough as payment. Ren merely smiled. Yes. That's how he wanted Sylvia to be. Prideful and arrogant. Else, how could he extort money from her and all the other overbearing young masters and mistresses in the future? Deal. Ren faced the Horned Rabbit Queen. Oh, and before I forget, the Horned Rabbit Queen's meat is mine. What? Sylvia shouted, but then she closed her mouth when she realized that she was deviating from her cool exterior. What would that leave me? The other loots, Ren said without a care. Sylvia looked at Ren in incredulity. Never in her life was she treated like this. Was he even a man? No. Was he even human? Author, no, Ren's a sprite. Lels. Sylvia hesitated, and Ren teased, it looks like the Horned Rabbit Queen is about to attack. I better get out of the way before I am hit in the crossfire. Ren was about to move when Sylvia screamed. Fine. Fine. Just give me the experience. Ren stifled a laugh at Sylvia's flushed face. Her expression was still hard, cheeks red, but her pair of ocean blue eyes were shaking, the only betrayal to her indifferent face. Ren immediately cast fire before the horned rabbits could launch their attacks. Minus 570 critical hit. Horned Rabbit Queen suffered from burn, 5% health points every minute, 40, burn, screk. The Horned Rabbit Queen's final cry reverberated in the forest before it dissolved into white particles and vanished in thin air, while the remaining last Horned Rabbit jumped and attacked Ren with its large bucked tooth. Ren didn't even try to evade. His defense was high, and no mere Horned Rabbit could cause a dent in his health points. -1. Sylvia's eyelid twitched. Even his defense was high. He's undoubtedly a beta tester. Sylvia thought with a nod. Ren ignored Sylvia's astonished face and waved his hand at the last remaining rabbit. My lady. Sylvia didn't know whether to feel insulted or not. She couldn't see the stranger's face, but she wanted to smack it left and right. Come to think of it, how did he manage to hide his appearance? Was it the cloak? Was it a rare item? Any time now. Sylvia didn't have the time to ponder as Ren's bored tone rang in her ears. Swallowing her indignation, Sylvia attacked the rabbit with her rapier. Her paralysis status was over a minute ago, and she directed all her anger and frustration at the poor rabbit. -27. Ren was a little surprised. He thought that Sylvia could end the rabbit's life in one stroke. But it seemed like her physical strength wasn't as high as he thought. Her magic points was also 0, so she couldn't use any of her skills. Ren followed up with an attack of his staff since using his fire would surely end the rabbit's life. -10. Sylvia's eyes shone when the number appeared on top of the horned rabbit. She breathed easy, knowing that the stranger wasn't invincible. At least his physical strength was low. Then was he a mage since his intelligence was high based on the fire he cast? Sylvia thought to herself. But he was walking with a beast that was unique to the hunter and animist subclass. Was it a unique class then? Sylvia heard about those vague and rare classes that weren't available in the selection at the beginning. But those rare classes listed in the guide that she bought from the beta testers didn't interest her. Was it one of them? Pi uncurled from Ren's neck and attacked the horned rabbit with its tail. -2. Sylvia giggled at the very low damage. At least his pet wasn't powerful either. She thought, relieved. Ren wasn't affected by Sylvia's mocking smile, and he rubbed little Pi's chin. Good job, Pi. 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 Eventually, Sylvia last hit the horned rabbit, and she acquired the loot and experience. Her resentment and reservation at Ren vanished at the sight of the experience reward. Since Sylvia and Ren didn't party, Sylvia got all the rewards as the one who last killed their enemy. She got a whopping 2,000 experience. It was indeed more than enough to compensate for her lost ATP before. The swindled $100,000 that she was going to pay was immediately erased from her mind, and she was even glad that she made a deal with the stranger. Sylvia faced Ren when the latter extended his hand. A handshake? Sylvia hesitated. In real life, she didn't want a guy to casually touch her disguised as a handshake. Her feelings didn't change even in the game. But the stranger had saved her life. Surely, she could oblige just this once. Consider yourself lucky, you brute. Sylvia thought. Hundreds had attempted to touch her hand, but only a few succeeded. The stranger should feel quite honored. Sylvia was about to shake Ren's hand when the latter retracted his arm and flexed his fingers instead like she had a rare disease that he didn't want to even graze. Hand it over, said Ren with a monotone voice. Sylvia looked over at Ren and asked with a flower sprouting over her head. How? Ren flexed his fingers again. The horned rabbit queen's meat. At his demand, Sylvia was reminded once more about their deal, and she grumbled under her breath. She was a little embarrassed for thinking about the handshake, and her face went red. This despicable man, How many times must he embarrass her? How am I going to send it to you? Sylvia knew how, but she pretended not to know, hoping that she wouldn't give the meat just to spite him. But after she finished her words, a notification popped on her screen. Player Ren is sending you a friend request, accept decline. Darn it. Ren smirked inside the hazy darkness of his hood. Well? Don't tell me the illustrious and dignified daughter of Sylvester Rutherford is going to break a deal? Ren looked over at the sky while skimming his jaw with his fingers. If the world knows about it, enough. Sylvia accepted the request and immediately sent the Horned Rabbit Queen's meat over to Ren. Thanks. Nice doing business with you. Ren turned and left the shocked Sylvia in place. Just like that. Without any more words and goodbyes. He was going to leave just like that. Wait. Your payment? Sylvia blurted. She was actually surprised that the stranger would just leave after he went all the trouble to extort her. Ren just waved his hand, not stopping for anyone. I'll contact you when I want the money. Wah, Sylvia didn't get to finish her sentence when Ren disappeared from her sight. Ren? Sylvia rolled the word on the tip of her tongue. She was momentarily in a daze, and when she got her bearing back, the stranger in the hood was gone. A whole minute passed that Sylvia just looked at where the man had left before she thought to herself. Ren, how? Sylvia's stoic face blossomed into a smile despite her annoyance with him. It might have been a good thing that she encountered him. A beta tester that knew the game more than the others was exactly what she needed. Money wasn't a problem. Sylvia placed her hand on her tilted waist and flicked her sword to the side. We'll be doing business in the future with you, Player Ren, Sylvia muttered as she looked at Ren's name on her list of friends. Chapter 22, World Quest. As soon as Ren was out from Sylvia's sight, he removed Phantom Cloak, and his appearance was visible once more. He wasn't an idiot to parade inside Euclid Village, knowing that Sylvia was going to be there too. He also pressed the pet section and had Pi stay inside his pet house in the home screen. Sorry, Pi. I'll have you accompany me later. For now, stay in your home. Pi. When everything was done, Ren entered Euclid Village and decided to wait for Lionel. Since his ATP was high, it was useless for him to grind in the newbie forest anymore. And Ren wasn't keen on accepting errand quests in a village that only provided him basic items. Ren also thought of going to the New Era Bank tomorrow. If he was going to make money out of the information he gathered and the items he would make, he needed an untraceable account that had the top-of-the-line security that no one could access, no matter who it was. And New Era Bank was number one in the department. But of course, it came at a high cost. Opening an account alone costs $1 million with a maintaining balance of another $1 million. It also had a monthly fee of $100,000 for its services and protection. It was not the bank for the faint-hearted. But if you wanted legal and illegal dealings, then this bank is the number one choice to go. If Ren wanted his identity to remain hidden and protect his family and future, then he had to pay the price. An expensive price. Ren wasn't worried, though, since he could still open an account even if he didn't have the money yet. He would apply for an organ loan among the many loans they offered with a time frame of 1 year. He was confident that he could settle all the money by then. Yosh. Psyching himself up, he went back to Anne's house and knocked on her door. Since it was night time, most of the NPCs were inside their home. Anne gasped upon seeing Ren and the Moonlight Flower in his inventory. Is that the Moonlight Flowers? Ren nodded and handed the Moonlight Flowers X10 to Anne. Your relationship level with it became intimate. Anne beamed, cheeks red in happiness. Thank you very much. She then cupped her cheeks and said in a sorrowful voice, but I had nothing to offer you except a tale. Do you want to hear it? Yes. Ren wanted to shout a resounding yes, and giggled at Ren's excitement, and his eyes wrinkled in glee. Well then. This is a story about the secret world, Fey Realm. Ren's joy couldn't be contained. Anne saw Ren's ecstatic face, which prompted her to tell the tale in an enthusiastic voice. Rumors have it that there is a secret portal leading to the elusive realms of the fairies. In the previous Fairy Queen's tomb, there lies a hidden room that contains the key to visiting the hidden, Fey realm. Gather your party and visit the land of the fairies, where you delved into magnificent scenery and forsaken ruins. Explore the enchanted forest and recover fabulous treasures and unearth secrets of ancient magic. Unbeamed and Claes put her hands on her back. I've never been there before, but I heard that rare flowers and never-before-seen beasts are abundant in the realm of the fairies. Acquired world quest. Fey realm. Ren was on his toes in sheer happiness. He did it. He really did it. He truly acquired one of the world quest. Though it was only a simple world quest out of many, but even with this, he would surely be a millionaire. Since he was the one who acquired the world quest, Fey realm, only he could trigger the event. But of course, it was up to him who he would bring along in his group. For the right amount, of course. As long as it was a world quest, he could bring anyone to party regardless of race and class. In the future, no matter how hard the players trigger the event with an, she would no longer give out the hidden quest, Moonlight Flower, since Ren already triggered it first. The world quest, Fey realm, is a whole new dimension. At first, it was like a dungeon but only 10 times harder, and the final boss was a world boss. And it would be available on the map once it was cleared, along with its many quests and areas to explore. And the rewards once it was cleared. Ren could only imagine. Being the first to clear this world quest and defeat a world boss guaranteed a platinum chest or even a crystal chest, and this would surely be sought after by guilds by then. Ren would wait for the in-game currency and the guilds to be established to announce the world quest, Fey realms, to all. They needed to grind and level their ATP to 3 digits anyway before attempting a world boss. There was no cap on the number of persons he could bring in, so auctioning the ticket to be in his party would surely make him rich with everyone who wanted to come and try their luck at a world quest. In the game Covenant, once partied and entered a dungeon, you can disband your members, and they wouldn't be forced out of the dungeon, as everyone believed. This wasn't a bug. It was purposely designed that way because the world quest could only be triggered once and by a single player. This allowed the other players or the other guilds to have a chance of clearing the world quest. This was to maintain the world quest's scarcity and a sense of importance, promotes competitiveness within players and excitement. If world quest could be triggered by everyone, then the level of its allure goes down. However, if it was designed to be triggered only once, then everyone would be hype and compete for first blood. Though the Fey realm would be available once it was cleared, the world boss would be gone forever and its many loots. What's left were ordinary bosses of the dungeons. But of course, the majority would only party with their guilds or groups of friends. But Ren had other ideas. He would bring only those who paid him the entrance fee. And once inside, it was a race on who could clear the world quest first. Ren would give every guild player a chance to acquire first blood in clearing the Fey realm, in exchange for an enormous sum of money. I think it's a fair price. Ren thought with a laugh. After making sure that the world quest, Fey realm, was on his list of quests, Ren thanked him and proceeded to Emily to trade his cooking recipes. He didn't have the ingredients or tools to make them, so it was better to convert them into food form. Rather, Ren wasn't keen on making food from recipes. He'd rather have Emily convert them to food than prepare all the ingredients and tools necessary for it. It was a hassle. And it was not like the food would give a permanent ATP boost. At most, it would just be like a potion when consumed. Oh, are those? Emily's eyes shone. Cooking recipes. Gimme. Ren almost shook his head. Emily was like him, wanting money. A few minutes later, Emily went out of her house and gave Ren the chocolate cake X1 and chocolate cookie X1. Ren inspected the food's description as he walked back into the main village after giving his thanks to Emily. CHOCOLATECAKE, a delicious sweet cake made from 100% cocoa, 4 horned cows, full cream milk, and native farm cocoa eggs. Restore 100% magic points when consumed. ENDCHOCOLATECOOKIE, a deliciously sweet cookie made from 100% cocoa, 4 horned cows, full cream milk, and native farm cocoa eggs. Heals all status effects. Ren wasn't familiar with recipes and food since there were hundreds of them, and it was a waste of time for him to memorize all of them. So he was surprised to find that the chocolate cake and cookie were handy items to have. Especially the cookie, where it could heal any status effect like that of an expensive panacea, which would only be available in shops at a later time. Ren was nearing the main village square when a notification popped on his screen. Player Lionel is calling you, answer decline. Chapter 23, with best friend player Lionel is calling you, answer decline. This time Lionel was calling via the game's messaging interface, which incorporated real-life phone numbers to enable your friends and relatives to call you when you're both playing in the game. Ren's heart thumped once more, and he answered the call with jumbled thoughts. Ren? Where are you? I'm already in the game. Are you here yet? Ren cleared his throat and said, yeah. I'm at Euclid Village. How? There's another village? I'm at Ironto Village. Where is this? Asked Lionel with a scratch on his head. Ren sighed. Yep. Lionel didn't change. Not one bit. There are hundreds of newbie villages, and the one you're in is miles away from me. Oh, no. Does that mean we can't play together? Just wait there. I'll go to you via the teleportation crystal. Teleportation crystal? What's that? Ren sighed, and he shook his head. Leave it to Lionel, who didn't read even just one paragraph of the guide. He was the type of guy that would venture into the unknown unprepared and enjoy the thrill of the surprised. While I hate surprises, I'll explain to you as soon as I get there. Don't leave the village and wait for me. All right. Hurry. Others are already getting first bloods here and there. We're already so behind. Ren ended the call and hurried to the entrance of Euclid Village. Along the way, he even spotted Sylvia entering the village, and he unconsciously avoided his eyes even though Sylvia couldn't recognize him. The woman didn't even bother to spare him a glance as she zoomed past him and went straight to a woman with pink hair tied in twin buns standing at the side whose beautiful face was coated in worry. She looked lost from how her head was moving left and right while her blue eyes shook like she was about to cry. And based on her get-up, white robes, and staff, she was a white mage. Pamela. Ren heard Sylvie say before he went out of the village. Pamela. Ren thought. He knew who she was. She was Sylvia's best friend. Whether in the game or real life, the two were often seen together. Ren shrugged the women off his mind. He would retrieve his $100 from Sylvia once he made an account with New Era tomorrow. Ren placed his palms on the crystal post glowing at the entrance of Euclid Village. A warm light enveloped his palms, and the game automatically saved his stop. So that if he died unexpectedly, he'd be respawned to Euclid Village. Res, where do you want to go? The game system listed the available newbie villages, and Ren pressed Ironto Village, before being engulfed with blinding white light. When he came to, he was at the entrance of Ironto Village. The newbie villages all had the same NPCs and quests, so Ren didn't bother with the NPCs here and went straight to Lionel with shaking steps. Along the way, Ren thought of Lionel's class. A dwarf defender. The only race that was a tank class. And due to the dwarf's short height and robust physique, not many took this race. Not to mention that no one wanted to be a tank. A class with a lot of responsibility on the front lines and often the blame in a group but none the fame. Due to this, dwarf defenders were rare and sought after by guilds, especially skilled ones. More so than an attack class. But since Lionel was just playing for the fun of it, he was left behind by the others, and no guild wanted to take him in because he himself didn't know his skills nor what a tank's main responsibility was. Lionel just wanted to be short, so he chose the dwarf defender on a whim. Ren slightly shook his head and chuckled. No matter. He would make sure to personally guide Lionel to become the greatest tank there is in the world of Arcadia. There were many scenarios in Ren's head as to what his and Lionel's encounter would be like after 10 years of not seeing the guy. But Ren never would have thought that the first thing he felt upon laying eyes on his best friend was dread. The excitement and happiness he felt all took a dive at Lionel's appearance. Lionel took the short height of a dwarf and its robust physique, but his good looks didn't match the dwarven race at all. Not to mention that he added a thick beard on his baby face that only appeared like it was pasted on his lips and jaw. All passers-by were looking at him while holding their laughter. But Lionel was indifferent to it all. He just stood there, blue eyes shining, face beaming with excitement. Ren was about to turn back when Lionel spotted him. "Ren? Ren? Ren?" Lionel waved his hand and jumped on his toes. Upon Lionel's voice, every attention flickered at Ren, and the latter could only lower his head and look at the ground in hopes that everyone wouldn't see his face. "Man. What took you so long?" Lionel said, grinning from ear to ear. He then twirled front and back, left to right. "Look at this. I really became short. Now everyone has to look down on me while I don't have to be wary if I step onto something anymore." Ren's face was indignant, and he asked with a monotone voice, "Leo, why did you add a beard?" "Eh? This?" Lionel rubbed his long thick beard, chest forward, beaming with pride. "As a dwarf, you have to have the beard. It's a staple for this race. Don't you know? And here I thought that you know everything." He then winked and posed in front of Ren. "Does it look good on me?" Ren wanted to whack his head, but only managed a rice eye. This was also Lionel's past appearance, but Ren didn't care at that time. Ren thought that something would change in this time due to him making ripples with the events and really thought that Lionel wouldn't choose a beard in this timeline, only to be left disappointed. Lionel was actually a good-looking guy, but due to his weird taste and, even more bizarre mindset, girls distanced themselves from him. Saya and Mike said that they'll enter the game tomorrow, and they wanted us to accompany them by their gaming pod. Ren's heart thudded hard against his chest. "Have you received their message to meet up at Highland Mall?" Ren shook his head. "I didn't check my phone." Lionel placed his hand on his hips. "I'll be flying to Zone A tomorrow, and they said to meet up for lunch. Then we can enter the game together after we finish buying their gaming pod." Ren didn't speak. If he did, he'd only disagree with meeting with Saya, and Mike and Lionel would never stop asking why. In this timeline, the four of them were still close. Lionel didn't overthink Ren's silence since he was indeed a quiet guy, to begin with. "Ren, let's go. Let's do some quests together." Lionel grabbed Ren's hand and pulled him to every NPC he saw. This was also the reason why Ren didn't do the normal errand quests in Euclid Village. He wanted to do the quests with Lionel so he wouldn't suspect that he entered the game way before him. In the end, Ren still became an errand boy for the NPCs together with Lionel. Chapter 24, Classless Merchant. "Ren, why are we staying in this newbie village again?" Lionel said and parried another crazed wolf heading their way while Ren cast fire to finish them off. Ren and Lionel have been grinding in newbie villages non-stop for 4 days, which meant 4 hours in real time. As Ren expected, having a tank in the team made things a lot easier. Ren mused to himself. Acquired Wolf's Fang X15 Gil. Ren was surprised that Lionel was very good at following orders. His decision-making skills and awareness were lacking, but Ren covered him for that. All he got to do was follow his lead and everything went smoothly for them. Damn. We don't even earn experience anymore from the beasts here. Lionel sat on the ground and grumbled. It was exciting at first, but after 4 days of grinding and doing the same thing in this newbie forest, it got boring really fast. Lionel looked over at Ren. Others are already setting off to other towns and dungeons and doing quests and racking first bloods while we're stuck here. Ren raised a brow. Since when did you care about first blood and quests? I thought, as long as you can play as a dwarf, you're all good. Lionel looked to the side, lips puckering. Well, if we're going to play this game, then at least we might as well aim for first bloods, right? Ren almost choked from his saliva. Since when did Lionel become competitive? Good things come to those who wait, Ren said instead and turned to his heels to get back to the village. Lionel shot to his feet and went after Ren. Remind me again why we're still in the newbie village? Lionel wasn't really interested in the answer as he placed both arms over his back. He just wanted something to talk about so he wouldn't get bored. Ren slightly shook his head. He had already forgotten how many times Lionel asked him the same question, and he answered with the same answer. Ren should have known that information only stayed in Lionel's mind for only a second. It was his mistake for explaining with great enthusiasm every time he asked. It's because I don't have a subclass yet, and within the span of 5 days after the game's opening, a traveling merchant would appear in newbie villages offering rare classes. They will then appear at random after that. If you miss this chance, you only have 1 in a million to re-encounter them again. This is the only sure way to have that rare class this early in the game without undergoing time-consuming, strenuous quests, summarized Ren with a serious expression and added. This is my only chance to have the Arcanist subclass now. The earlier Ren became an Arcanist, the better since he could immediately level his list of spells and skills. Lionel flung a booger from his nose and flicked it to the side before he snickered. Ren looked at his best friend and said seriously, it's not too late, you know. You can still change your race and acquire rare class. Lionel shook his head and waved his hand. Not a chance. If I can't be small in this game, then there's no point in me playing it. He then stared at Ren with a puppy smile on his face. Tail wagging if he had any. As expected of our encyclopedia. You certainly know a lot about this game. Ren's eyes looked dead to the side and lied in a bored tone. This information is available on the net if you're patient enough to search. It was a half lie. Others who have money purchased guides from beta testers. But of course, the majority still didn't know about this information. Lionel stifled a laugh, eyes turning crescent. That's impossible. I hate spoilers, and I'll just forget it in a matter of minutes. Why do you look so proud? Ren thought and sighed. In a way, Ren was thankful that Lionel was simple-minded. Everything he said, Lionel took it without a shred of doubt. Ren didn't know if it was a good or bad thing. Back in the village, Ren wanted to go back to the inn and passed another day. He was too tired to have his hope crushed again and again with the traveling merchant's non-appearance. Tomorrow was the last day. They would surely come without a doubt. Ren thought. Ren could go to other villages and towns or form a group to enter dungeons like the majority did and go back to the newbie village to check if the merchant had arrived. However, Ren had a perfectionist side. He couldn't rest knowing that there was something in his mind. And currently, acquiring the Arcanist subclass took priority. Anything besides that could wait. Another thing, the traveling merchant only stayed within 4 hours in the newbie village before they disappeared, and Ren didn't want to take that chance and miss them. It was the reason why he went back to newbie villages every 4 hours together with Lionel. If it were only him, he would wait in the village for them to come within the span of 5 days. But since Lionel couldn't wait on his feet for even a minute, Ren had no choice but to keep him entertained through grinding. It was like taking care of a child. Ren mused to himself. There was a hint of a smile on his lips, though. He was thankful that Lionel was going along with him without complaints. Lionel's tap on his shoulder halted Ren from going in the inn's direction. What's that? That looks new, said Lionel as he pointed towards the direction of the small square. Not many players were present in the newbie village anymore since 4 days had already passed in the game. And in real time, it was so early in the morning that many were still sleeping, snoring in their dreams. So a horse-drawn wagon with the words "Classless Merchants" written along its wooden walls stood out like a sore thumb in an uncrowded square. A spirited fairy flew around and around, attracting customers to buy their wares. While a grumpy gnome was wearing a peculiar necklace with a soft glowing crystal at the center was lying sideways on the driver's seat with a hand supporting its head upright. He was looking bored and chewing on a wheat in his mouth. Ren's eyes shone at the sight of them, and he immediately pulled Lionel along with him. It's finally here. Ren went over to inspect the wagon with Lionel in tow. Hello there, adventurers. Something catches your fancy? The fairy said. Her little body twinkled here and there was a cute smile on her face. Whoa. Ren, look. A real fairy. Lionel pointed wide-eyed while the fairy giggled at Lionel's silly face. He then skipped and pointed at the gnome. He looked over it from head to toe before his grin widened, beard shaking when he spoke, Ren. Look. Look. A real gnome. They really have pointy ears and large pointy nose. And they're green and ugly as hell. Hairto's slit eyes pierced Lionel, and he snorted. I don't want to hear the word ugly from someone like a dwarf with a fake beard. Your relationship level with Hairto dropped from strangers to ruffian. Chapter 25, Hairto, your relationship level with Hairto dropped from strangers to ruffian, how? Lionel was confused. He didn't know about the relationship level of NPCs because Ren explained it to him before, but he didn't know nor care about the gravity of such things. Ruffian? Lionel muttered. He looked at Ren and tilted his head with a flower sprouting over it and a wolfish smile on his lips. Ren, I think the ugly gnome doesn't like me. Ren smacked his hand over his face, and he immediately pushed Lionel back to the fairy when Hairto was about to wrestle Lionel to the ground. Leo, why don't you look at the items here while I speak with Hairto? I need to have my subclass first. Fine. Fine, Lionel said without a care and went over to the fairy. Rubbing his hands together, he said, show me what you've got. The fairy beamed, cheeks full and lips pouty. Here you go. CLASSLESSMERCHANTITEMS elixir, 100,000 gil, the highly sought-after miracle elixir. Restore health points and magic points to full health points potion, 5,000 gil, restore health points to full magic points potion, 10,000 gil, restore magic points to full panacea, 5,000 gil, heals all status effect weapon Excalibur, 4,700,000 gil, a one-handed sword that only true knights may wield. Physical strength plus 47 ARMOR, 4,000,000 gil, platinum armor, a silvery armor that is a sight to behold, defense plus 40 SHIELD platinum shield, 2,000,000 gil, a silvery shield that is a sight to behold. Health points plus 20,000, defense plus 20 ACCESSORIES fairy shoes, 2,000,000 gil, this set of winged shoes will fly you wherever you want to go, ignore terrain restrictions, defense plus 4, agility plus 10 platinum gauntlets, 500,000 gil, its silvery shine is a sight to behold, health points plus 10,000, defense plus 10 queen fairy's plume, 40,000 gil, a fallen feather from the queen of fairies. Summon, Titania, the queen of fairies Whoa. What the heck? What's up with all these zeros? They are all fucking expensive. Lionel checked his 435 gil before looking at the fairy with a gaping mouth. Who the heck could afford this? With a cute no one. Ren thought. The items the classless merchant sells were mid to late game items, so of course, the ludicrous price tag. And the items changed, matching the race and class to the player in inspecting their wares. However, having those items early on would surely catapult you to the top. Too bad that by the time the in-game currency was introduced, the classless merchant was already roaming the whole Arcadia and would take extreme luck to re-encounter them. Even Ren, the head of the information gathering department, didn't know where they would appear next. In the past, when the in-game currency was taking effect, those who did encounter them early in the game suffered hair loss from frustration. Because they met at random, most didn't bring enough money for their items, and it was forever the regret of their lives. If they only acquired those items, they'd surely be one of the tops in rankings in the middle and later part of the game. Ren left Lionel with the fairy and walked towards Hairto. Is that ugly dwarf your friend? Hairto asked the moment he saw Ren in his line of sight. Ren could say no because he was afraid his relationship level with Hairto would plummet to ruffian, and he wouldn't give him the Arcanist subclass. But yes, answered Ren without a hint of regret. He owed too much to Lionel to ignore him again. He'd rather take the strenuous quest to become an Arcanist than pretend that he and Lionel didn't know each other all for the sake of a game. Hairto's face wrinkled into a frown. Tell him never to set foot in front of me, or I'll cut his beard with my large pointy nose, HMP. Or? Ren was glad that there wasn't a drop in their relationship level, but Hairto was like Lionel. They're both immature and short. I see that you're still immortal. Hairto rubbed his pointy chin and looked at Ren up and down. Finally, Ren thought. Hairto's face grew solemn as he sat straight on the driver's seat and leaned towards Ren before speaking with a grating voice. Allow me to tell a tale, adventurer. Here we go. Ren didn't want to skip and risk his relationship dropping and lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get the Arcanist subclass this early game. Actually, if a player with an already existing subclass approached Hairto, the latter would just snob the former and pretend to sleep in the driver's seat of his wagon. My name is Hairto, and I was a gnome adventurer myself, like you lad. One day I stumbled across an interesting magical item during my career as a mercenary. Didn't you say you're an adventurer? Ren cut in. Shush. Let me finish first. Ren pursed his lips tight. Hairto coughed before he continued, as I was saying. I was a gnome treasure hunter. Finding lost forgotten relics was my game. Or, behold, this is the lost necklace of the gods. Hairto said and showed Ren the necklace on his neck. This would allow ordinary mortals like you into the path of godhood. I doubt it. Ren thought, though his face was still listening to Hairto's nonsense seriously. I had traveled across villages, towns, cities, kingdoms, realms and had aided many beings like you into the path of gods. Now, it's your turn, adventurer. Are you ready to become a god? Or, that line was so cheesy, but Ren still managed to nod his head. He couldn't even speak from the hives erupting on his skin, and it wasn't brought about by his soon-to-be subclass, that was for sure. Hairto nodded. Very good. Then place your hand over the crystal and call upon your heart's desire. My desire is money. Ren thought and placed his palms over Hairto's necklace. Choose one of the rare subclass of the mage class necrolite, others fear the unknown, but you embraced it. Death is your ally, and everything rots within your grasp. Chrono Mage, time is but a number, and you mold it in the palm of your hands. Seer, past, present, future. None of that matters in your eyes of all-knowing. Arcanist, the brain is your weapon, and knowledge is your power. Chapter 26, The Arcanist subclass Arcanist, the brain is your weapon, and knowledge is your power. Ren pressed a resolute Arcanist without a second thought. Are you sure you want the Arcanist subclass, adventurer? Hairto asked, eyes stretched wide and lips grinning with sharp teeth on display. Ren was tempted to press skip, but restrained himself. He was getting impatient from all the roundabout ways of getting his subclass, which showed in his tone of voice. Yes? Hairto didn't mind Ren's voice, and he laughed in glee. All right. From now on, you are an Arcanist. Your brain is your weapon, and knowledge is your power. Or, you just repeated the Arcanist description. Uncover the secrets of Arcadia and further your knowledge about the world, and you will surely become invincible. The crystal necklace on Hairto's neck glowed, and Ren was enveloped in a warm light. But in the other's eyes, he was just talking normally with Hairto. Other players already talked to the grumpy gnome only to be snubbed by him. In their mind, Ren was just wasting his time, and they resumed whatever it was they were doing. Congratulations in acquiring the rare subclass Arcanist. Rewards, 5,000 experience, 5,000 gil, new spell acquired. Ren was over the moon, and he immediately checked his stats. Status name, Ren. Age 19, race, Sprite class, mage subclass, Arcanist, eye color, silver hair color, black attributes, health points, 65 plus 100 magic points, 80 plus 100 physical strength, 3 defense, 64 magical defense, 9 plus 5 intelligence, 66 plus 10 agility, 54 luck, 126 plus 5 skill S, mana conversion LV, 1, passive, 10% replenish mana upon a successful hit SPELLS, heal LV, 1, cost 5 magic points, single target, 10% replenish health points, 1 minute cooldown fire LV, 2, cost 10 magic points, inflict 10% fire damage based on intelligence, single enemy target, 2 seconds cooldown teleportation LV, 1, cost 50 magic points, teleport within 1000 meters distance, X1 Grimoire LV, 1, cost 50 magic points, 10% chance of using 50% power of any spellbook, skillbook, and scrolls without restriction to race or class LIFE skill S, cooking, beginner fishing, beginner foraging, beginner experience. 5000 money. 10,447 gil ITEMS, newbie garb X1, equipped, longstaff X1, equipped, protection ring X1, equipped, phantom cloak, legendary, X1, equipped, covenant map X1 pelka meat X143 premium meat X7 horned rabbit queen's meat X2 midnight fur X5 high potion X5 chocolate cake X1 chocolate cookie X1 gold pickaxe X1 gold knife X1 cat suit, crafting, X1 cat ears, crafting, X1 cat tail, crafting, X1 Lolita headdress, crafting, X1 black cloak, forging, X1 phantom claw, forging, X1 black ribbon, rare, X1 Phantom's Revenger, rare, X1 spellbook, X1 skillbook, X1 Endiren looked at his grimoire, spell 10% chance was low, and only 50% power was worst. No wonder not many chose the Arcanist class. Though the spell was OP in the long run, it was hard to level up. Ren needed at least a good amount of gil and time to buy books and scrolls for him to copy and execute so he could level his grimoire spell. Ness however, as long as the level increased, so as the percentage, and Ren had no problem spending some gil. And when he leveled it enough, he would surely be invincible like Haruto said. Ren gave Haruto his thanks before he pondered if he should use his skillbook and spellbook, now that he was an Arcanist. It would surely give him a spell and skill unique to the Arcanist subclass. Yosh. Ren made up his mind and used his skillbook and spellbook. It was better to level them this early and reap the benefits. And besides, Ren could still acquire Crystal Chest later in the game. New spell acquired. New skill acquired. SPELLS heal LV, 1, cost 5 magic points, single target, 10% replenish health points, 1 minute cooldown fire LV, 2, cost 10 magic points, inflict 10% fire damage based on intelligence, single enemy target, 2 seconds cooldown teleportation LV, 1, cost 50 magic points, teleport within 1000 meters distance, X1 Grimoire LV, 1, cost 50 magic points, 10% chance of using 50% power of any spellbook, skillbook, and scrolls without restriction to race and class. Mind Palace LV1, can store the details of a spell skill you know acquired in a room in your Mind Palace. Can use any spell skill as long as it is stored in the room of your Mind Palace regardless of race and class. Skill spell depends on ATP, capacity, X5, magic points costs the same as the original spell skill END skill mana conversion LV, 1, passive, 10% replenish mana upon a successful hit probe. Probe spells skills of your enemies and store them in the empty room of your Mind Palace, 100% success if luck is higher warning. Cause dizziness for 10 seconds if probe is unsuccessful. Ren blinked. It was the first time that he encountered such spells and skills. Probe and Mind Palace goes hand in hand. Was it because he used a skill spell book simultaneously? Mind Palace was like Grimoire, but only 10 times better, less expensive, and more powerful since it depends on his ATP. The X5 capacity was low, but it could be leveled up, so he had no problem in that department. In fact, the spell was too perfect. And with Probe, he could even store and use his enemies' skills and spells that otherwise weren't available in book and scroll form. like the unique set of spells skills off-world bosses that couldn't be bought, replicated, or available elsewhere. Ren definitely didn't regret using those books now. With this, he could just focus on leveling his mind palace. Ren couldn't contain his grin, and he was in an excellent mood as he approached Lionel, who was still arguing with the fairy about the expensive price. Ren shook his head and pulled Lionel by the collar. The one thing he enjoyed with Lionel's dwarven race was that he could now drag him whenever he wanted. Though he was very heavy. Ren couldn't do it in real life since Leone was taller and heavier than him. You have to lower your prices. No one will buy from you if you keep this up. I'm telling you this for your own good, Lionel kept shouting at the fairy while the other players looked in their direction, snickering and pointing their fingers. Ren closed his eyes and lowered his head. Let's go, he grumbled, face flustered. By this time, the world chat must be exploding about the appearance of the classless merchant, and every villages and the one they're in would be crowded with players once more. Lionel took a turn and hugged Ren's leg, and the latter skidded to a stop. Ren? Those items and weapons are awesome. They have, like, 2 digits increase in your ATP. If we equipped it this early on, we would become invincible. But the price. Ren looked at Lionel's shaking puppy eyes. Those were his eyes when he wanted something so badly. Ren sighed. We can't afford it. Maybe in the mid-game. Lionel frowned and pouted. But at that time, it would already be too late. Others would acquire it too. You know more about this game than anyone else. There must be a way. I really want that armor and shield. Please. I'm begging you. Ren shook his head and repressed a laugh. Lionel's face was so funny when his faked beard was shaking. I can only research, but I can't do miracles. I can't just make Gil appear whenever I want. No. 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 There's got to be a way. Lionel cried, and Ren shook his feet so he could escape Lionel's tight grip. But all of a sudden, Leone suddenly went still before he pointed his finger forward. Hey? What's that? Ren looked over at where Lionel was pointing. What he saw was a group of players converging in a single spot. There were 5 of them, so they attracted a lot of attention, and based on their aversion and the way their bodies distanced from one another, everyone seemed to be strangers. They must be a group put up together on the spot. Do you think they'll go to a dungeon? There's one about an hour away from here, or so I heard. Lionel was on his toes, and he had already forgotten about the classless merchant. Ren could only shake his head and sighed. Lionel's attention span was really just a minute or so before another attracted his eyes. They must be attempting the Thunder Cave, Ren said. It was the only dungeon that was near Ironto village. And it's one of the elemental dungeons scattered near the newbie villages. In Euclid village, it was the Frost Cave. We should definitely join them. I wonder if they needed more members. Lionel was about to head in the group's direction when Ren stomped his shoes on his cape. Hold it. Chapter 27, a debt that he must repay. Hold it. Lionel skidded to a stop and stumbled on the floor from the sudden force. He looked over at Ren and asked. What? Don't you want to go there and check it out now that you have your subclass? He then peeked at Ren from the corner of his squinted eyes. You did acquire your subclass, right? Ren ignored him and explained, the dungeons in this world are different. It doesn't mean that it's near newbie villages that it's a newbie dungeon as well. It isn't. Ren shook his head. It was another ploy of the developers to toy with the players. Though it appeared like it because low-level monsters are crawling inside that cave, the final boss, however, is a whole other level completely. And attempting to clear it this early in the game and with only 6 players. Ren smirked. They'll be wiped out in a matter of seconds, and the death penalty will surely be enormous that they'd be forced to recreate their account and start all over again. Lionel gasped. That hard? Ren nodded. Lionel's eyes widened, and he looked over at Ren with a gaping mouth. How do you know that? Ren, could you be Ren had a bad feeling when Lionel stared at him seriously in the eyes. He swallowed hard, and a sweat ran from the side of his face. Could you be a beta tester? Did you apply in secret? Ren released a loud sigh and shook his head. I told you. If you know where to look, this information is available on the net. In the form of a beta tester guide. Lionel chuckled and patted Ren's back since he could no longer reach Ren's head. As expected of our encyclopedia. Ren is really an excellent buddy to have. And very much quite handy. Lionel looked at the group and shifted his eyes at Ren. Should we warn them? No. Are you an idiot? Nothing will come out good if you butt your nose in other people's business. Your kindness will only be repaid by scorn and unwanted remarks. Besides, they might not even enter Thunder Cave at all. Lionel hesitated. It was apparent on his face that he was keen on warning those groups, and Ren could only persuade him in another way. Lionel was naive and good-hearted. But in this game, others would just take advantage of it. If he went and warned those groups not to enter the Thunder Cave, others would think that he was a beta tester and start to cling to him for information. At the same time, some would think of him as nothing but a crazy busybody who had other agenda for stopping their escapade into the dungeon. Leo, we should really log out from the game now. It's already 6 in the morning in the real world, and you still have to pack and fly over to Zone A, right? Jen. Lionel stood straight in alarm, and he smacked his head with his big hand. That's right. Is that time already? Ren, I have to go ahead. My mother would kill me if he entered my room and found me gone. Lionel accessed his screen and pressed, log out. Ren opened his mouth, but Lionel's body was already disappearing into particles, and before he was gone completely, he left one final sentence with a grin on his face. Don't be late later. See you at Highland Mall. Sigh. Ren could only wryly shake his head at Lionel's short attention time frame. He then looked over at the group once more. Ren didn't tell Lionel about it, but someone in there had caught his eyes. A woman with long straight black hair, big dark eyes, pointy ears, and a tall and alluring frame. She held a revolver in one hand, and a holster was strapped on her hips. And based on her appearance, she was an elven archer with a subclass, sniper. Ringy Diaris Isolde. Ren mumbled. Once upon a time in the past, when Ren wanted to prove that he wasn't a mediocre player, he ventured into Darkwood Forest all by himself. A forest that shouldn't be attempted alone. Needless to say, he was severely injured in Darkwood's forest and was about to die from the pointy end of a dead troll's bark. With impeccable timing, Isolde came with her big guns and put bullet holes on the troll's body, saving him in the process. She was together with a group, and their plan all along was to let him die in the dead troll's hands and KS his kill, but she defied them, saying it was an act of cowardice. She was kicked out of her group that day. But she never cared nor blamed him. No, she didn't even spare him the barest glance as she challenged everyone in her group to a PvP fight because she was pissed. Ren really thought that she would lose because it was 1 versus 4. But against all odds, she came out as the victor. After her group died in her hands and took her spoils of war, she disappeared deeper into the forest, and that was the last time Ren saw her. It was their first and last meeting with each other. Ren chuckled. He crossed his arms and tilted his head as he stared at Isolde, who was at the far end from the others. She stood out from the rest from her height alone. Hard face, strong back, and a very confident posture and expression. She was rather cool. Even though it wasn't intended, he owed her a life. And he would repay it. A life for a life. Ren grabbed a player passing from the side and asked, "Hi? Do you happen to know where that group is going?" The player was slightly surprised before he pointed at Isolde and her companions. That group? They're going to attempt Thunder Cave. As I thought. Ren mused and pondered for a moment. The player must have thought that he wanted to join as well, and he waved his hand and said with a sneer, "Don't even think of joining those bunch. They're arrogant as hell and wouldn't let anyone with even a single-digit ATP in their group." Ren frowned. "Join them? who in their right mind would join a 6-member party attempting to clear Thunder Cave that even top guilds have a hard time clearing? They must be out of their minds or simply didn't know and underestimated the shrewdness of the developers of Covenant. Numerous players were crying and cursing in the past when they were lured by weak monsters in the elemental caves, thinking that it was a newbie dungeon that they could clear. But upon meeting the final boss, they were reduced to nothing but crying and cursing adults respawn in newbie villages. The death penalty was so enormous that they were forced to forfeit their advantages and recreate a new account since their previous avatar's ATP all went down to 0. You can never cheat the death penalty of the game. Once one of your ATP hits 0, you have to pay the remaining with your other ATP until you complete all the experience penalty. It was better to recreate a new avatar at that point. And after that, there was a petition signed to boycott the game if the developer didn't restore their previous avatar's ATP. Though the petition never came to fruition with just 100 signatures because mostly those who attempted the elemental dungeons were players who entered at the game's opening, the children of the privilege and the beta testers. And now, everyone could catch up and even the playing field. Ren shrugged. I won't. The player nodded before he went on his way. Ren could hide his appearance and pretend that he was an animist or hunter with the phantom cloak and pillar, but he needed Isolde in the game since he didn't want to form a guild or join a guild, for that matter. He would create a mercenary group. A no-commitment kind of group that would just come together if they were free to reap the benefits of dungeons and quests that otherwise couldn't be soloed. And he was thinking of recruiting Isolde. Ren needed her skills and the explosive power of her firearms in the future. Though Isolde would be part of the Gambino guild that her family put up, his was just a no-commitment kind of thing that had equal sharing of experience, gil, and items. She could totally join if she wanted to. Like a sideline. Ren didn't need pro players. What he wanted were loyal and earnest people like Lionel and Isolde, who wouldn't backstab him with just a rare item. Ren would ask them later about his plans, and for that to happen, Ren needed to show his real appearance to establish trust between him and Isolde. But of course, Ren wouldn't force them if they didn't want to. Ren took a large air intake before he went in Isolde's direction. Chapter 28, Isolde looked over at her group. Only 5 of them huddled together while their 6-member, their leader, was still recruiting. They were strangers to her except Dolly, who she had known since she was young since they were classmates all the time. But they were never close. Their relationship was only to the level of being acquaintances. Dolly was also the one who asked her to join upon stumbling with each other a while back. They were going to attempt Thunder Cave together. They were the few who reached all their ATP to 2 digits. Their leader, Buck, a dude with beads of black hair and large front teeth, was recruiting other players with 2-digit ATP. And to verify if the players were telling the truth with their ATP being in the 2 digits, once partied or added as a friend, the players within your group or in your friends list could view your ATP upon request and your approval. Isolde was feeling good at the moment. Everything was going smoothly so far. She completed quests after quests and grinded until all her ATP reached 2 digits and she hadn't died. Not once. She had a good feeling about clearing the Thunder Cave. Some players within her group had already entered the cave, though not deep, since they'd run out of health points and magic points before reaching the boss's room. Isolde believed it was because those players didn't have enough members. At most, everyone formed groups of 3 since not many knew about the opening of Covenant, so the scarcity of players. And some weren't that good at using their skills, and they lacked initiative and decision-making skills when facing an opponent. But now, they have 4 damage dealers and 2 healers. Against a newbie cave, Isolde thinks that it was enough. Isolde smiled to herself. Maybe their group would get first blood. And whatever items and treasures they'll acquire inside would surely boost them to the top, and they would gain an enormous advantage over the others. She nodded to herself with a slight smile on her lips. Hello. Isolde spun her attention to a man who was shorter by inches in height than her. He had a course of black hair that was shorter at the back. His face was handsome, and his indifferent eyes attracted anyone who sought to look closer. He was a looker, especially with the aloof aura he portrayed. Hello. Isolde nodded. If you want to join the group, then you're asking the wrong person. She was not cold. She was direct to the point and hated wasting time. Isolde pointed in Buck's direction, who was busy asking players for their ATP. That man is the one who is organizing this escapade and the leader of this group. Ren's indifferent face didn't budge. Isolde was exactly like what he had imagined. She was the type who hated small talk and wasn't afraid to speak her mind and take action on the spot, evident from his encounter with her in the past when she challenged everyone in her party to a PvP fight just because she was pissed at her group's reasoning and cowardice act. My name's Ren, and I don't want to join a group that I know will be wiped out in the Thunder Cave. That got Isolde's attention, and he faced Ren with a serious expression. If he were being funny and pouting crazy to get her attention because of her family, like all the others he encountered, then she would personally slap his face left and right for wasting her time. Isolde crossed her arms and looked down at Ren through her thick lashes. And what made you say that? If he didn't provide a thorough explanation that would satisfy her, then she would surely teach him a lesson for ruining her mood. Ren didn't mind Isolde's hostility. He knew her to be short-tempered and easily pissed off. First of all, assuming that Thunder Cave is a newbie dungeon all because it was near this village is a grave mistake, Ren stated and continued, what made you think that raiding the cave with only 6 party members and only 2-digit ATP would clear Thunder Cave? Isolde opened her mouth to retort, but Ren beat her to it. Just because the monsters and beasts roaming in the cave were low level and easily soloed? Or was it because of your ignorance of the cave and lack of information about the boss that was why you don't know the true horrors of the dungeons in Covenant? Wah? Isolde was rattled because the stranger had a point. She cleared her throat and stood her stance with a straight back. And what made you believe that it wouldn't be cleared with just 6 players? Have you met the boss? Isolde placed a hand over her tilted hips. Based on what you said, it seemed like you know the boss of Thunder Cave. Are you a beta tester? Or are you a poser who didn't want us to get first blood at clearing the dungeon? This was why Ren didn't want Lionel to butt in. If a player were set on going, then he wouldn't see reason until he suffered defeat. But Ren had already prepared for this outcome. He would try his best to persuade Isolde, and after that, it was entirely up to her. Ren's brow rose. Are you an idiot? How? Do you know what boss is waiting for you in Thunder Cave? Isolde raised her chin. No. But we have 4 damage dealers and 2 healers. Do you have a tank? Isolde's eyelid twitch. No. Then your healers and mages are the first to die? They'd be targeted left and right and couldn't support anyone when they're mostly fleeing and defending for their lives. Isolde's mood plummeted, and she snapped, why are you telling me this exactly? What could you gain from telling me all this? This was the first time that we encountered each other. Except maybe that you don't want us to clear the dungeon because of some unknown reasons. Your opinion doesn't matter here. Ren chuckled. Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you. Player Ren is sending you a friend request, accept decline. Isolde tilted her head to the side. Was this his plan all along? Asking her to be friends because of her last name? Could he be like everyone else who only got close to her because of her family? Decline if you want, said Ren, but retrieve it later from your logs if you find out that I was telling the truth. And before Isolde could open her mouth, Ren turned and waved his hand goodbye. If you see a large golden door with intricate carvings, don't enter at all cost. Isolde watched Ren log out. His body dispersed in tiny white particles, and the last thing she saw was the smirk on his lips. How infuriating. She then pressed decline and went to her logs to delete his request from the trash bin. She was about to press delete when her finger stopped midway. There was something from the way he moved and talked that gave off confidence. Like he was so sure of what he was saying. Was he a beta tester then? But why help her? What could he possibly gain? Except for her family, Isolde couldn't think of another reason. She knew that she wasn't beautiful like Dolly. People would often forget her face the moment they looked away. The only thing they remembered were her last name. Isolde wasn't a naive idiot. She didn't believe for a second that Ren was telling her all that out from the goodness of his heart. Everyone and everything was a competition. Isolde's eyes rounded when she thought of something. Could it be? Isolde's cheeks puffed red, and the hard lines on her face cracked into a flustered expression. Could it be that he likes me? Chapter 29, Thunder Cave. Who's that? Dolly inquired after Ren dispersed from sight. She was curious because a handsome stranger was talking to Isolde. Could he be one of those ignorant men who were after Isolde for her name only to be left running away with their tails between their legs upon meeting her family? Him? Isolde looked to the spot where Ren left a moment ago. No one. Just someone who has pouted nonsense. Really? What did he say? Dolly inquired, eyes shining with a gawker's glee. Isolde shrugged. Just another random stranger that said we shouldn't attempt Thunder Cave. Dolly pouted. Oh. Another one? What's his name? Ren? I think, Isolde said and offered no further ongoing conversation. Did you at least send a friend request? That Ren is rather hot. It would be a shame to let him go. No. But he did, Isolde said without a care. Dolly's eyes widened in surprise. She and Isolde weren't close. Throughout their life, she and Isolde were classmates, but they didn't have the same circle of friends. Isolde was eye-catching because of her height and intimidating pair of big eyes. Her face was average, and her strong personality repelled most of the boys. Her loner and silent character also didn't go well with some girls. But none dared to antagonize her because she was rumored to be the daughter of a long-standing line of a reputable mafia family. It was also one of the reasons that men were scared of even approaching her. The only ones who did were those who were interested in her family name. Right? Dolly placed a finger on her chin and looked over at the sky, thinking. There was a boy once who became her boyfriend only to leave her because Isolde was manlier than him. PFT. Dolly repressed the peals of laughter threatening to come out from her lips. That rumor always didn't fail to make her smile. Don't get her wrong. She had nothing against Isolde. She was neutral when dealing with her. Dolly probed, Anne? I deleted it. Dolly's jaw dropped, and her emerald eyes rounded. How could you? Is it still in your log? If you're not interested in him, then give me his number instead. Isolde's eyelid twitched. Dolly was indeed a beautiful girl with a sultry face that could get any man on his knees. She was popular with the boys with her red waves, full bosom, and dainty waist. She had many male followers who did anything she asked. And it only continued to grow. Isolde didn't know why, but she refused to hand Ren's number to her. Imagining that guy's cold face and confident voice fell in the hands of Dolly as a mere follower didn't do well with her. I don't think I have any right to give you his number, Isolde said before she turned and left Dolly behind. What? Dolly couldn't believe that Isolde snubbed her. They weren't close, but at least she expected her to act cordially towards her because they had been classmates their whole life. Dolly gritted her teeth and sneered. What a pretentious bitch. Just say so if you like him. No need to play hard to get. She then flipped her hair and crossed her arms under her breasts, secretly pushing them up. HMP. Let's see if I'll help you later. Eventually, Isolde and her temporary group all set forward with just 6 party members. They couldn't find any more players that fit their requirements. The others were probably already exploring other areas and had already left the range of newbie villages a long time ago. They were the first big group with an all 2-digit ATP to attempt Thunder Cave, and everyone's eyes and ears were on them. The world chat exploded with their names, and they instantly became famous. While Dolly and the others enjoyed their fame, Isolde was still thinking about Ren's words. She was somewhat impulsive and straightforward and admitted that planning and scouting weren't her strongest points. And when Ren said some valid points to consider, she started to hesitate. Should she have bought that ridiculously expensive beta tester guide? No. She wasn't keen on spoilers and she wanted the thrill of the adventure. Isolde shook her head and fisted her hands with a resolute face. Even if he was handsome and went all the trouble just to ask for my ID, I shouldn't waver. she thought to herself. But what if he was telling the truth? What if they really couldn't clear Thunder Cave with 6 party members? Isolde bit her nail. Should I turn back and gather more information? Isolde shook her head before lightly slapping her cheeks to wake her up. No. She wouldn't know until she tried. Isolde nodded to herself. There couldn't be progress if she didn't face the challenges head-on. And she wasn't raised to give up without even trying. Even if Ren was telling the truth, she still wanted to see it for herself. She would rather move forward and face the consequences of her action than be a coward and turn tail at the unknown. And besides, what if Ren was wrong? What if they could really clear Thunder Cave with just 6 of them? She would surely get an experience boost and platinum chest for getting first blood. With this thought occupying Isolde's mind, she didn't notice that they were already deeper in the jaws of Thunder Cave. Most of the monsters and beasts run tail upon the sight of them since their ATP was already high for the monsters inhabiting the cave. See, this is just a newbie cave. The beasts and monsters here could even be soloed. I bet the final boss is nothing to be scared of. Isolde mused to herself. However, her lips shut tight when after traversing the straightforward path up the cliff, they stumbled upon a gigantic golden door with intricate carvings on its frame. And Ren's words whispered in Isolde's ears. If you see a large golden door with intricate carvings, don't enter at all cost. Is this is? Player A asked. We're finally going to fight our first real boss. Everyone, calm down. Remember what we agreed upon. Experience, gil, and items will be split evenly, but the equipment and weapons will belong to whoever benefited the most. Okay? Okay. K. There was no limit of members in a group, but the amount of experience and gil you acquired would be reduced since it would be distributed amongst you. All items, equipment, and weapons would go to your group inventory, which would be available once you form a group. It couldn't be withdrawn unless everyone or the majority agrees which item belongs to who. And if you leave the group, then you won't have access to the items anymore. Likewise, if the majority agreed to disband without allocating the items would disappear. This was the developer's way of ensuring that everything would be fair in a group. No leader controlled everything. Everything was handled by all members of the group. Dolly was grinning from ear to ear. She was so glad that she returned to Ironto village and stumbled upon Buck. If she cleared this dungeon, her fame would definitely skyrocket, and she would attract even more followers. Richer and handsome followers. She stifled one foot over the other from sheer excitement when the others opened the giant door. Whoosh! A gust of wind pushed everyone one step back from the entrance before everything went still. Isolde and the others' necks strained from looking beyond the darkness but couldn't see even a line. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Should we go in? You first. Dolly rolled her eyes and pushed everyone aside. Bunch of cowards. Let me go in first then. Dolly sashayed towards the entrance and halted a step just in line with the door. A sheen of sweat coated her back for fear of the unknown before she mustered her courage and took that one final step inside. For the followers. When nothing happened, Dolly faced the others, and her smile widened. Well? Am I going to solo the boss after all? The boys laughed while the girls released a sigh of relief that nothing scary had happened. However, Isolde didn't move from where she stood. She thought that she had already made her resolve, but face to face with the giant door that Ren spoke of, her resolve crumbled to dust. Was he speaking the truth after all? Or was Ren been here before them? Isolde couldn't ponder more when Dolly faced her with a raised brow. Don't tell me that you're backing out. Dolly mocked and laughed. That's okay. More treasures for me then. Isolde grumbled under her breath and proceeded to enter the door. She was raised not to fear anything and faced everything with courage and confidence. She would not back out now. Chapter 30, Wiped Out. A loud thump closed the door tight when everyone was inside. Static erupted in the space before lightning clashed with each other and illuminated the area. What is this place? They were transported in some kind of an open grassland with thunder raining down from the dark sky. There was nothing but the wide open field, raging mountains, and dark, ominous clouds. What on earth? Someone shouted and pointed towards the sky. Isolde held her breath when her eyes caught the silhouette of something that made her nauseous. Towering over the landscape at the height of over 100 feet, a colossal giant lived with its head in the clouds. Surrounded by thunder and perpetual storm, the giant was incredibly stout and robust. Its glowing golden braided hair was never cut, crackling with static electricity. Its eyes glowed an electric blue, and its deep voice deafened any who stood too close. It didn't have a single armor, wielding only a single massive weapon that could cleave an entire mountain into two. It brought hurricane where it went, each step pulverizing the ground like thunder while lightning split the sky. Isolde couldn't stop the shaking of her limbs. At this moment, death was staring straight into her eyes. She swallowed hard, and with a trembling hand, she managed to use a monocle against the monstrosity before them. Used monocle X1 remaining number of monocle. 2, PRIMORDIALTHUNDERKING location, Thunder Cave description, where thunder walks, mountain falls. This giant is the perfect fusion of flesh and thunder, seamless and brutal in its symbiosis. Their breath is a perpetual hurricane that follows wherever they tread, and their weapon can channel the power of thunder into the earth itself. Their one goal is to restore the world to plane and rebuild it anew. Attribute health points. 770,000 magic points. 5000 strength. 700 defense. 600 magical defense. 500 intelligence. 500 agility. 40 luck. 50 PRIMORDIALTHUNDERKINGHEADANDBODY health points. 385,000 PRIMORDIALTHUNDERKINGLEFTARM health points. 115,500 PRIMORDIALTHUNDERKINGRIGHTARM health points. 115,500 PRIMORDIALTHUNDERKINGLEGS health points. 154,000 damage resistances bludgeoning piercing slashing damage immunities cold lightning thunder condition immunities paralyzed restrained unconscious weakness none Isolde's pupils draw slit. What kind of a monster is this? Everyone was stunned, and not a single one uttered a word when the primordial Thunder King raised its foot. All they could do was stare at the monstrosity and await their fate with shaking limbs. Isolde's heart stopped. She couldn't even close her eyes when death appeared before her in the form of a gigantic foot. Bam! A large aperture formed from where the foot landed, and the force from the impact sent a gust of boulders and debris flying in all directions. Wiped out. With a single stomp, everyone died. The next thing Isolde knew, she was back in Ironto village as a WSP with a notification popping on her screen, asking her to pay the death penalty. You have died. Penalty 700,000 experience insufficient experience proceed to pay 697 ATP for lack of experience proceed. HUHH. Isolde was screaming in her mind. What the hell is wrong with this game? Nothing made sense to her. Was that really a dungeon boss? Isolde didn't want to think what a world boss would be like if it were. A hard shudder ran in Isolde's spine. Even now, the primordial Thunder King's enormous presence felt like it would swallow her whole. This would surely give her nightmares to come. She pressed proceed with a shaking breath and heavy heart, and all her ATP went zero. At this rate, it was better to recreate her account. Isolde logged out of the game with a dark face. She couldn't continue playing with a hazy mind and angry heart. When her pod opened, she went to her bed and threw a pillow on her face, and screamed her heart out. Ag. Chapter 31, Message Ag. Isolde's muffled cries were drowned against the soft cushion of her pillow. The frustration was eating her alive. All that grinding and quest hunting, gone. Just like that. And she was going to start from the very beginning again. Her advantage over the others was gone. It was like she was going to enter the game the first time again. It might not be unremarkable in real life because of the time difference, but it was like 5 days in the game. Isolde released a heavy sigh. She stumbled over the bed and went to one side of her wall that displayed her medals and awards. Revolving one of the frames, her walls opened to reveal a secret compartment that keeps most of her precious gun collections. And her little baby at the moment was her family's top-of-the-line Gambino SX4X7 shotgun, specifically for the world's most demanding class of gun owners, including the Olympians who compete every 4 years for the title of the world's best in skeet and trap shooting. But of course, hers were custom-made with her name engraved on its blue finished steel barrel. The SX4X7 Gambino shotgun model was priced well over $400,000 due to the 12-gauge, side-by-side shotgun's performance capabilities and the striking aesthetics created through engraving. Far lighter than most other shotguns, Gambino's break-action shotgun features a 66-inch barrel and weighs just over 7 pounds unloaded. With blue finished steel and white and blue front luminous sight, the SX4X7 Gambino shotgun was further set apart by its hand-sculpted and custom-engraved receiver and side locks with a rebounding hammer-firing mechanism. After a while of cleaning her baby piece by piece, Isolde carefully placed it back in its rightful place as the centerpiece of all her collection. She placed both hands over her hips and released a satisfied smile. Looking at her collection, Isolde regained her calm, and she could think clearly again. It always worked whenever she was feeling frustrated and out of mood. She then went to bed and lay on her tummy. It was nearing 8 in the morning in the real world, and Isolde immediately logged in on Covenant's app. This allowed the user to be connected with her avatar and everyone else in the game. She could also check her messages, items, and status in the app. Isolde retrieved Ren's number from her deleted logs. She hesitated at first but decided to send him a message in the end. Isolde, you're right. Just 6 members couldn't defeat the boss. Rather, do you know the final boss? You could have told me that it's a thunder god with an exaggerated ATP. She then pressed send before she changed her mind. A minute passed, and Isolde just stared at her phone without blinking. Her eyes were strained, and her expectation felt duller each second that there was still no reply. Isolde released a sigh. Did I come too strong? Should I have said sorry instead of blaming him? Isolde bit her nail, and she was worried that she had made a blunder again. Why wasn't she gifted with social skills? Maybe he was busy? She comforted herself. Just as she was about to take a bath and refresh her mind, a notification rang on her phone. She stumbled onto her bed once more and checked her notification in a hurry. Ren, if I told you the final boss, would you not have entered? Isolde didn't even notice that she was smiling from ear to ear as she quickly typed her reply. Isolde, you're right. I would still have entered and got wiped out in the end. Isolde was so sure that she would still enter to see for herself. There was no one to blame but herself. Ren, I thought as much. Isolde hesitated before she typed. Isolde, how did you know? Are you a beta tester? Or have you been in Thunder Cave before us? There was a whole minute of silence, and Isolde wanted to smack her head for asking that question. Why did she always have to make everything complicated? Her line of thoughts was disturbed by a notification rung on her phone, and she scrambled to open it. Ren, is that important? She immediately typed. Isolde, no, she didn't care if Ren was a beta tester or that he had acquired the beta tester guide. What's important was. Isolde took a deep breath and typed slowly, thinking of each word she was typing. Isolde, why do you want to help me? We're nothing but strangers, and I don't believe that we have met or encountered each other before. Ren is typing. The veins in Isolde's eyes were turning red from looking at her screen too much, afraid that she would miss Ren's reply. Ren, I'll be honest with you. I plan to put a group to raid dungeons and complete quests that otherwise couldn't be soloed in the future, and I want you on my team. No commitment attached. Equal sharing of loot and rare items belongs to those who benefit it the most. It was good and all, especially that no commitment attached thing, but... Isolde, why me? Isolde's heart thumped, waiting for Ren's reply. At the moment, she didn't know which answer she was hoping to know. Ren, because the game interface incorporated real-life battle skills. You're very good with guns, right? You've won numerous medals before, if I was not mistaken. Your face was sometimes plastered on news and billboards. Isolde Gambino, the youngest shooting prodigy. That's you, right? Isolde wasn't the least bit surprised that Ren knew her. Her family was famous, after all, and her face was indeed plastered on magazines, but mostly because she was the daughter of the Gambino casino empire and not because of her skills in shooting. On the outside, they were nothing but a harmless perfect family who ran numerous casinos in Zone A, but in the dark, they were weapon manufacturers and dealers. Isolde sighed. She didn't know why she was a bit disappointed that Ren was after her talent with sharp shooting more than anything else. Idiot. Isolde said to herself and hit her head. Of course, he would be after her skills and not her. Who would want a daughter of a scary family? And a woman who was manlier than most men? She was never pretty, and she knew that. She was good with guns, fighting, and sports. She always outplayed every male in her school. No boys would like her. It was evident with her ex-boyfriend, who left her because he couldn't stand feeling like he was the woman in their relationship. Though she admitted that she was rather boyish on the outside, she was very much a girl on the inside who also liked boys and wanted to experience that rush of giddiness when experiencing love like everyone else. Isolde released a big breath once more and typed. Isolde, sure. Just hit me up if you want to party. Likewise, I can message you if I want you to join us, right, Ren? Sure. No problem here. That is, for the right price, of course. And I'm speaking of real money, Isolde, money. Shouldn't the equal sharing of loot enough, Ren? You can take the items. I'd rather have the money, Isolde. I thought you're rich, Ren. Just because I was there when the game opened doesn't mean that I'm rich. I'm poor and in need of money. Then, could it be that he was indeed a beta tester? Ren, is my status a problem? Isolde quickly replied. Isolde, no, I think I prefer it that way. More treasures for me, Ren, good then, Isolde, rather, are you good enough to be paid for your services, Ren? You'll know once we parted. Isolde's lips curved upward and they said their goodbyes. At least he wasn't after her name but her talents. That was a first. No. In fact, Ren was the very first who went after her not because of her family's name but because of her skills with guns. It felt good for once. A gentle knock on the door woke Isolde from her line of thoughts. My lady? Your father wanted me to inform you that there will be an urgent family meeting later at lunch. Every member of the main family must attend without fail. Urgent family meeting? That was rare. Their family hadn't had one since the day her father was appointed as the head of the Gambino family. And after the game openings? Isolde thought. Could it be related to Covenant? Chapter 32, Sylvie's message. After his talk with Isolde, Ren got ready and went to apply for an account with New Era's bank in the morning. Everything went smoothly, and the transaction was fast. By the strike of 10 in the morning, everything was finished, and he now had a private account with the bank. I guess applying for the organ loan will speed up the process. Ren thought. Not many applied for this loan since it was certain death, and when Ren did, it was like he became a VIP in the bank. He was taken into an all-posh room and even had complimentary champagne and Royce chocolates. Every staff inside the bank was excited, and their eyes were shining with eagerness when he signed his name and placed his thumb mark on the contract papers. They might have thought that he wouldn't be able to pay his account after 1 year, which meant all his organs were for sale to the highest bidder. He was young and had no sign of substance abuse. He didn't smoke, he wasn't an avid drinker, and he had no history of major illness. He was perfect. His organs were perfect. Ren just smirked. He messaged his bank account to Sylvia through Covenant's app before he proceeded to Highland Mall. Highland Mall was a luxury mall strategically located at the center of the central business district of the main city of Zone A. This mall was frequented by the rich, and it always appeared on social accounts of celebrities, influencers, and wannabe influencers. Since Saya and Mike set the place, Ren could only oblige. Before entering the mall, Ren first checked his appearance in a shop's floor-to-ceiling glass window. He didn't have branded clothes or designer items compared to the many people going in and out of the mall. He was just wearing a simple black shirt and pants with only his phone and some cash in his pocket. The guard even eyed him suspiciously when he entered the mall, maybe because he wasn't accustomed to seeing men in simple non-branded clothes. Ren ignored the security's stares that followed him all the way to Gargino restaurant, where Saya and Mike had made a reservation. Even if the guards keep it subtle, Ren caught the occasional glances from the corner of his eyes. Even after so many years and trains and cars threaded the sky, the gap between the rich and the poor only continued to widen. But it would no longer be the case once the in-game currency is introduced in Covenant. Everyone could enter and have the chance to earn and flip their life for the better. Though there would be a large minus of gil from drops and rewards when that happened, everybody still had the chance to earn. So the next few days, Ren had to accumulate gil while the game was still generous at giving them out. Ren looked at the expensive sign made in emerald acrylic on top of the restaurant's entrance. He didn't want to come. In all honesty, he was only doing this for Lionel. Tolerating Saya and Mike's presence for an hour or two for Lionel's sake was a small price to pay compared to what he did in the past to him. If he started avoiding the two and acted hostile towards Saya and Mike, Lionel would surely question it to no end. That guy valued their friendship second to his family. Ren had the option to turn things around this time and try his best to mend his relationship with Saya and Mike, but what they did to him was forever stuck with him. Whether he wanted to or not, their past actions in the past would always influence his decision now. "Hi," Ren greeted the staff standing at the entrance of Gargino restaurant. A 5-star Michelin-awarded restaurant that Saya just loved to frequent. They have a wide array of food choices, but they are best known for their Asian and Italian cuisine. "Reservation for Saya Milani," said Ren, and the staff's practiced perfect smile remained plastered on her face as she guided Ren to their table. Ren was the first one to arrive. He was that guy who came 15 minutes before the agreed time even though he knew that the others would be late. Lionel was still on his way to this mall after settling his lodging at Zephyr's Academy dorm. Saya was probably still getting ready, and Mike was probably still in front of the mirror fixing his already neat clothes and hair. Ren sat at the table and brought out his phone to pass the time. Sylvia already replied, and there was a notification on his phone of the $100,000 wired to his bank and another $50,000. "Ows, Sylvia, a little extra for your trouble. And I hope you can answer a question of mine." The corner of Ren's lips curled upward. "Ren, thanks for the extra tip." Sylvia is typing. Ren wanted to laugh. What he would give to see Sylvia's troubled face for not responding to her question. As he waited for Sylvia's reply, Ren went to his bank and transferred the $100,000 to his student loan. Paying it within 30 days would null its interest, and Ren could breathe easy knowing that was one less loan he paid. Now, he would only focus on paying his new Eros account loan. "Sylvia, how did you hide your appearance? Is it a special item? I also want to hide my face. Money isn't a problem." "Name your price," Ren chuckled as he shook his head. "Ren, as much as your offer tempts me. This item is only a one-time deal. However, if you really want to hide your appearance in the game, then have a blue mage in your group." "Sylvia, blue mage? I have a friend that is playing a blue mage, but her list of spells didn't contain anything that would hide my appearance." "Is it a latter spell, Ren?" "Yes. Once your friend evolves his class to an illusionist, he could hide your appearance anytime you want." "Sylvia, how long would that be, Ren?" "Depends on how fast he could grind his ATP to 3 digits, Sylvia, that would take forever. By that time, it would already be useless." "I want to hide my appearance this early on, Ren. Is your beautiful face bothering you that much, Sylvia?" "Yes," Ren huffed a laugh. Leave it to Sylvia to be so arrogant about her looks that she didn't get that he was being sarcastic. "Ren, sorry. I don't know any other item that could hide your appearance," which was true. Sylvia is typing. Sylvia, then, how much for your item? I'll give you a blank check. Ren shook his head and only replied with 3 words before closing the app. Ren, not for sale. Chapter 33, Evie. After Ren closed the Covenant app, he went to their official website. And as he expected, their forum was exploding with all sorts of complaints. There was even a petition that Covenant should restart again for the sake of the majority that didn't know the official opening of the game. They blamed it on the developers' lack of information, and so far, the petition had already reached hundreds of thousands in just the span of hours. Ren smirked. As if that would move those shoe developers. Not even the government nor the powerful and wealthy could dictate them, much less those teenagers who felt wronged. Ren even thought that the developers were IE or alien from the lack of information about them. Ren scrolled on the comments before he went into Covenant's official website. By now, there was a player ranking posted on their page. The game system judged the player rankings according to ATP, equipment, and items. And by this time, Ren was dominating the game as the top player. Ren wasn't worried about his name being plastered on the developer's website. He was already expecting it. With many players named Ren, he was confident that he wouldn't be found out. It was another privacy perk of the game that Ren thought was a genius idea. By having players use their first name in Covenant without disclosing their last name, they were bound to have hundreds of players with the name Ren. Unlike if they used a specific username that would otherwise be easily found out. Only the system knew of their ID numbers. Not even the developers could casually look into their private information behind the strict security of the IE system, which mostly operated most of the game. Those things weren't available to the public. Anyway, having his name plastered on the number 1 player on the rankings didn't interest Ren. He was cheating, so something like being number 1 or doing it for fame or glory wasn't on his list. He was there for the money. What he was eyeing was the name below his. Rank number 2, player Evie. In the past, Evie was the number 1 solo player, and it was because she was grinding non-stop and seemed like she only logged out of the game to do daily necessities in life. She was a sprite with a blue mage subclass. Not many knew of this, but the blue mage subclass was the number 1 support class in the game. And Evie was a top player in this class. Evie didn't belong to any guild. For some reason, she also loves money like Ren, and she often offered her services to top guilds every time there was a dungeon raid, guild war, or boss fight. Not many knew of her real appearance since a blue mage, once evolved into an illusionist, could hide their appearance using illusions. And she only rose to fame after she evolved her class into an illusionist, and by the time, she was already hiding her appearance. However, Ren managed to dig her file in his past life all because she was recruited in a dungeon raid once by one of the top guilds, a guild he was working at the time, Sleeping Dragon. Ren managed to piece together Evie's profile based on the descriptions from those who saw her when she was still a blue mage. And because of this, or mainly because of his doing, he exposed Evie's real appearance to the higher-ups of his guild, and since then, Sleeping Dragon was blackmailing her into working for them. For free. Evie didn't belong to their guild, but Sleeping Dragon worked her to the bones just to keep her appearance secret. And because of her support, Sleeping Dragon entered top 5 in guild rankings. Ren was guilty about it since he knew who Evie was. In fact, they were even classmates in Fate Academy. While Sleeping Dragon belonged to the top 10 guilds in Covenant. And they were also the guild that was responsible for Ren's death. They were a despicable guild who would do anything to win. Ren had no choice but to work under them since no guild was willing to take him in because of his past history for disclosing secret information. And he was there for the money and not to make friends with the players anyway. But in this life, everything would change. Ren's eyes glint ominously. He was thankful for Sleeping Dragon for killing him. He wouldn't be here right now if they didn't. However, he still hadn't received his last pay and Ren promised to collect his payment with interest. Ren's eyes stared at Evie's name some more. That familiar guilt ate him again. He felt like he had ruined her life, and there was this nagging feeling that he owed her, big time. With Karen and Ren didn't like the feeling that he owed someone. Closing his phone, Ren thought of doing the same thing as Evie. It was where he got his idea of offering his services to top guilds and rich players in exchange for real money, just like she did in the past. A mercenary. Some would call these players. Ren. Upon hearing the sweet voice of a woman, Ren's thoughts were disturbed, and his heart fluctuated at the appearance of a cute girl in a branded lace dress. An expensive accessory pulled her short dark hair, and her dimple smile was still charming like the first time Ren laid eyes on them. Sire. Chapter 34, Meeting with Sire and Mike. How are you? Sire beamed and took the seat beside Ren at the round table. Ren had to remind himself that this was not the past. That his relationship with Sire and Mike was still okay. However, he still couldn't forget how the two of them used him. Especially Sire. She knew he liked her, and she took advantage of his feelings even at the cost of his expulsion from his previous guild. And after they got everything they wanted from him, they didn't even help him or bothered to ask how he was after being kicked out of his job with a blocklisted name. But for the sake of Lionel, who wanted to continue their friendship, Ren would preserve and treat them as acquaintances, at least if not friends. I'm fine, Ren said and offered no further ongoing conversation. Sire's smile faltered. She felt that there was something wrong with Ren today. Usually, upon the sight of her, Ren would shy away and even stammered his words of greeting. He would also make an extra effort to converse with her, even on the most mundane of topics. Ren was cold, but he was never cold to her, which Sire took pride in since Ren was a looker and most of their classmates had a secret crush on him. They were just scared to confess because Ren was known throughout the school as merciless when it came to rejecting feelings. Did something happen? Sire thought. He must have been tired of playing that game, Covenant. Lionel asked them last night, but they didn't have a pod, and going out late into a cafe like everyone else didn't bode well with her. She wanted her own pod, and she and Mike would buy it later. She wasn't really interested in playing, but since everyone was going to enter the game, she couldn't help but be pulled by the hype as well, especially since Mike wanted to enter. There were bound to be girls in the game, and she had to keep a close eye. What's wrong? Sire asked, voice and face worried. Are you sick? Did you pull an all-nighter with Lionel playing that game you talked about? Sire was about to touch Ren's head when the latter tilted his head away and looked to the other side. Ren cleared his throat and said with a monotone voice, something like that. He wanted to appear neutral, but his feelings got in the way. Sire blinked. There was definitely something going on with Ren. The usual warm guy she used to know was indifferent and cold to her. And for some reason, Sire's heart was constricting. Sire pursed her feelings and drank a glass of water to dissolve the awkward tension in the air. Usually, she and Ren didn't run out of topics to converse. But now, Ren's demeanor towards her was colder than the AC of the restaurant. Ren must be tired of playing that game. Sire thought. Come to think of it, something was different about him. Sire ran his eyes all over Ren when the latter drank a glass of water. His pair of mesmerizing silver eyes were sharp, adding to his already cold looks. He was gifted with a handsome face and lean physique, and the simple black shirt he was wearing looked so good on him. But it was not his physical features that stole Sire's attention. It was like there was a certain maturity and elegance from the way he moved and spoke, and this got Sire's heart skipped a beat. What with him today? Sire mused to herself and pretended to look on her phone but occasionally peeked at the man beside her. Ren was so different, and it was like he matured overnight. Even the way he held his glass was different. And when he drank his water, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and Sire seemed to be mesmerized by it. She swallowed hard and quickly drank a glass of water in one gulp. She suddenly felt uncomfortable all of a sudden. Rather, what's with me today? Sire shook her head. It was like she had just seen Ren for the first time. He was a looker before, but now he became a noble. Was it because of his strong back when he sat, or the way he elegantly sipped his tea and crossed his leg? Or the way he spoke with coldness and indifference? He was attractive before, but now, he felt like he was the owner of this restaurant. Sire shook her head and happily chirped while tapping the pad of her fingertips together. I'm rather excited to play this game later. You and Lionel already played it last night, right? What do you think should I play? Mike said that he wanted to be a human swordsman. I looked at the game's website and found many races and classes, and I'm not sure what fits me the best. Saya looked over at Ren and smiled her brightest. You're usually good with this stuff. I want to play a white mage so I can support you and the others. What do you think? Ren's eyes were half closed as he sipped his tea and said, just go with what you want. Saya's smile froze on her cute face. That's it? That's his reply. Are you alright, Ren? Are you not feeling well? Ren finally looked at Saya's eyes, and the latter gasped when she was struck by his silver irises. But what made her breath hitched was the blankness of his stare. What made you say that? Saya pulled her eyes away and said in a timid voice, nothing. It just felt like, you're rather, not in the mood today. Just tired from the lack of sleep, Ren lied. But Saya probably still didn't know that the VR game was sleep-operated, so there was no way that he could be tired from lack of sleep. Ren then looked at his phone, signaling that he didn't want to talk anymore. Saya could only place a hair behind her ears and pretended to look at her phone to pass the time. Why did things suddenly turn awkward between them like it was their first meeting? Was there something I said or did? Saya recalled her memories but found nothing that could make Ren act cold towards her. Finally, Saya breathed a sigh of relief when Lionel was in sight. Leo. Saya waved a hand and beamed a dimpled smile. Lionel was still as hyper as always and hopped to their table, full of enthusiasm, before he rattled to Saya about his and Ren's time in Covenant. Not long after, Mike also appeared together with an adult in his mid-20s. Ren's eyes rounded because that man was Scar, leader of Black Lions, the guild that Mike and Saya managed to enter because of his help. Black Lion was contesting the #1 spot with White Unicorn in the past. Black Lion and White Unicorn have pro players and some beta testers within their team, and it was very difficult to enter into their ranks if you didn't match all their requirements. Ren wasn't present at this lunch meeting before because he was busy searching for part-time jobs. That was why he was surprised that Mike and Scar knew each other. Come to think of it, they did mention Scar's name in the past, but Ren wasn't interested and quickly forgot. This time, Ren was all ears. Because it seemed like Mike and Saya didn't manage to enter Black Lion's guild in the beginning even if they knew the leader. Did something happen? Chapter 35, Former Friends 1. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Mike greeted in all smiles. His set of white teeth was perfect without fault. He was still the same. Donned in an expensive Louis Vuitton shirt and jacket and Yeezy sneaker paired with an expensive Rolex watch, Mike was eye-catching with his good looks and wallet. This is Scar, by the way. He's a childhood friend of mine and like a big brother to me. He just got back from his study in Zona District 1, said Mike, the soonest as he and Scar take their seat. Everyone exchanged greetings and pleasantries before Scar said in a generous tone, order all you want. My treat. Eh? Lionel whipped his head in Scar's direction, eyes shining. Really? Then don't mind if I do. Lionel was grinning from ear to ear as he looked at the menu. Ren bet that he was just trolling around and would still order the most expensive food on the list. Ren and Lionel both didn't understand Italian and French, after all. They were just here because Saya and Mike would treat them to lunch. Ren also chose the most expensive meal out of the set. There was no need to be modest if the other party offered his generosity and goodwill. As they waited for their order, everyone engaged in small talk except for Ren, who occasionally answered with a yes and no since he was mostly studying and thinking about what Scar was doing in their supposed-to-be a friends-only reunion. Scar's voice was deep, and his face was serious that occasionally cracked with a smile. He had beads of clean-cut black hair, and the line of his face was hard and intimidating. He was refined-looking, and not a wrinkle was present on his neatly pressed polo and jeans. Ren knew him in the game as a strict player that only expected the best from himself and others. Though he was the leader of the Black Lion Guild, he mainly dealt with managing the internal affairs of the guild. Black Lion's requirements for its applicants were high, and they only mostly accept rare classes or pro players. Sometimes they receive players who have rare or legendary items, weapons, and equipment like what Sai and Mike had in the past because of his help. Big Bro Scar is actually a pro gamer in a game called War of Guilds together with his friends, and they wanted to put up a guild in the new game Covenant, Mike said. His high-pitched tone gave away how excited he was. Ren knew Mike to be a gamer but didn't have the skills or patience to become a pro. I heard from Mike that you're just starting out, Scar added. We are looking for players that are willing to take the role of the rare class Necrolite and Chrono Mage. Mike is hell-bent on becoming a swordsman while Sire wanted to be a healer to support his boyfriend. Scar grinned, shaking his head a little. Honestly, my friends already had those roles taken, and we wanted diversity within our ranks. And we have already established a rule for our soon-to-be applicants. But since Mike and I knew each other, I'm willing to make an exception just for him. If you two are willing to change your race and class and recreate your account, then I'll take you all into our guild. Even if the four of you didn't have any experience in a guild and aren't pro players. Ren and Lionel looked at each other. So this is what happened. Ren thought. Mike and Sire didn't get to enter because Lionel must have declined to change his race and class. And in the past, he wasn't even playing the game until the in-game currency was introduced. Come to think of it. Ren did recall that there was a time when Mike said that he would buy him a pod in exchange, he would become a Necrolite. Ren ignored him that time because he was busy juggling his jobs and studies, and he didn't have the luxury of time to be wasting on a game. Was that the reason why their relationship went sour in the first place? Was that it? Because he didn't follow his order? The more he thought about it, the angrier Ren became, and the awful memories he was trying to suppress were resurfacing in his mind. Mike shifted his eyes between Ren and Lionel with a big grin on his face. Don't worry, big brother Scar. I'm sure Ren and Lionel would agree. Right? Right, guys? Orns Lionel scratched his cheek, eyes hovering over the ceiling. I don't know. If I can't play as a dwarf, I'd rather not play at all. Leo, I think playing an awesome rare class like a Necrolite or a Chrono Mage is much cooler than a dwarf. Anne? I'll buy you a pod, enticed Mike before shifting his eyes on Ren. I'll buy you two a pod. Scar nodded in agreement. I think it's an awesome trade. You two will have a new pod and play a rare class, and you can even join our guild of pro players and reap so many benefits. Like monthly allowance, for example. Lionel's eyes shone when he heard that money was involved, and his constipated face told Ren that he was really thinking about the idea. The rumors regarding Scar were indeed true. Ren thought. He was a man who was overflowing with confidence and charisma, and he was never one to mince words. In fact, too much to the point of being annoying. The offer is tempting, but I like my race and class as it is now, said Ren with a solemn face and voice. Lionel looked at Ren before he nodded in agreement. I like my race and class too. As great as the money sounds, I still wanted to play as a dwarf. I don't think I could last playing the game anyway with a different race. Mike was stunned for a whole minute before he burst out, what are you two talking about? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Brother Scar said that there are rumors of an in-game currency later in the game. Do you know what that means? Real money and opportunities. It's like the game would become a second world once the money starts rolling in, and every powerhouses will want to dominate this new world in the form of a guild. Do you really want to miss this opportunity to belong to one of the top guilds in the future? With Brother Scar leading, it would surely happen. Ren didn't budge even when Mike caught his breath after his lengthy speech. Even so, I still wanted to keep my current race and class. Mike's mouth dropped before his smile disappeared and his tone of voice gave away his annoyed state. Ren, that's why you can't excel from your current state because you lack the initiative to grab something life-changing right in front of your eyes. You can't see the future. That's why you're stagnant in your current state. Ren wanted to laugh because he already knew the future. And he had a much larger plan for himself. He didn't need someone to dictate him which path he should take. Life-changing? If it is so life-changing, why don't you do it? He then stared at Scar. Why don't your pro friends play those rare classes if it's so awesome instead of shoving it down our throats in exchange for a position in your guild? That is, let me guess, an errand boy's position until we evolved into a necrolate and chrono mage. And if that didn't happen, we would remain into an errand boy forever, right? Mike and Sire's jaws drop. Scar's eyelid twitched. Lionel choked on his drink. Chapter 36, Former Friends Too Life-Changing? If it is so life-changing, why don't you do it? He then stared at Scar. Why don't your pro friends play those rare classes if it's so awesome instead of shoving it down our throats in exchange for a position in your guild? That is, let me guess, an errand boy's position until we evolved into a necrolate and chrono mage. And if that didn't happen, we would remain into an errand boy forever, right? Mike and Sire's jaws drop. Scar's eyelid twitched. Lionel choked on his drink. When no one answered, Ren continued with a smirk. Because I'll tell you why. Even if you know about the rare classes because of the beta tester's guide, you aren't sure if you could evolve into those classes. What's more, the strain of quests you must complete to make that happen is time-consuming compared to the generic classes that you're 100% sure you'll advance. You just couldn't take that risk, especially if you belong in a guild where guild wars, dungeon raids, and boss fights happen at a moment's notice. You couldn't afford to wait for a classless mage and lag behind from the others, or your prestige will drop. Ren crossed his legs and smirked. However, all your problems will be solved if some ignorant newbies were up for the job. They would take all the risks for you while you reap all the benefits. If they did evolve their class, then good for you. However, if they can't evolve their class, then they would remain at the bottom as errand boys with a crappy contract. Everyone was stunned at Ren's remarks. Lionel and the others had indeed known Ren as ruthless when it came to his arguments, but he was so soft when it came to them. Soft enough that he wouldn't even say a word of protest. He would just nod his head for as long as he would benefit from the deal, no matter how small, all for the sake of his friends. What happened overnight that he suddenly changed, and he treated them like he was treating strangers? Ren you. Mike didn't know what to say. Ren usually followed his orders without question. What's gotten into him that he was all antagonistic today? Did he wake up on the wrong side of the bed? Ren, don't you think you're being too mean? Sire chimed in with a pitiful voice and downcast face. Mike was inwardly feeling happy. He knew that Ren couldn't possibly let down Sire like that. He would come around for her and would definitely try to console her into compromising instead. However, things were just not going with Mike's plan when Ren stifled a laugh and said, "Mean? I'm being mean when your boyfriend was the one who brought some stranger into our supposed-to-be only friends reunion without informing us. Then he wanted us to change our race and class so that he could enter into a guild at our expense." Ren slightly shook his head with a fake smile on his lips. "Tell me. Did you really treat us like real friends or just your errand boys that you can casually boss around?" Mike was speechless while Sire caught her tongue. It was the first time that Ren was so harsh on her. Was the man really Ren or some kind of imposter? The Ren they knew would never say something like that, especially to her. Ren changed his crossing leg from one foot to another and intertwined his fingers. "Anyway, if you want to enter this guild, then be my guest. I won't stop you, just don't force us to change our class and take the challenge yourselves for once." Ren? Mike didn't know what to say. Ren wasn't this difficult before, and when he suddenly did, he didn't know what to do. He never expected Ren to strongly disagree with him, so he was caught entirely off guard. Sire got out of her daze and clapped her hands together to disperse the heavy atmosphere that settled between them. Why don't we eat first? I'm sure Ren is just hungry, and he would be in a better mood later when his stomach is full. Sire released an awkward laugh, but no one smiled, nor did the heavy atmosphere cleared as Ren's eyelid twitched, and Sire clamped her mouth shut. Ren could be so intimidating with his cold eyes and indifferent face. Sire looked the other way to escape Ren's scrutinizing gaze and pretended to drink her empty glass of water. Ren silently released a breath. Sire was always like that. She would always take Mike's side. even if he was wrong. A good thing that he was long over her. The only good thing that came out of her betrayal was him losing all feelings towards her. So even if Saya went on her knees and begged with all the tears she had, Ren would still ignore her. Whether I'm hungry or not, my decision is final. Ren rested his back on his seat and tilted his head to the side. Rather, if you really wanted to join his guild, then why don't the two of you take up the role since you two haven't entered the game yet? Ren, why you? Mike was annoyed, and his lips were twisting at the side. Then he faced Lionel when he couldn't get Ren to his side. Leo, put some sense into his head. He couldn't see it now, but his future is riding on this. Ren stifled a laugh. My future? You mean your future? Ren then ignored Mike and Saya's gaping mouths and looked at Lionel, whose face was sweating buckets. What about you, Leo? How do you really feel? Lionel was shifting his head between Ren, Mike, and Saya. He was getting dizzy from all this back and forth, and his brain was hurting that nothing was coming into his mind. He was really on edge and wanted to cry from his current predicament. Why can't just everyone play the game however they want? Or like normal teenagers who just wanted to enjoy the game and not think about guilds, money, and complicated stuff like the future. It was meant to be played to escape the real-life stress, not adding to it. Since when did games become so complicated? Lionel. Mike urged. Lionel. Saya implored. Leo. Muttered Ren in a soft voice. He closed his eyes before opening them with a smile. Just say what you truly desire. I. Lionel looked at every nook and cranny that he could lay his eyes and mind to rest before he stared down at his fidgeting hands. He enclosed his fingers together, breath shaky as he said, I. Chapter 37, Friends No More. I. Lionel looked at every nook and cranny that he could lay his eyes and mind to rest before he stared down at his fidgeting hands. He enclosed his fingers together, breath shaky as he said, I want to play as a dwarf defender. Ren released the air he held and smiled. For a moment there, Lionel had him worried. Mike sat on his chair with a defeated look. All strength was zapped from him. Saya was frowning, couldn't understand what was happening to Ren and Lionel. Leo. Saya grabbed Lionel's hand and gently pressed it. Don't you want us to play together and enter the same guild? Of course, I want to, Lionel immediately said, but do we really have to enter a guild to play together? Do we really have to change race just so we can play? Isn't this just a game meant to be enjoyed? Ren silently sighed. It was supposed to be a game meant to be enjoyed, until the in-game currency was introduced and Covenant became the second world, that is. Many things had changed by then. Friends betrayed each other for loots. Family turned to one another for a position of dominance. And only a few remained who were loyal and really enjoyed the game. Sadly, Ren wasn't one of them. And Ren prayed and hoped with all his heart that Lionel wouldn't change. His naivety and innocent thinking would put him in danger, but it is also why Ren likes Lionel in the first place. And he would make sure that Lionel would be strong enough to defend himself when the time comes. Mike sighed. His patience was no more. Leo. Ren? You too. He shook his head and released an audible breath. That's why you couldn't uplift your life, because you both are indecisive. You think like poor people who wanted to change but didn't have the resolve to change. You didn't want to step out from your comfort zones and explore this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ren was speechless by Mike's shamelessness. He was indeed shameless before, but he overlooked it because they were just teenagers who didn't know any better. But now that he had lived twice his current age, he no longer found Mike's shamelessness and selfishness adorable. I don't know what opportunity you're saying here, Mike. The only thing I saw here is you forcing your friends to take the role they didn't want in order for you to join a guild that you wanted. Ren wanted to appear sad, but his feelings couldn't lie, and he smirked. As I said, if you really wanted to join Scar's guild, Then put the effort yourself and don't pin the responsibility on us so you and Sire could have it easy and play the race and class of your choice. There was static between Mike and Ren, and the former couldn't comprehend since the Ren he knew didn't talk back to him like that. The Ren he knew wouldn't even care. As long as it would help Sire and he would benefit from it, he would gladly do it. What happened to that guy that he suddenly became a different person altogether? Mike and Sire were incredibly baffled by this sudden change in Ren. Ugh! Lionel raised his hand, trying to disperse the tension. Ren already acquired a rare class. Ren eyed Lionel before he released a big breath. He wasn't keeping his class a secret since it would be bound to be exposed later on. And he knew why Lionel did it. His good-hearted friend was still trying to negotiate with Scar through his class. He hoped that Scar would forget about changing their race and class and take him in because of his Arcanist subclass. And as a result, Scar would take in every one of them, and they could play together like nothing had happened. Naive. Ren thought. From the moment that Mike brought Scar to this round table, their friendship was over. I'm sorry, Leo. But I couldn't just sit around as they tell us what to do just because we don't have the same status as them. Ren thought to himself. They still think that they could bribe them with money in their cheap friendship, but Ren had enough of that. He had enough of people taking advantage of him. Scar's face lit up. Oh? What class? He was interested, and it showed on his face as he leaned forward from his seat. Lionel's hope ignited. He stole a look in Ren's way before he said with an ecstatic voice, when Ren didn't protest, an Arcanist. Scar was silent for a short moment before he doubled over in laughter. An Arcanist? You actually chose that low-level class? He laughed some more before he shook his head and wiped the tears in his eyes. I don't know how you acquired a rare class this early, but that's the lowest of the low out from the rare classes. Its skills are useless and burdensome to level up, and it couldn't be used solo. It's the worst class ever. Even in a fight, it used too many resources with no return benefits. No guild would want that. Even a white mage is better. Scar smiled in Ren's way. A condescending smile that wanted to belittle. No wonder you're too arrogant, little man. You think that you acquire gold, but let me tell you this, you actually got shit. Ren faced Scar head-on, face unperturbed. And what made you say that? Because of some beta tester who only took a glimpse of the Arcanist skills and spells? Before choosing let me guess, a Necrolit class? Scar lips twitched before he shook his head. He chuckled and checked the time on his Patek Philippe watch. Anyway, I have to be somewhere else after this lunch. I wanted to eat with you, but someone just ruined my appetite. Scar stood from his chair before he snatched his wallet and placed thousands of bills on the table. But don't let me ruin yours. Order all you want. It is still my treat, Scar said before he made a turn to leave. Wait. Ren's call halted Scar from stepping a foot out of the restaurant. Mike and Sire sighed in relief when they thought that Ren would change his mind and was just playing hard to get bargain a better deal. However, their smile fell faster than a coin in a fountain when Ren continued. When you heard the name Ren with an Arcanist class resounding in the game, that's me. And don't worry, I will still offer you my services, for the right price, of course. Ren was planning to hide his appearance when he was soloing the game and when dealing with rare items and equipment. However, he would reveal his face if he was doing mercenary stuff and if he was together with Leo and the others. Ren didn't want to sound presumptuous, but only this time he would. He would not tolerate others looking down on the Arcanist subclass and saying that it was the weakest class out of Covenant's subclasses. The corner of Scar's lips rose into a condescending scoff before he walked forward without uttering a single word. Wait, big brother Scar, Mike called, but Scar didn't turn nor stop at his call. Mike shifted his eyes between Ren and Scar before glaring at Ren and went after Scar. Wait. Big brother Scar. Let's talk for a while. Sire also shot to her feet, and before chasing after Mike like she always did in the past, she left one final sentence. I'm disappointed in you, Ren. And you too, Leo. Ren tilted his head to the side. Likewise. Saya's face crumpled, and her eyes watered like she was about to cry. She stomped her feet and went after Mike in a hurry. What just happened? Lionel didn't understand what was happening. This was supposed to be a happy reunion between friends, but somehow, it turned into a war zone. What's wrong with those two? Just because we wouldn't enter this guild and change our class, and here I thought that this game would actually be fun with the four of us playing. Ren didn't comment. Lionel might not see it yet, but Ren's eyes were finally opened. The only reason that Mike and Saya befriended them was so they had someone to boss around. Ren was doing their assignments and projects before just to please Saya, while Lionel was like an errand boy who Mike ordered to buy things for him. They didn't complain since they were rewarded with food and free materials for their projects and some perks of free passes to movies and such. But it would end here. Ren would just think that he was working for Mike and Saya in the past and were not actually friends to kill whatever remaining emotion he had with them. Lionel faced Ren with his puppy eyes. Ren? We're still friends, right? Nothing will change, right? We're still going to play together, right? Ren sighed. Of course we are. Give them some time, and they will come around. He lied. He knew for a fact that after this encounter, Mike and Saya would change. Just because they didn't get what they wanted, they would act like brats. And it would only get worse once school started. Ren looked at Lionel and said with an apologetic voice, "I'm sorry, Leo, because of me." Ren really didn't want to destroy their friendship. If only Mike and Saya had remained seated and taken their side even after they didn't heed their command, Ren would have worked to mend their friendship and gave it a second chance. But since it was apparent that they only befriended them to boss them around, it was time to say goodbye for good. To begin with, did Mike and Saya even treat them as real friends? Or did they just want someone to lord over and do stuff that otherwise was annoying to them? It was okay when they were teens and innocent, but now that Ren had already lived double his current age, he found it unpleasant. Lionel looked at Ren's sorry face. Ren was usually stoic, and it was rare for him to say he was sorry and portray a guilt-stricken face. Ren must really have wanted for them to play together too. Lionel thought. He then took a large intake of air and breathed in through his nose, and placed his hands over his head. "There's nothing to be sorry about," he said coolly with puckering lips. He must be the big brother between them at times like this since he was older than Ren by months. He must comfort him and not make him guilty. Lionel's lips pointed out. Rather, those two should be the ones asking sorry to us. They're the ones who ruined the mood by inviting that guy, and then they have to go too far in forcing us to change our race and class and threatened us by not playing together if we don't. Lionel was starting to get angry the more he thought about it, and he munched a good size of the complimentary bread at the side. Who do they think they are? His nostrils enlarged like fumes would come out of it before he released a big breath and his face returned back to being pitiful. Though I feel bad about Mike and Saya, I really don't want to play anything but a dwarf. It was the reason why I entered the game in the first place. I feel like the game would lose its appeal on me if I played something else. Ren nodded in agreement. Don't worry about those two. Rather. Ren looked at the line of waiters who were pulling carts of food in their way. We should worry about on how to finish that food. Ren didn't want to see Lionel's sad face and he redirected his attention to somewhere else. Lionel was in a daze for a moment. He didn't get what Ren meant, and after seconds that he finally did, he burst into a wide grin. Too bad for those two, but more food for us then. Chapter 38, Gambino family meeting. Across the spacious private room in Gargano restaurant, the main Gambino family was sitting cross-legged on the tatami mats circling a long expanse of table. The head, Augustus Gambino, took the center of the long table. All sorts of delicious and luxurious dishes were laid on the table, but none dared to eat until the head had taken his first bite. However, there was always an exception to the rule. Isel didn't mind her cousins and elders as they argued about Covenant. She wasn't interested in politics, and all her attention was wholly on the platter of sushi on her plate. Everyone was miles away from their ancestral home and pressed with little time. They all agreed to meet at the center point of the CBD, which was the Highland Mall. Apparently, Isolde's father wanted to use half their fortune to buy Covenant's shares once it hit its initial public offering, IPO, in the market. And everyone else disagreed with him except Axel Gambino, Isolde's older brother, and of course, her, who was busy admiring her food. One of the things that brought Isolde joy besides owning the latest gun in the market was eating delicious food and sleeping. It's just a game played by bored teenagers. And once class started, it would be long forgotten, said Xian, one of Isolde's older cousins. Xian was competing for the head position with Axel since he was older than Axel by months. However, it was an impossible feat with Axel's brains and talents. Augustus slightly shook his head and stifled a laugh before drinking his sake cup. Do you know how many players are playing that game as we speak now? 100? Xian shrugged. 1,000, maybe? Augustus eyed his son, and Axel nudged his eyeglasses perched on the bridge of his nose and said in a monotone voice, more than 1 million players worldwide and counting. Everyone's jaw dropped. That many? Ingrid Gambino said. Isolde's aunt and Xian's mother. If not for the shortage of pods, that number would have doubled or tripled by now, answered Axel, showing the statistics on the board using his tablet to back his claims. If millions or 100 millions of players will play this game, then what would happen to our casinos? Asked Ezequiel Gambino, one of Augustus's brothers. Augustus slammed his cup on the table, and everyone flinched while Isolde readily snapped his fish from jumping off her plate with her chopstick when the table quaked. Gone? Baron. Pass out of time. Augustus looked everyone in the eye seriously. His fierce hawk eyes and spiky beard made everyone swallow hard. Ladies and gentlemen, guns and knives, this is no longer just a game. Covenant will be a second world, and we must establish our footing in this second world. Everyone looked at each other, unable to refute the numbers backing the head's claims. Then, should we just invest directly into the game? As investors, we are bound to have many benefits. No need to deplete our fortune just to buy its shares. Said Emmy Gambino, Isolde's aunt who was married to Ezequiel Gambino. Axel shook his head and said with a still robotic voice, the developers wouldn't accept investors. What? Everyone accepts investors. What do you mean wouldn't accept investors? Who do they think they are? Just because of a virtual game that's first in the market? Li Ren sneered. She was a beauty with long green hair and the daughter of Ezequiel and Emmy, who was Isolde's cousin of the same age. Just because they're the only one with the type of game. They became arrogant and thought that with 1 million of players, they could dictate the economy. I'm sure others would develop a game like that. Let's wait and see. Augustus's bushy brows twitched. If you can wait 50 years or possibly 100 years from now for others to replicate that same virtual game, then do so. Our casino and family name had already been long forgotten by that time. Buried by others who established their clan in this second world before us? Li Ren looked away before she cleared her throat and drank her juice in one gulp to escape the embarrassment of being slammed by her uncle. Does developing something like that take too long? Li Ren asked herself, since she was clueless with all things that aren't shoes, bags and clothes. Then, what are we going to do? Though the developer declined investors, they replied with a letter saying that Covenant's shares would be available in the market in a few days. 1 billion share for every establishment in the game. 1 billion? Are they out of their minds? The business mogul Rutherford, the oil mining and shipping conglomerate Axis, the mega construction and developer magnate C, the real estate tycoon Gakui, and every old and powerful family are willing to buy these shares and establish their footing in this new world. They're out of their minds. It's business, said Axel simply. One to make sure that we would never be left behind in the passage of time. Augustus slammed his palms on the table, and everyone flinched again except for Isolde, who saved her fish from jumping out of her plate using her chopstick for the second time. Every member of the Gambino family will give half their wealth. Every last bit of that money will be used to buy Covenant's shares when its IPO is released in the market, and we will establish numerous casinos in this virtual world, said Augustus with finality. Should we wait and see first? Wait and buy after its market price skyrocket? What are they going to do with all that money? Are they going to manipulate the market? Augustus looked over at his son and nodded. Axel swiped over his tablet, and the board DS played another image. They're going to introduce in-game currency after a few days that they release their IPO. What? In-game currency? Is that possible? Something like an in-game currency is only possible if they have billions, and every powerful family is backing them, continued Axel. Everyone's faces turned serious, and sweat slid to the side of their cheeks even if it was cold. I guess they really planned this out. Unlike with investing in the game, where an investor gets half or more than they had invested, not including the many perks, they chose the stock market as a source of money to fund their in-game currency. And having already more than 1 million players on the very first day of its opening, its share would only continue to rise, and no one in their right mind would sell a healthy milking cow when the time happened. What's more, if every big names in the business industry established their business in the game like a casino for the players to pass time and earn real money through gambling. A condominium or house where the players could buy with real money converted to gil. A mall where they could shop and dress their avatar. A mining industry that would mine stones for items and equipment, and so on, virtual money would start rolling in. There was no way in hell that Covenant's share would go down, and with everyone funding this virtual world, the in-game currency would surely become a success. It would really be like a new world. A second world where everything was possible. As everyone was serious in their thoughts, Augustus took the time to study her daughter, who had a solemn face. Her big eyes were looking down, and she was biting her lips in frustration. It was an indication that Isolde was seriously pondering about something. Good, Augustus said in his mind. He knew of his daughter playing the game at the start of the opening. He even had her pod customized the very first time the developers launched their pod in the market. And he would use this opportunity to make her the leader of their guild in this virtual world. While Axel led the Gambino family in the real world. Augustus was nodding to himself. He was so sure that Isolde would want that. After all, she seemed to like the game where she could shoot real, virtual players without being jailed. Isolde would surely like her own guild, and she would reign supreme in this virtual world. Augustus was hype, and he couldn't contain the silly grin on his face. Meanwhile, Isolde was thinking of a different matter entirely. How do you eat this perfection? Isolde thought, thinking seriously with a sheen of sweat coating her face. Should I swallow it whole and contain the burst of flavors? Or should I take tiny bites to savor its taste? Isolde's brows wrinkled, arms crossed, and eyes heated on the sushi platters in front of her. As I was saying, Augustus drew all attention to him. I have called this urgent meeting, so you have enough time to liquidate your assets and prepare your money by this week. Of course your money will be returned to you once virtual money start rolling in. You know the drill. When no one argued, Augustus stole a peek at Axel, and when the latter nodded, he cleared his throat and continued. Now that we made that clear, we'll go to the most important part. Besides establishing our casinos in the game, we will also form a guild to further solidify our foothold in this virtual world. Everyone looked at each other. A guild? Chapter 39, It's Your Gaming Girl. It looked like flowers would pop over everyone's head while Isolde smacked her hands in glee. She made up her mind. She would consume it whole and savor the burst of flavors. Augustus couldn't contain his grin when he saw that Isolde agreed with what he said. She seemed very excited about this. She surely wanted a guild to back her when she's shooting everyone to her heart's content. Don't worry, sweetheart. Daddy would make this new world would be yours. Augustus's sharp eyes looked over at Axel, and the latter nudged his glasses on the bridge of his nose and nodded, eyes twinkling with understanding. Now, as you all know, my daughter here, Augustus flexed his hand over at Isolde, whose mouth was full of sushi. She already entered the game at the very opening and had a huge lead over the others. What's more, she had the highest scores in terms of combat ability in her age group. I believe she's a great candidate to lead our guild in this virtual world. She's good with guns and had the skills to fight her way to the top. Isol didn't have time to savor the flavors of her sushi when all eyes went on her. She forced everything down and slammed a fist against her chest when it lodged in her throat before drinking a glass of water to dislodge her food to her stomach. She then tapped a napkin on her lips and pretended that she didn't just choke with a mouthful of sushi in her mouth. She then faced everyone and said with a serious voice and face, "That's right." Augustus's eyes shone with expectation. "But I got wiped out when I attempted Thunder Cave, and I was back to square one," continued Isold. Augustus's smile fell right off his face. Axel's glasses skewed on his nose, but his poker expression remained stiff and unperturbed. Xian was stunned before he guffawed. "Everyone, I think it's best if we decide the guild's leadership position to the one who has the highest ATP at the time when the guild feature is established in the game. What say you?" Augustus's lips were pressed in a thin line when everyone agreed. He had already forced them to sell half their fortune. Pushing her daughter for the guild's leader position might trigger animosity towards them. Augustus couldn't push his luck this time. Could his daughter lie and be dishonest for once? Augustus lamented. "And please stop nodding your head in agreement with the others." Augustus clicked his tongue when Isold agreed with everyone with a flower sprouting over her head. "Greek letter beta very well," Augustus conceded. "We have 10 pods available and pre-ordered hundreds more. The highest stat of your avatar will de-ice the role of the guild leader by the time the guild is established in the game. Of course, anyone could enter and assume the guild leader's position. However, it's best to leave it to the younger generation." Everyone agreed. They were too old to play childish games anyway. They would leave it to their sons and daughters. When everyone didn't have any more questions, the meeting was adjourned. While the youngsters all dispersed to their own gigs, the elders were left behind to discuss other concerns. Isold went out of their private room with her cousins when they were done eating. Her stomach was satisfied, and her mind was in a peaceful state. It was time to head back home and grind. Not for the leader's position. Isold didn't care about that as long as she could play and shoot to her heart's content without being penalized for misbehavior. Her cousins could have that position. She wasn't interested in politics and dealings with the many complicated inner workings of a guild. Rather, she felt that a guild would just constrict her. She very much rather explore the new world on her own. Free and unburdened. She didn't want to be restricted by a guild and its many rules and obligations. Isold happily walked out from the guarded door and went into the restaurant's open space, where the majority of the public take their meals. She was about to go home when something caught her sight. 4 tables away from where she stood, there was chaos ensued in the cliché form of diners who wanted to dine in the prestigious restaurant but didn't have any available table, which didn't happen since the restaurant was by reservation. There was never a walk-in. However, because of the commotion, Isold caught sight of a man who was casually sitting at the adjacent table where the commotion was happening. Isold's big eyes widened. "Ren?" After Lionel and Ren finished their free food, Lionel sat back in his seat with a bulging tummy. Lionel sighed in bliss as he rubbed his stomach. "Ah, this is the good life. Having to eat delicious food without paying a single cent." Ren tapped a napkin on his lips. "I agree. The food tastes best when it's free. Couldn't agree with you more, buddy." Lionel picked the stuck morsel of food on his teeth before spitting it on his plate. "Anyway, I guess that pod hopping is a no-go, huh? Give it some time. I'm sure they'll call us later once those two clear their heads," Ren said without a care. He wasn't expecting it. He was just saying it so that Lionel wouldn't think of Mike and Sign anymore. "Hey, Ren. Look. Look." Lionel tapped Ren's shoulder and pointed at the entrance of the restaurant. Ren looked over to where Lionel was jabbing his pointed finger, but he couldn't see anything that was attention-grabbing. "Do you see it?" Ren squinted his eyes, but he couldn't fathom what Lionel was so excited about. What? That? That? Lionel kept jabbing his finger in the direction of the entrance of the restaurant. That girl. Her? It's your gaming girl. Lyra. Ren raised a brow. Dot. Who? Lionel gaped at Ren before he grabbed his shoulder-length golden hair in frustration. How could you not know her? She's a very popular game streamer in Zona District 2. She have millions of followers, you know. That girl. It's your gaming girl, Lyra. Ren eyed the only eye-catching girl near the entrance. She was sporting an oversized Burberry jacket over a tank top and shorts. Her wavy pinkish hair with streaks of blue was attention-grabbing, as well as the camera crew behind her back. Are they filming? Ren wondered while Lionel was all excited. His eyes were emitting smoke from how heated he was staring at Lyra. I can't believe it. It's really your gaming girl Lyra in the flesh. The rumors are indeed true that Zone A is the nesting spot for all famous people. Lionel brought out his phone and wanted to take a video when Ren stopped him. Taking pictures and video in this place is prohibited, Ren said seriously. Lionel released a disappointed sigh before he hid his phone. Bummer. And here I thought I could brag about this to the other fans. I'm a top fan of hers, you know. No wonder his allowance was always gone. Ren thought. So it was where Lionel was spending it. Ren just shook his head and finished his drinks before calling the waiter for the bill. He didn't have time to waste around in the real world. He still had so many things left undone in Covenant. Leo, finish your food, and let's enter Covenant together. Since their school was kilometers apart, Ren didn't have to worry about Lionel prying for his pod. Once money starts rolling in, he'd tell him that he bought one so he wouldn't suspect a thing. But Lionel wasn't paying any attention to Ren as he said with a panicky voice. Oh my god, Ren? She's going in our direction. Did she know that it was me who was spamming hearts in the chat box when she went on live? Was she here because of me? He then looked at Ren and repeatedly tapped Ren's shoulder. Quick, pinch me and tell me that I'm not dreaming. She's really going to me, right? Ren rolled his eyes. There was no way in hell that a popular streamer with millions of followers would notice nobodies like the. Ren blinked. He was speechless because Lyra was indeed going in their direction. How? What? How? Did Lionel's stalker-like behavior finally bore fruit? Lionel was sweating buckets, and he turned to stone when his eyes and Lyra's met while Ren was turned into a statue for a different reason entirely. Would his best friend finally advance into adulthood? Chapter 40, a door closed and a new one opened. Would Lionel finally advance to adulthood? Ren thought, stunned and astonished at the same time. Lionel stood to his feet when Lyra was just meters away from him and stammered. I'm. However, before Lionel could finish his sentence, Lyra took a turn and went to the table just beside theirs. Sitting on the table was a dark-skinned boy with violet hair and an older woman in his 40s. They were eating their food in peace and silence before Lyra's high-pitched voice stunned Lionel and Ren. This table is already reserved for me. Why the fuck is someone eating here? Shh. Lyra, mind your manners. We're in a public place. Someone might take a video of you, we whispered her manager. Lyra just sneered. This is a private reservation-only restaurant where taking videos and photos aren't allowed. And besides... Lyra looked over at the people who were minding their business. All the people here are rich and don't give a damn. Manners, uttered her manager, eyes shifting around if someone heard and saw Lyra acting brazenly. Lyra flipped her hair and looked down at the dark-skinned boy. What are you still waiting for? I said that's my table. The dark-skinned boy frowned. Your table? We have made a reservation here. Roz, the old lady nudged Roz. It's fine. Don't speak like that to a girl. We've finished anyway. Roz faced her mother, canines bearing. Mom? That's not a girl. It's an uncultured swine. Ren smirked and nodded his head. The boy had guts. He must be around 16 years old. While Lionel was turned into a statue. He was too stunned that her idol's character was so unmannered. She was like a goddess on screen and felt like an angel when she talked on camera. Since the unfortunate event was happening just at table next to them, Ren and Lionel had the front row seat to the drama. Lyra's beautiful face was smudged with angry veins. "What did you say, you little squirt?" Lyra squinted her eyes and leaned forward at Roz. "Don't you know who I am? I can make your fucking life miserable with a snap of a hand until you can no longer go out in the streets and anywhere else without being mobbed for the rest of your fucking miserable life. You'd rather wish that you'd never been born, and your future descendants would scorn at your grave for making their life miserable too." She then straightened her back and crossed her arms with tilting hips. "Unless you scram the fuck away from my table. Right now." Roz rolled his eyes. "I don't care who you are. You're rude and crazy. Go away before I call security." "What?" Lyra's face fumed red. What seemed to be the problem here? Finally, a manager with a perfectly practiced smile intervened. Lyra jabbed a finger at Roz and snarled. "This kid is sitting on my table. Does this restaurant's prestige drop so low that it would accept anybody? I had made reservations here, and how dare you give my table to?" Lyra was thinking of words that were eluding her. "Nobody," she uttered when a second passed, and she couldn't find the right words due to anger clouding her brain. The manager's smile remained plastered on her face as she swiped on her tablet. "Yes, Miss Lyra did make a reservation at our restaurant. However, you're 15 minutes early from your reserved time, and they have made their reservation prior to yours." Lyra shook her head in disbelief. "What do you mean 15 minutes early? Do you mean to say that I should come in late? It should be normal for a high-class restaurant to reserve their guests' tables an hour before they arrive. What kind of a Michelin-awarded restaurant is this?" "I'm sorry, Miss Lyra," said the manager, "if you could wait for your table." "No," Lyra said with an edge. "Don't ask me to wait." She then leaned closer to the manager with one brow raised. "Do you know how many millions of followers I have? One bad review from me, and you can say goodbye to your awards." The manager's smile faltered from her face, and there was now a sheen of sweat coating her cheeks. "How about another table, Miss Lyra?" she bargained, eyeing Ren and Lionel's table since the two men were already finished. Lyra shook her head. "No. I want this table. I always made a reservation at this table. It's near the window, and I can view the landscape while I'm eating. It wouldn't be the same from any other angle. Our table is just meters from the window too." Ren thought. Though Ren had an inkling that Lyra just didn't want to back down anymore after the commotion she started. He had a feeling that she just wanted to make it difficult for Roz. "Not my problem." Ren emptied his glass of water and tapped Lionel's shoulder. "We should go." The scene that Lyra created was already garnering attention. But Lionel's brows were crumpling. "Shouldn't we do something?" Lionel was torn. He didn't know if he should do something about the situation or not. Clearly, Lyra was over the line for just a table, and Roz and his mother also made a reservation prior to her. "That's not our problem, Leo. Let's go. Your girl Lyra might reconsider eating at our table if we leave." "Egg?" Lionel was feeling dejected. He was still not over at Lyra's true character. He didn't know what was more heartbreaking, finding out his idol's true persona or the shattered image he had for her. She was so different when she was playing live online. He felt betrayed all of a sudden. Ren was about to speak again when he heard the manager's voice. The manager looked over at Roz and his mother with an apologetic face. "Excuse me. I'm sorry to ask this, but can you vacate your table now?" "What do you mean vacate?" Roz's face couldn't be painted when he heard the manager took Lyra's side, all because she was a famous person. "Where's the dignity of this restaurant? Can't you see that we haven't finished eating yet?" "Yes. I can see it. We can find you another table if you want," the manager said again, impatience in her tone this time. Roz and his mother weren't garbed in branded clothes and didn't order the expensive meals. The manager would rather keep their good reviews than accommodate nobodies like them. Roz's face darkened, and he opened his mouth to retort but was stopped by his mother. "It's fine, Roz. Let's just go. We've finished anyway." "Mom, what do you mean finished?" Roz eyed the half-eaten dessert. "It's fine," said his mother with finality and took to her feet. "Let's just get the bill and go." She then looked at her son with smiling lips but sad eyes. "We don't belong here." Roz couldn't refute anymore when his mother already stood to her feet. He shot one last glare at Lyra, who had a condescending smirk on her face, before going after her mother. "Totter." Lyra snorted and took her seat to the table. She then brought out her phone and focused all her attention on it. "Oh, my God. I can't believe it, you guys. I just met the rudest kid ever." Ren shook his head as he stared at Roz and his mother's retreating figures. He couldn't help but take a large breath of air. Watching them reminded him of his parents. He took another breath before he pinched Leonel's shoulder. "Let's go. Let's not waste any more time here." Leonel shifted his eyes on Lyra and Ren before looking down at his fingers. "I guess that selfie with her would have to take a rain check," uttered Leonel with a gloomy face. Ren was about to drag Leonel to his feet when he was stopped by a familiar deep-throaty voice calling his name. "Ren?" End of part 1. Novels Hall Dynasty.